Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. 517WB. 101 Beasts and 3 Disasters vs 17th Division, please complete order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Please. Let me say something before I start the chapter. I saw someone in the comment area saying that the name of Akunarortia was spelled incorrectly. It was Akunarortia. In fact, both names can be used, whether you search for Akunarortia or Akunarortia, they are ultimately equal to the Black Dragon. If you all like to call this Akunarortia, then I'll change it from the next chapter, you can say it in the comments. 3. Jin's eyes glanced at Uchiha Madara and the others, and after frowning slightly, an inexplicable unease sprouted in his heart. He could clearly feel from Uchiha Madara and them that a coercion emanated from them. Jin, things don't seem to be going well. Su Yang's entire team is here. Quinn looked at Jin in the sky with uneasy eyes. Brother, there are a few more who haven't come. At this time, Jack spoke from the side. Just as they were talking, Diablo and the others all jumped and landed on the shoulders of Mu Luohan. Okay, Su Yang, you should go and rest for a while, just pay 430 to us for this kind of thing. 35. Although Uchiha Madara was talking to Su Yang, his eyes were always on Quinn and the others, his eyes were full of greed, and he was already eager to try. Ace Kano leaned on Mu Luohan's neck and said with a smile on his face, "It's not good, there are so many of us, it's a bit unreasonable for 2 to fight 1. At this moment, Diablo grew a pair of wings behind him, and then slowly flew into the sky, speaking while speaking. There is a guy who has wings like me. I should deal with him, you should have no opinion." As soon as he heard Diablo say this, Ace Kano continued. Then, that guy has weapons, and I also have weapons. You should have no problem with me dealing with him. Advertisement. No doubt the guy Ace Kano was talking about was Jack. Then this last one. Let me come, since I came here, I haven't shot, let me feel the power of this world. Giorno Chopper also spoke. Say, beg the way. Uchiha Madara on the side is a bit confused with the tornado. Good guy, whose mouth are you going to be fast? Wait, what about me? Dragon Roll asked. Diablo looked at the tornado and joked. Didn't you say that you are not interested in this kind of thing? Why, you want to go back at the critical moment. Tornado blushed with anger and wanted to say something, but there seemed to be nothing to refute, because she did say so before. Humph. Tornado snorted coldly and landed next to Su Yang, ignoring Diablo and the others. Since the task has been assigned, let's start moving. Ace Kano danced the divine axe Rita in his hand. Just as Ace Kano's voice fell, suddenly there was a sneer from the side. What about me? Uchiha Madara asked. Everyone looked at Uchiha Madara and paused. Subsequently, Ace Kano. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the pirates who were following them in the distance behind Quinn and said. We all know that you like to fight more with less, so those guys are handed over to you. Uchiha Madara looked around, then sneered. It's not worth the effort to kill them. After that, Uchiha Madara jumped directly, regardless of what they said, and launched an attack directly towards Jin above the sky. Advertisement. But before anyone arrived, Diablo quickly blocked Uchiha Madara. Madara, that guy is mine. Idiots, it's just what you said, and I don't admit it. 5. Obviously, Uchiha Madara didn't buy their words. It was obvious that Uchiha Madara had a fight with Diablo. This move directly confused Jin, Quinn, and Jack. The three of them, you look at me, I look at you. All three had a big question mark on their faces. Seeing this scene, Su Yang sighed softly. These two guys are at such a time, and it makes people worry. While muttering, Su Yang cast his eyes on Tornado and said. If you want to go, you can go, and if you don't go, leave it to me. As soon as the Dragon Roll heard Su Yang say this, the displeased face just now burst into a smile. Well, Su Yang, after so long, you finally gave me a satisfactory answer. After leaving this sentence, the tornado flew directly to Jin. In the distance, the pirates who followed Jack and the others, the phone bug they were holding, suddenly rang at this moment. Advertisement. Blublu. 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 The pirate who was holding the phone bug was startled and looked at the phone bug in his hand. He didn't have time to think about it, and immediately connected. Before he could speak, a loud voice came from the other side of the phone bug. Jin, how are things going on your side? As soon as the pirate heard this familiar voice, He immediately looked at the simulated face of the phone bug, when he saw this familiar face. He paled in shock, and said hesitantly, Kaido. Governor Kaido. Kai Duo, who was drinking at this time, heard this strange voice, and when he glanced at the phone bug and found that it was an unfamiliar face, he asked. Who are you, guy? Why are you holding Jin's phone bug? 5. Kaido. Governor Kaido, I am under Jin. 35. Grumpy gurgle. Kaido frantically poured fine wine into his mouth, and then said calmly, Where's Jin? Report. Governor Kaido, Lord Jin is fighting against the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Advertisement. 102 The only one who can become One Piece is Governor Kaido, please order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Then, how is the battle going now? Kaido stared at the phone bug and said in a serious tone. After listening to Kaido's words, the pirate hesitated for a few seconds, and finally swallowed his saliva and said truthfully. The situation doesn't seem to be very optimistic, because the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates seems to be all present. Jack, Quinn, and Lord Jin may be confronted by wheels. When Kaido heard this, he was instantly angry. He threw the wine bottle in his hand to the ground, and then shouted angrily, What a joke, this is my Kaido's capable man. After listening to Kaido's roar, the pirate felt a little aggrieved. Tell those guys what I said, if they don't get rid of that old Whitebeard's 17th Division, they won't have to come back. 99. After Kaido said this, he didn't care whether he answered or not, and directly threw his anger on the phone bug in his hand. I saw him grabbing angrily, and the phone bug in his hand was instantly crushed by him. Bring the wine. 99. Kaido yelled out the door. Meanwhile, Sabayati Archipelago above. Ace Kano vs. Jack. Giorno Chopper vs. Quinn. On Jin's side, because of the tornado's shot, Uchiha Madara and Diablo never fought again, and the format became 3-on-1. All but Giorno Chopper had the upper hand. As for who was the worst, it was undoubtedly Jack, who was already bruised when he fought Suyong in front of him. And now, with the powerful heaven-defying Ace Kano, he is only beaten throughout the whole process, and has no power to fight back. Advertisement. Of course, Jin's side wasn't too bad either. Although he wasn't as miserable as Jack, he wasn't much better, because he had to deal with powerhouses from 3 different worlds. Since the start of the fight, he has basically been dodging, and he has no power to fight back. Once he is distracted, he will only be hit by fate. After a moment, bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Jack went from mammoth form again and was knocked back to human form by Ace Kano. As Jack flew out of the direction, a straight deep groove appeared on the ground, and smoke billowed. Tap tap. Ace Kano, holding the divine axe Rita, walked in the deep ditch at a slow pace, his eyes always staying at the end of the deep ditch. Yeah, can't you do it so soon? You're so weak compared to those guys before. Ace Kano came to Jack and looked down at him. PFF'd. PFF'd. Blood spurted out of Jack's mouth involuntarily. At this moment, he already knew that he was a lamb to be slaughtered. He staggered and stood up, greedily breathing the surrounding air, his eyes were bloodshot. Why, do you still want to drag your exhausted body to fight with me? Ace Kano looked directly at Jack in front of him and asked. And Jack didn't speak, his eyes looked around. Looking at Quinn and Jin, I don't know why my heart is a little sad, and the eyes seem to have become apathetic from the moment they fell just now. Jack squatted down slowly, picked up the weapon on the ground, and did everything he could, wielding his 2 knives and slashing towards Ace Kano. Advertisement. And shouted. The only one who can become One Piece is Governor Kaido. Facing this blow, Ace Kano felt like Shisui, he raised the divine axe Rita, and with a swipe, he slashed straight down. Shish. Between the sword, the light and the sword, Jack's body seemed to freeze, standing motionless. Did-da. 39. Did-da. 99. From Jack's body, blood kept dripping onto the ground. Seeing this scene, Ace Kano calmly said, It's really boring, is this the end? As soon as he finished speaking, the weapon in Jack's hands fell to the ground with a clatter. Following him, his body also split in 2 and fell to the ground. 0 for flowers. Yes, as one of the 3 plagues of the Beast's pirates, Jack fell here today. In the distance, the members of the Beast's pirates watching the battle, after seeing this scene, their pupils shrank violently, an unbelievable appearance. Captain Jack. Captain Jack is down. Impossible, impossible, how could Captain Jack be defeated by that guy? 99. It's over, the situation seems to be getting more and more unfavorable for us. Now that Captain Jack has fallen, only Lord Quinn and Lord Jin are left. Apart from the fact that Lord Quinn seems to have the upper hand, Lord Jin is not too optimistic. Advertisement. 0. Hurry up and contact Governor Kaido. The pirate with the phone bug nodded and tried to dial Kaido's contact information, but, obviously, he couldn't get through at all. Contact. Can't get in touch. Damn, what the hell is going on? While they were discussing, Ace Kano turned around, looked at Su Yong above the wooden luohan, and said, "It seems that I am the first to finish work." 5. Following these words, Quinn and Jin's eyes also swept in the direction of Ace Kano. When the two of them saw Jack, who had been split into two halves on the ground, no doubt, their hearts were touched, and their pupils shrank violently. "Jack!" Jin shouted loudly above the air. However, just as he shouted and was distracted, Diablo instantly kicked him to the ground. Boom! A sound. The billowing smoke and dust spread out in all directions. Shish! Jin came out of the smoke, but their target was not the three of Uchiha Madara, but the direction of Ace Kano. Huh, another guy who's going to die. Then I'll let you do it. Send an update. Advertisement. 38%. 103 Quinn Jack falls. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As soon as Ace Kano's voice fell, Rita swung the divine axe and slashed directly at Jin, who was flying in the face. And Jin, of course, did not sit still, and saw him waving the long knife in his hand to counterattack, while roaring, "You bastard, give me death." As soon as the words fell, the divine axe Rita and Jin's long knife collided, and a powerful airflow was immediately generated. The strength is not bad, it's a pity, but if you want to compare with me, you are just a sad weakling. Ace Kano said with a smile. Jin just frowned, ignoring Ace Kano's sarcasm. However, at this time, three figures fell behind Jin. They are Diablo, Yu, 430, Shibo Madara and Tornado. Hey, Ace Kano, you're going too far. That guy is ours. We are divided into three, and we are already having a lot of trouble. The Tornado is floating in the air, with his hands on his hips, and he is not angry, said towards Ace Kano. However, if the three of them worked together, Jin wouldn't be able to last so long. But, obviously, in this case, it is impossible for them to work together. When Diablo on the side heard what Tornado said, he was instantly unhappy. He refuted Tornado's words and said, "What, three are divided into one? Obviously you two guys forcibly inserted it." Advertisement. Uchiha Madara put his hands on his chest and said with a look of disdain, "It's just your own arrangement, we don't admit it at all." Yes, Madara is right. Tornado nodded and sided with the Uchiha Madara class on rare occasions. Diablo didn't continue to play tricks with them, he launched the attack first, and said, "Let's see who has the ability to eat him first." At the same time, the Tornado also activated its own superpower, limiting Diablo's movements. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara didn't sit still either, jumping up, waving the scythe in his hand, and slashing towards Jin. When Ace Kano saw this scene, he didn't intend to get involved in it. He activated his own power, bounced Jin away, and left quickly. And Su Yong, who was standing on the wooden luohan, sighed helplessly, "These guys are really worrying." While speaking, the horns on his forehead slowly receded, obviously this is his state of exiting Sage body. Immediately following, the wooden arhat under his feet also disappeared, and he landed on the ground smoothly. Shish! Sound. At this time, Ace Kano landed next to Su Yong, and then said with a smile, "Those three guys are really messing around." Facing Ace Kano's words, Su Yong also pouted and shook his head, spread his hands and said, "It's not the first day you know them." Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. That's what I said. Giorno Chopper seems to be in trouble, please go and help. After listening to Su Yang's words, Ace Kano's eyes turned to Giorno Chopper. Giorno Chopper is actually not very good at fighting, technically he prefers to be a support. Ace Kano didn't hesitate, smiled at Su Yong and said, "Leave it to me." In the distance, Marine was observing the situation on Su Yang's side. Counselor Crane, beasts. One of the three plagues of the beasts pirates, Jack, has fallen into the hands of Ace Kano. Standing beside Crane, a Marine soldier said hesitantly. The crane put down the telescope in his hand and said with a solemn expression, "Although this battle is not over yet, the result has already been determined." "Yes, did the 17th Division of the Whitebeard pirates win?" Marine soldier asked. "Idiot, aren't you talking nonsense? Do you think the beast's pirates have the power to turn the tide?" Another Marine refuted. Point zero. Right, right, have you forgotten that Marshal Sengoku personally attacked and suppressed the Whitebeard Regiment's 17th Division? Yes, after those guys attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy, they escaped unscathed. This kind of power is not comparable to the beast's pirates. Advertisement. That's right, what's more, there are only 3 capable beast's pirates, and the others have little ability. Su Yang's side has the smallest number, but each one is extremely powerful. Listening to their discussion, Crane sighed softly. Beast's pirates lost the battle, and the result was already decided before it started. Crane was right, this battle had already ended before it even started. On Giorno Chopper's side, after Ace Kano's participation, the results were quickly divided. Quinn's fate was the same as Jack, who died in Ace Kano's divine axe Rita. As for Jin, after seeing that Quinn was killed like Jack, he no longer planned to fight, and chose to evacuate directly, while the Flying Tornado and Diablo naturally wouldn't give up so easily, and started immediately chase. Originally Uchiha Madara also wanted to pursue Susanoo, but he gave up after hesitating for a few seconds at 4.6. Su Yang came to Quinn's body, stared at him, his eyes flashed slightly, and then said with a chuckle. "It seems that our feud with Kaido is completely settled." However, Su Yang didn't care. After all, he was. Now, with his 17th battle strength, Kaido's stubbornness was not false at all. "Diablo and Tornado, if I had given that guy to me, this wouldn't have happened." Uchiha Madara's voice reached Su Yang's ears before he arrived. Su Yang turned around with a smile on his face. "It doesn't matter, whether that guy is alive or dead, there is no threat to us." Advertisement. 104 Staff Crane, we meet again, seeking full order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Meanwhile, Sengoku over there. When he heard the news from the crane, he tightly held the phone bug in his hand, his eyes were a little empty, and his face was unbelievable. What did you say?" Jack and Quinn were beheaded by the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment. After Sengoku paused, he looked directly at the phone bug and continued, "Crane, are you sure?" "Well, I can see clearly, now the bodies of Jack and Quinn are still lying on the ground." Crane at this time, holding a phone bug in one hand and a telescope in the other hand, was observing Su Yang and their every move. Sengoku was silent for a few seconds, leaning back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, and he sighed deeply. "Though things were a little out of my expectation, this result is exactly what I want." 35. Indeed, Su Yang and the others killed Admiral of the Beast's pirates. Kaido will naturally not give up, and will definitely look for Whitebeard to settle accounts. The harder they fight, the happier Sengoku will be. It is best if both sides fight 10 times to the death, and finally Marine will come out and remove the 2 stones that they have always wanted to move but can't move. Looks like another storm is coming in New World, hopefully it will go as we think. Crane also sighed softly. After all, since the Whitebeard pirates established the 17th Division, this 17th Division has brought them too much trouble to the world government and Marine. This guy Kaido has been doing for so long, but he has done something that makes us Marine happy. In the future, I think New World will usher in big news within a few days. Advertisement. It's best to include the other 4 emperors, and finally let us Marine and the world government finish, so that the structure of New World will be completely changed. Okay, Sengoku, let's talk about it after I go back. The battle seems to be over. If you continue to stay here, if you are discovered, it will not be worth the loss. Crane explained. If their whereabouts were discovered by Su Yang and the others, obviously, there was only one ending, and the end would be the same as Jack or Quinn. Okay, be careful, Sengoku told him when he hung up the phone bug. Su Yang and the others hadn't left yet. He, Uchiha Madara, Giorno Chopper, and Ace Kano were sitting on the ruins, quietly waiting for the tornado to roll over them. Do we really need to help? Giorno Chopper looked at Su Yang and asked curiously. Su Yang leaned back slightly, put his hands on the ground, looked at the sky, and said calmly. We don't need to worry, Diablo and Tornado are more than enough. While speaking, Su Yang stood up, stretched, and looked up at the sky. Let's go, we're going back. 99. After a pause for a second, Su Yong seemed to have thought of something, looked at Uchiha Madara and the others, and immediately said, "By the way, how is the boat search?" "The boat thing has been dealt with, go back and pack up, that's it." Uchiha Madara responded. "That's good." 35. Su Yong nodded, and just a few steps away, he stopped again. "What happened again?" Giorno Chopper asked curiously. Advertisement. Su Yong lightly patted his forehead with his hand and muttered, "Before. I didn't think of it before." "What happened?" Uchiha Madara also asked curiously. "The heads of the two guys Ace Kano killed are very valuable," Su Yong said excitedly. Indeed, if he remembered correctly, Quinn plus Jack and the two of them could exchange for more than 2 billion Bailey. "Wouldn't it be a big loss if I didn't take the two of them away?" Although Su Yong and the others often buy things without giving money, they can't just let Marine make money in vain. After a moment. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 66, Marine Base. Ever since they received news of the Whitebeard Pirates' 17th Division fighting against Admiral Under the Beast's pirates, they have gathered their forces. However, they were later disbanded under Sengoku's orders. Is it really a surprise? The Marine soldiers guarding the gate sighed heavily. Yeah, if we Marine were also involved in this matter, how many lives would be lost? Fortunately, the following orders are that we don't need to shoot, let alone any dangerous actions. That's right, fighting those monsters is scary just thinking about it. Advertisement. I agree with this. After all, the guys from the 17th Division, even standing up for Marshal Sengoku to take action personally, can't help it. Shish, don't say things like that. If the above hears this, we won't be able to eat Kabuto and leave. Hello, Staff Crane. Suddenly, not far away, there was a shout. Several Marine soldiers looked around. At this time, 430 Crane was walking over with a group of people. "Everyone, don't act rashly, do you know that?" he reminded the Marine Vice Admiral who was stationed here as he walked. "Don't worry, Staff Officer Crane, Marshal Sengoku has informed us not long ago, let us Marine pretend not to know, and we will go to clean the battlefield after the 17th Division leaves." 35 Marine Vice Admiral said with a smile. Although his officers are the same as his people are beyond his reach. Crane nodded with satisfaction and continued, "It seems that Sengoku has already made arrangements. In that case, I will go back first. Counselor Crane, this has already arrived at the door. Let's go after you go in and sit down." Marine Vice Admiral warmly invited him. After all, with the reputation of Crane, he will be able to brag about it in the future. Crane hesitated for a few seconds, originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought about it, he didn't seem to have anything important at hand, and he just happened to be a little thirsty, and he was walking after drinking a cup of tea. Okay. 99. His voice just fell, and suddenly at this moment, behind he, came a voice. "Yo, isn't this Staff Officer Crane, long time no see. 105 pirates take pirates to Marine to exchange money. Please order." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Crane heard this familiar voice, her pupils shrank violently, and her back became cold. She swallowed hard, and turned her head back a little stiffly. What catches her eye is a young man with a ponytail, blonde hair, black pupils, tall stature, sword eyebrows and star eyes. Yes, he is the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Su Yong. At this moment, he grabbed a large bag in his hand, and the bottom of the bag was dripping with bright red blood. Obviously, the moment Crane saw Su Yong, all her nerves were tense, and Su Yang's arrival was too unexpected and completely caught her off guard. "Everyone, all on level 1 alert." He turned his head and shouted. What should I do? Crane. Staff hee. Marine Vice Admiral on the side was so frightened that Kakuzu shuddered and stammered. If Crane was not here, he would have been frightened to the ground the moment he saw Su Yong. After all, yes, in his eyes, even Marshal Sengoku can't do anything about Su Yong, and he is just a Marine Vice Admiral who has just been promoted. Although he has practical experience, he is only catching some cats and dogs. A level like Su Yong is simply not within his reach. Advertisement. Crane's sharp eyes glanced at Marine Vice Admiral beside her. She also wanted to ask, what to do. What else can I do? Act on a whim. Now, whether it's asking for support or anything else, it doesn't work. He explained, His eyes fixed on Su Yong again, for fear that if he didn't pay attention, Su Yong would start attack. And with the call of the crane just now, a large group of Marine soldiers ran out of the base, holding guns and aiming at Su Yong. Staff Crane, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to fight with you today. Of course, if you want to fight, I don't mind playing with you, and you know the price naturally. Degree, Su Yong said calmly. 0. When he heard Su Yong say that he wasn't here to fight, Crane didn't know why, but always felt a big stone in his heart fell. After all, it is true that if they really fight Su Yong, their chances of winning are almost 0. Everyone, put your guns down. He shouted loudly, for fear that someone accidentally fired a shot. If he fired, the consequences. She simply didn't dare to think about it. Su Yong squinted and smiled. That's right, I don't like fighting and killing, but it's not impossible for me to solve it by force. Call. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and then slowly exhaled it. After hesitating for a few seconds, he continued, Tell me, Su Yong, what is your purpose? Su Yong threw the big bag in his hand, then spread his hands and said, What purpose can I have? I just came here to exchange money. Inside the bag is one of the 3 plagues of the beast's pirates, Jack, and Quinn's head. I remember that their bounty was more than 1 billion. Crane glanced at the black bag on the ground. She had been observing Su Yang's every move before, and naturally she would not suspect that it was fake. Advertisement. However, Su Yang's move surprised her. One pirate took the heads of the other 2 pirates to find Marine for money. This was the first time she had seen such a thing. Su Yong, this guy. It's really hard to figure out what's going on in my mind. Crane thought to himself. It is indeed more than 1 billion. Crane nodded towards Su Yong and said calmly. Don't you want to take a look at Staff Crane? No need, you've already done it. It must be Jack and Quinn's heads inside, but the amount is huge, we need to pool the money, I'm afraid you need to wait for a while. 35, he said solemnly. It doesn't matter, I have a lot of time, you don't mind if I go to your base to drink a cup of hot tea and wait. Su Yong didn't wait for Crane's answer at all, and walked over at his pace, and all the Marine soldiers gave way to Su Yong. The Marine Vice Admiral, who was standing beside the crane, looked at the crane, as if to imply that a pirate went to the base where Marine was stationed to drink tea. However, the crane ignored him and looked at Su Yong and said, You can do whatever you want. 99. Fighting with Jack and the others, I'm hungry too, just give me a whole meal, the big meal you Marines eat. 35, Su Yong said casually. Crane was a little unhappy, but he had no choice, so he arranged for Marine Vice Admiral on the side. Backquote, do as he says. 35. Advertisement. Yes, Staff Officer Crane. As for Su Yong, he wasn't afraid of Marine being poisoned, because they didn't dare, because they knew that if there was chaos, they couldn't bear the consequences. Puff. Sengoku spit out the hot tea he just drank, then quickly put down the teacup in his hand, turned to pick up the phone bug beside him, and said in surprise, what did you say? That kid Su Yong took it. Jack exchanged money with Quinn's head. Crane responded calmly now. This lunatic, what the hell is going on in his head? Sengoku stroked his forehead, okay, a little headache. Hurry up and make arrangements and send the money here, otherwise, things will be very unfavorable for us Marine. 35, Crane explained. Although Sengoku was surprised by Su Yang's actions, he couldn't help it, because he didn't want to fight Su Yong and the others in Sabayati Archipelago because of money. If it is hit, the loss may be more than 2 billion. I see, I'll arrange it right away, but there's nothing wrong with that kid, so be careful. Crane. Sengoku reminded. Don't worry, I can see that Su Yong doesn't mean to fight with us, he's just a boat that really comes to exchange money. 39. Sengoku pouted and shook his head. I really don't understand, what is that guy doing with so much money? He's a pirate. Advertisement. 106. When Mr. Sengoku came, you said there was only one, please order all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In fact, Sengoku said it is not bad. In the original book, the Luffy gang described are well behaved, do not do some things of burning, killing and plundering, and their behavior is full of goodwill. But, in the original book, what is shown to everyone is only the bright side, but the other side that is not known as extremely cruel, all kinds of things, only you can't think of it, there is nothing they can't do. So, if you really want to say it strictly, the Straw Hat Pirates can't be regarded as real pirates, to put it bluntly. They are more like a group of adventurers. As for Su Yang's behavior, it is considered quite satisfactory in the pirate world. Under normal circumstances, if you have money, I will give it to you, and if you have no money, I will still take it. Will kill too, but, not like some pirates with twisted hearts slaughtering villages for no reason. Of course, as for snatch, Su Yang will also snatch when he encounters something he likes. So, if everything is orderly, then it would be meaningless to be this C-430 thief at all. If all the pirates were the same as the Straw Hats, Marine wouldn't need to suppress them at all. Because, the Straw Hat Pirates FK, is more righteous than Marine. Advertisement. All in all, Sengoku would be surprised that Su Yang came to exchange money. This matter needs to be hurry up, so as to avoid some changes. Although the crane's tone was very relaxed, at this moment, her brows were wrinkled and her heart was uneasy, but also, whoever puts a time bomb in her arms, who can feel at ease? I know, I will handle this matter myself, and I will talk about the rest when I get there. Sengoku scribbled the end, and without waiting for the crane to respond, he hung up the phone bug in his hand. Sengoku. He looked at the phone bug in his hand with a complicated expression, and finally swallowed all the words he wanted to say just now. She stretched out her hand and caressed her forehead, her eyes seemed a little godless. I originally wanted to tell you not to come, lest that guy Su Yang misunderstand that he is here to fight. Speaking of the back, he sighed, and then muttered, forget it, that guy Su Yang has no intention of fighting, the main thing is that I don't mess around here, basically words can solve it. After a long time, Marine is stationed at the base, above the dining table. Su Yang looked at Uchiha Madara, Ace Kano, Diablo, Tornado, and Giorno Chopper in a daze. Why did you follow me? Su Yang asked curiously. Advertisement. It was Madara who told us that you came here, so we came after thinking about doing nothing, but Marine's food is really good. While eating the dragon roll, he couldn't help but praise. Idiot kid. Don't involve me in everything, obviously you wanted to come, so we came along. Uchiha Madara snorted angrily. Tornado smacked his tongue and shook his head. Bastard Madara, how many times have I said it, don't call me a kid. In the noisy atmosphere, Ace Kano forked a bunch of elbow meat. After tasting a bite, he held it in front of his eyes and observed it again, but he chuckled to himself, I think. There is still a certain gap in what Anna does. Now, in this situation, Su Yang and his group just treat this place as their own home. Su Yang's group is like a bag, shisui, but the marine soldiers on standby not far away are extremely nervous. It's the first time in such a long time that a pirate is so open and honest with Marine. 35 One of the Marine soldiers couldn't help but whispered. Grumpy gurgle. Another Marine soldier next to him swallowed hard, looked around carefully, and finally said in a low voice, I still saw the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment from such a close distance. It seems that everyone from the 17th Division is present. The sense of oppression they bring makes it hard to breathe. Nonsense. This is just the majority of the 17th Division, and the other members were not present. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that I envy them, if only I were Su Yang. As soon as he finished speaking, the Marine soldier on the side patted him on the head, and then complained, don't do these daydreams, let's be honest and realistic. Advertisement. At this time, another Marine soldier also stuck his head over, and then whispered, I have heard about Su Yang and the others before, but I have never seen him, so I always thought that Su Yang it would be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50 years, but he didn't expect to be so young. As soon as he finished speaking, another man leaned over his head. Don't say that Su Yang is so young, look at their team members, they all seem to be very young. 35. Yes, I didn't expect that the 17th Division would be a bunch of such young guys. On the other side of Su Yang's dining table, Crane leaned back against the chair and crossed her hands on her chest. Her eyes were always on Su Yang and the others, and she never left. At the same time, he was also a little depressed in his heart. He originally thought that there was only Su Yang, but unexpectedly, most of the team members came. Now, there is no doubt in her heart, and she is even more uneasy. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, the gate was pushed open, and a group of Marines led by Sengoku walked in. Hearing the sound, Su Yang and the others also looked around. Standing on the right side of Sengoku was Kizaru, one of the 3 Marine Admiral, and on the left was one of the 3 Marine Admiral, Aokiji. Obviously, when Sengoku saw Su Yang's group, he was stunned, and Aokiji and Kizaru were the ones who reacted the most. Good guy, when you came, you told me that there was only one Su Yang. Mr. Sengoku, it's been a long time, but you seem to be trying to fight me. Advertisement. 107 Kaido. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, please ask for full order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Crane also gave Sengoku a speechless look. Good man, come as soon as you come, and you brought 2 admirals, everyone will misunderstand that you want to fight. However, Sengoku didn't think so. The reason why he brought 2 admirals here was mainly because Aokiji and Kizaru had nothing to do. On the other hand, he was worried that after Su Yang received the money, he would do something again, and the presence of 2 admirals would be a shock. But, I never thought that, my dear, basically the entire 17th band of your special mother is there. Don't get me wrong, Su Yang, I'm not here to fight you, but to pay for the heads of Jack and Quinn. Sengoku said submissively. As the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, he naturally would not bow to Su Yang in terms of aura. Su Yang didn't mean to fight, he stood up, picked up the white tablecloth on the table, elegantly wiped the stains on the corner of his mouth, and said calmly. So, do you bring the money? What do you think? We're Marines, so naturally we do what we say. Sengoku retorted angrily, but at the end, he added another sentence. However, the cash was not enough, so we replaced it with some gold and silver treasures, which are worth more than Jack and Quinn's heads. In the market, it is estimated that it can be exchanged for about 1.5 billion Baileys, and then plus 1 billion Baileys in cash, a total of that's 2.5 billion Baileys. Due to time constraints, Marine couldn't get that much cash for a while, so Sengoku planned to use some gold and silver treasures as collateral. Seeing that Su Yang didn't make a sound, Sengoku frowned slightly and said, of course, if you only want cash, then you need to wait for a while, and I will contact the world government to deliver it to you. No need. Su Yang denied it, then looked at Uchiha Madara and the others, and said, it's time to go, don't eat, our goods have arrived. Uchiha Madara and the others nodded and wiped the stains from the corners of their mouths with white tablecloths. When passing by his location, Su Yang smiled slightly and said, thank you for the hospitality of Staff He, if we fight next time, I will let you go. Advertisement. Although the words were ugly, Crane didn't want to cause any sudden change, so she squinted and smiled. Then I. Thank you in advance. 35. Let's go. Those things are outside, right? Mr. Sengoku. Su Yang walked to Sengoku and asked aloud. Sengoku just nodded and didn't say anything. Su Yang just smiled and passed Sengoku, and then he didn't forget to raise his hand, wave it, and say goodbye to them. After Su Yang and the others left, Crane stood up and sighed softly. Sengoku, you are too messy. Yeah, Mr. Sengoku, when you came, you said that Su Yang was the only one. Kizaru didn't forget to complain. Be ready. Sengoku also had a look of grievance, and said to the Crane, Xiaohei, you didn't tell me, they are all there. They came from behind. That's none of my business. Sengoku shrugged. Crane. Kizaru. Aokiji. Beautiful, this pot is thrown. Sabayati Archipelago, on a coast. A body with broken wings was washed ashore by the waves. His blood has also dyed the sea water on the edge a reddish color. Advertisement. Point 35. The seawater mixed with blood kept coughing out of his mouth. Yes, he is Jin who was pursued by Diablo and Tornado before. Now he is in unprecedented embarrassment, the mask, and even the armor on his body has been shattered. The wings have even been broken off. When he fell into the sea, he thought he was dead, but unexpectedly, the waves hit him back on the shore. With the passage of time, the powerlessness brought by the sea water gradually recovered. However, he did not stand up for the first time, his eyes were looking straight at the sky like this, and his heart was full of guilt. 0 for flowers. Quinn. Jack. Governor Kaido, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Beasts Pirates, I have no face to go back. In a flash, the next day came. In the back, Kaido couldn't contact Jin, Jack, Quinn and the others, so he asked people to come out of Wano-kuni to see if there were any newspapers. For this matter, the people under Kaido managed to do it smoothly, because they got the newspaper shortly after leaving Wano-kuni, and then rushed back to Wano-kuni as soon as possible, to the place where Kaido was. Point 0. Advertisement. Guy. Governor Kaido. Big thing is bad. One of the pirates hurriedly took a newspaper and came to Kaido. At this time, Kaido was still drinking. After hearing this disappear, he slapped the pirate who reported the news and flew out. The newspaper also fell to the ground. Fumbling. Really mind-blowing. 55. After Kaido scolded, he stretched out his hand to pick up the newspaper on the ground and spread it out. Soon, his pupils shrank violently. On the forehead, there were rare beads of sweat. The beast's pirates are capable leaders, known as the Three Plagues of Jin, Jack, and Quinn in the Sabayati Archipelago and the Whitebeard 17th Division. In the end, Jack and Quinn were killed and Jin disappeared. In one case, Kaido naturally wouldn't believe it, but seeing the heads of Jack and Quinn printed on the newspaper, plus the fact that they can't connect now, all these signs suggest that this is true. Whoa. Kaido's hand holding the newspaper has begun to tremble, his breathing has begun to become rapid, and his anger is rapidly rising. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Kaido angrily slammed the newspaper on the ground. Boom. Sound. The ground shook immediately. Advertisement. 108 Whitebeard. When did I have such a team? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The thick smoke and dust gushed out towards the entrance of the cave directly like a flood. The members of the beast's pirates stationed outside were a little stunned at this moment. He quickly poked his head toward the hole. Inside? What's going on inside? It seems to be the sound of a fight going on inside. No. Impossible. Inside, isn't Governor Kaido the only one inside? Could it be that there was an enemy attack? Enemy attack. It's unlikely. Right here, it's the territory of one of the four emperors. How dare a guy with no eyes dare to come here to make trouble? Boom. A sound. As soon as these words fell, an explosion sounded again inside, followed by the dense smoke. 430. Dust rushing out again. It seems. And it is, but anyway, let's go in and see what's going on. 5. Another pirate nodded, and in the next second, they held weapons and ran in at an extremely fast speed, while shouting. Advertisement. Governor Kaido. F.A. What happened? As soon as the words fell, the scene that caught their eyes shocked them. Kaido seemed to be possessed, constantly hitting the wall with his head. Kaido. Governor Kaido, what are you doing? After seeing such a strange situation, one of the pirates couldn't help asking. Who knows? After hearing this, Kaido came back to his senses, grabbed the talking pirate with one hand, and threw it out. Get out. Get out of here. Another pirate swallowed his saliva forcefully. In this situation, he didn't dare to speak. He would end up being caught by Kaido just like his friend, and then thrown out. When the pirate went out, Kaido also stopped hitting the wall, his eyes were bloodshot, and his anger value had already exploded. Recalling this helplessness at this moment, it seems that after he left Rock's pirate, he never encountered it again. Kaido squatted down and picked up the torn newspaper fragments in the pit. He stared at the newspaper with a complicated expression on his face. Probably, after staring at the blank paper for dozens of minutes, Kaido growled. What? His roar directly caused the entire cave to vibrate, and some rock debris fell one after another. Edward Newgate, you old man, you are always so angry. Advertisement. This feud, Kaido wrote down, I will make your entire Whitebeard pirates doomed. The 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates beheaded 2 admirals under Kaido's command. Undoubtedly, this news is also a first-class event in New World. On the Moby Dick, the captains who had no mission during the period were all standing on the deck of the ship. And in front of them was their father, Whitebeard. Recently, Whitebeard's physical condition is not very good, he has been in fusion, and today, naturally. The reason why everyone gathered on the deck of the ship, for no other reason, was because Su Yong and the others killed the admiral of the beast's pirates. It's a bit unbelievable. The 17th Division established by the Su Yong brothers actually faced the 3 disasters under Kaido's command. Not only did they have no casualties, but they even killed 2, and 1 was missing. 35. I saw a short but cute man with short brown hair, blue eyes, and said incredulously. He was dressed in white-green 16th century clothing and a pair of white leggings, and held a saber with a hilt like the swollen strap on his shoulder. Yes, he is Harda, captain of the 12th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Brother Harda is right. To be honest, when I saw this newspaper, I didn't believe it either. You said, isn't this a trouble? We still know how strong Su Yong is. How can you match a guy with that kind of strength? Another squad leader said. Could it be that among the team members Su Yong has recruited himself, there are strong players? Faced with these words, Joes, who had been silent for a while, spoke up. Brothers, don't keep your cognition on when Su Yong left. Su Yong, now we are part of the Whitebeard pirates. Among the team captains, the one with the highest bounty point 0 inches. As soon as these words came out, many of the squad leaders who didn't care about Su Yong were stunned. Advertisement. No. Impossible. Joe's, Marco's bounty is 1.374 billion Bailey. Su Yang's kid has been out for less than a year. You have already exceeded it if you tell me. Marco. One of the squad leaders teased. I think so too. If that's the case, wouldn't it be too outrageous? Another squad leader smiled, then looked at Marco, and continued. You said what I said was right, brother Marco. Marco frowned slightly, although he didn't want to admit it. But, there is no way. Su Yang's bounty is higher than his own, it is indeed true. Joes is right, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates has the highest bounty by far, Su Yong, and all the members of the 17th team have exceeded 100 million, and some have even exceeded 1 billion. 5. As soon as these words came out, some unsuspecting squad leaders were immediately stunned. Good guy, this is not a trouble, his team members are higher than my captain's 4.6 bounty. However, just when they wanted to say more, at this moment, Whitebeard, who had been silent, spoke up. What they say is true. When everyone heard this, everyone's eyes turned to their father. Dad. Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed up to the sky. This kid Su Yong, to be honest, when I learned that his bounty has changed so much, I was quite shocked. Even the original Roger, and the original captain, were not so fast. Increase. Ask for full order. Advertisement. 109 Dad, let's go to Kaido, please order all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Dad, it's one thing to increase the bounty quickly. The key is that the Su Yong brothers have recruited a large group of guys with terrifying strength in such a short period of time. Marco said with a solemn expression. As soon as Marco's voice fell, Joes also stood up at this time and continued to add. Brother Su Yong is also true. They recruited partners and didn't let us know. If it wasn't for the world government's announcement of a bounty, we would be afraid. Do not know at all. Goo la la la. 99. At this time, Whitebeard laughed again, and then responded. Don't talk about you guys, Su Yong, you didn't even tell me. The captain of the boat, Marco, actually, he has already talked about this topic now, putting 17 let me tell you the members of the squad and the bounty. Okay, Dad, but, you need to wait a while, because, I can't remember. After leaving this sentence, Marco quickly dropped 10 heads, went to the ship, took out a stack of bounties, and finally returned here. He walked over to Whitebeard and said aloud. First of all, let's talk about the captain of the 17th Division, our Su Yong brothers. Currently, the bounty is 1.568 billion Bailey, and the captain's bounty is temporarily ranked first. And then there's the 17th Division member, Uchiha Madara, with a bounty of 150 million Baileys. Player, Diablo, the bounty is 853 million Bailey. Player, Ace Kano, bounty, 1.145 billion Bailey. Advertisement. Player, Tornado, bounty, 300 million Bailey. Player, Emily, bounty, 100 million Bailey. Player, Anna, bounty, 100 million Bailey. The above, plus Su Yang's 17th Division, there are 7 people in total. As for whether there are any other members who have not received the bounty, it is not clear for the time being. Marco said slowly. Obviously, after Marco's voice fell, many squad leaders leaked stiff expressions. After all, it was, Su Yong and his team's bounties were increasing at a ridiculous rate. In a short period of time, Su Yang's bounty has gone from 0 to more than 1.5 billion Bailey. This kind of record can even be called a legend. This special girl is too outrageous, the bounty of the whole team is so high. Yeah, if I hadn't watched Brother Marco read it out, and Dad's affirmation, I wouldn't believe such an outrageous thing at all. Woo 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 woo, I'm a piece of shit, it's been more than 10 years since I was offered a bounty, and my bounty hasn't reached 800 million Baileys. What the hell did the Su Yong brothers do during this period of time? to make the world government so jealous, and they immediately offered a reward of 1.5 billion Bailey. 5. Captains, don't forget, it's not over yet. The ghost knows if more outrageous things will happen in the future. Advertisement. Well, it makes sense. After brother Su Yong was born, he put more and more pressure on us, and he felt more and more that he was not a qualified captain. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this, but the storm of New World is coming. Marco said with a solemn expression. Whitebeard asked everyone to gather, not to announce Su Yong and their bounty, but about Kaido. After Marco's voice fell, everyone became quiet and looked at their father. Whitebeard sighed softly, and then said calmly, I think everyone knows what I called you to come here this time. Su Yong and the others beheaded Kaido's bastard's right-hand man, Kaido's bastard, naturally he won't let it go, ours should be ready to fight anytime, anywhere, as Marco said. Yes, the storm is coming. Dad, if Kaido wants to fight, we will fight him. Joe said aggressively, his eyes full of ruthlessness. Yeah, although we haven't had a big conflict over the years, there are often some small conflicts, so let's take this opportunity to fight a big one. Now, Kaido's right and left arm has been broken by Su Yong and the others. Dad, this is a good opportunity. The best thing is to call the 17th Division back, just right, I also want to meet the little monsters of the 17th Division. That's right, let the Kaido guy know that we haven't done much for all these years, and it's not that we're afraid. The surrounding atmosphere, and everyone's words became warm-blooded, they were all motivated, and even wished, now, immediately fight with the beast's pirates. Advertisement. I'm not afraid that the bastards from Kaido will come to trouble me, the only thing I worry about now is Su Yong and the others. Whitebeard said calmly. Of course, if Whitebeard is now aware of Su Yang's situation and overall strength, he must have regarded Kaido as a fart. However, in Whitebeard's eyes, although Su Yang's 430 bounty is as much as 1.5 billion, in terms of strength, he does not think that Su Yong, the 17th Division, can match Kaido. Dad's concern is that, with Kaido's character, Su Yong cut off his right-hand man, and he is bound to seek revenge on Su Yong first. 35. Or, Dad, call Su Yong back. Hearing this, Marco sighed deeply and stood up and said, this is indeed a very good solution, but the only fly in the ointment is. We lost the way to contact Su Yong. No, haven't we been in contact with him all the time? Whitebeard unplugged the infusion tube, he stood up, facing the sea and said, just today, when we tried to contact him, we found that we couldn't get in touch, the phone bug in his hand seems to be dead. Indeed, after the battle at Holy Land Mariajoy, the phone bug Su Yong used to contact Whitebeard was broken. Moreover, the dramatic thing is that Su Yong also forgot the phone bug number of the Whitebeard group, and the Whitebeard group didn't know the phone bug number of Su Yang's heart. Therefore, at this moment, the two parties have completely lost contact. Advertisement. 110 After the years, the war-torn Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After everyone heard it, they all bowed their heads, not knowing what they were thinking or what to say. Now, the two sides have lost contact, and both Whitebeard and Kaido have a 550 advantage, and no one can guarantee who will find Su Yong first. Dad, tell me what to do, we all listen to you, Daddy. 99. Yes, what you want to do, just give your father an order. Everyone looked at the great back of their father, and the cloak behind him fluttered with the sea breeze. At this moment, it was as if they saw the majestic back of Whitebeard when he was young, leading them to fight in all directions. However, when Whitebeard turned around, their eyes flashed slightly, and their eyes were already wet. Yes, what appeared in front of them now was no longer the youthful and energetic body that was in good health back then. Rather, it is a body that has been ravaged by years and wars. At this moment, they seemed to have grown a lot in an instant, because they knew that Whitebeard could not stand in front of them all the time, and the more time passed, the more they needed to stand in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard's benevolent gaze scanned everyone on the deck of the ship, and a moment later, a smile spread across his face. Idiot, of course Kaido has to fight, and Su Yong has to send someone to contact him. Hearing Whitebeard's words, everyone's emotions were not as high as before, thinking that they had grown a lot in an instant just now. Dad, Su Yang sighed, leave it to me, I'll send someone to find them. Marco stood beside Whitebeard and said, let a few stronger ones go. Advertisement. Because of the lack of understanding of Su Yong and their strength. Whitebeard is still worried that if Su Yong is found by Kaido first, he will be in a disadvantageous situation. Therefore, he still intends to let the stronger person go, and if Kaido really finds it later, it will also make the situation a little better. Don't worry, Dad, just leave everything here to me. Whitebeard nodded with satisfaction. Marco was doing things, and he was still very relieved. Then brother Marco is going to send someone to deal with Su Yang's affairs, then Dad, leave the task of monitoring Kaido's actions to me. Joes also stood up and asked for the task. I don't worry about your approach, as for the others, I'll prepare to fight, in case that bastard Kaido suddenly attacks. Yes, Dad, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates killed Kaido's right-hand man, and this incident was rumored in New World. Even the red-haired Shanks were shocked when they learned about it. Among the four emperors, only Charlotte Linlin does not know, because, in her eyes, only food can gain her insight, and she is not so concerned about other things. In a flash, the next day came. Holy Land Mariajoy. Within a splendid castle, Naval Headquarters Marshal, Sengoku, and Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, plus Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Staff Officer, Suru. At this time, they are having a major meeting. Advertisement. As for the content of the meeting, it was naturally the New World, the movements of the four emperors, Whitebeard and Kaido. According to the information obtained by the investigator from New World, the 4 emperors Kaido and the 4 emperors Whitebeard have all made certain moves. According to this progress, they will meet each other soon. Sengoku, who was sitting at table C, leaned back against the chair, folded his hands and clasped his fists on his chest, and had a very serious expression on his face. What about the movement of the 17th Division? Akainu asked with a solemn expression. The 17th Division is still in the Sabayati archipelago. It seems that they are waiting for something, and it is not ruled out that they just stop at the shore. 35 He said that for the news of the 17th Division, her side has more masters. If the 17th Division goes back and joins the Whitebeard Pirates, then, the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido has basically come to an end before the battle begins. Akainu continued to speak, and while speaking, his eyes involuntarily looked at his abdomen, as if the scar on his abdomen had begun to ache again. However, what made him even more painful? His strength was unable to take revenge. Sakazuki is right. In terms of the strength of the 17th Division, it can basically be said that the Whitebeard Pirates are now the 2 emperors in general. If they are allowed to return to the New World, the Whitebeard Pirates will undoubtedly win. 35 Sengoku also expressed his opinion. It was at this time that Crane put forward his own different views. Things may not be as bad as we thought. After all, if Whitebeard wanted Su Yong to return to New World, the 17th Division may have already made a move, and it is impossible to stay in Sabayati Archipelago now. Comrade Crane is right. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates took action in New World yesterday. If they wanted Su Yong to return to New World, they should have taken action a long time ago. Kizaru said with a smile. It seems that fate seems to be on our side this time, so it is, we are recuperating and ready to go. Sabayati Archipelago, a certain coast. Blublu. Advertisement. Blublu. Lord Su Yong, the phone bug is ringing. Emily stood in the kitchen and shouted. However, she didn't get any response from Ren. Okay, she wiped the water from her hands and walked into the hall without taking off her apron. The hall was empty at the moment, and she walked outside while holding the still ringing phone bug. Right now, outside, Su Yong and Diablo are fishing. Uchiha Madara and Akronerlia were lying on the lounge chairs chatting. As for Tornado, Ace Kano, and Giorno Chopper are fighting the landlords. Because the boat was boring, Su Yong added entertainment. Such a leisurely picture, it seems quite warm. Emily looked at this picture, she didn't know why, but she always had a very satisfied feeling. Blue boat. At this time, the ringing of the phone bug made Emily calm down, and he hurriedly walked in the direction of Su Yong and said. Lord Su Yong, someone is looking for you. Advertisement. 111 is a Curolia seasick. Please ask for full order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With Emily's voice falling. Everyone's eyes looked at her. Then, he started playing again on his own. Only Su Yong and Diablo watched Emily approach step by step. Su Yong took off the ink from his eyes and asked. Looking for me? It shouldn't be. Indeed, he has been cut off from the Whitebeard pirates. For a while, he really couldn't think of anyone who would call him. Emily paused, and she didn't connect, so she didn't know who was calling. No, I don't know, I think it should be. With doubts in his heart, Su Yong still took the phone bug in Emily's hand. Then, clicked on. Before he could make a sound, the phone bug imitated a familiar face. Yes, this face is exactly Sabo of the Revolutionary Army. Advertisement. Hello, Mr. Su Yong, sorry to bother you. The ace you asked me to find for you last time, we have mastered the specific location. 55. Su Yong was overjoyed when he heard 430. Well, I'm sorry to bother you. 39. Where, in fact, it's just by the way, because I also want to meet Ace. After all, we haven't seen each other for many years, and I take the liberty to ask, can I take your boat, going to go? Sabo asked. Regarding this matter, Su Yong did not hesitate, and said casually, whatever you want. Sabo was overjoyed when he heard it. He originally thought that Su Yong would refuse, but he did not expect that Su Yong readily agreed. The reason why I wanted to follow Su Yong was mainly for convenience, because in Su Yang's boat, it was easy to avoid the eyes of the world government. However, Mr. Su Yong, because you are being monitored by Marine now, I cannot go directly to your ship right now. Before Sabo could finish speaking, Su Yong interrupted immediately. Let's say it first, it's okay to drop by, let me turn around and pick you up, that's impossible. As soon as Su Yang's voice fell, Sabo was silent vague, for a while, and then there was laughter. Mr. Su Yong is really a person with a special character, don't worry, it's on the way, map you guys there should be. 5. That's good, we are on the nearest island of Sabayati Archipelago. When the time comes, you sail over, and I will wait for you on the sea. As soon as Sabo's voice fell, Diablo's voice came from the side. Su Yong, hit the fish. 35. When Su Yong heard this, he hurriedly put the phone bug in Emily's hand back into Emily's hand, and then quickly went to hold the pole. Mr. Su Yong. Advertisement. Hearing the movement on Su Yang's side, Sabo let out a cry. Sir Su Yong is caught in the fish, if you still need to chat, it is estimated that you will have to wait for a while. No need, let Mr. Su Yong work first. 99. Saying so, Sabo hung up the phone bug and went back to the boat. On Su Yang's side, he was very lucky and caught a big fish estimated to weigh more than 50 kilograms. Tornado, put this big fish back in our tank. Su Yong took off the hook and looked at the tornado who was fighting the landlord. Tornado cast a disgusting look at Su Yong, then put the cards in his hand on the table, and said to Ace Kano and Giorno Chopper. I'm the landlord, you two shouldn't secretly change cards when I'm not here, you already owe me 600 million Bailey. 35. Ace Kano spread his hands and smiled wickedly. Tisk tisk tisk, look at what you said, we are not that kind of people. Just like you even taught Giorno Chopper to cheat. Tornado said angrily. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, who was sitting on the guardrail, said, Little devil, do you still owe me 2.3 billion? There is absolutely no cheating with Sharingan, dog head. Tornado glanced back at Uchiha Madara, wondering if it was a habit of the kid calling, but now she is immune. Shut up, you win it all, I think you're cheating, but I don't have any proof. 35. You bastard who can't afford to lose. Come on, Tornado, I'll help you watch. 99. Come, don't rush. 35. After a long time, Su Yong checked the ship's supplies, everything was complete, and the new ship was better than the previous ship in every way. Advertisement. Even, in terms of size, it is 4 or 5 times larger than the previous old ship. Hanging the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates, and then hanging a flag with the word 17 written on it. After making all the preparations, Su Yong and the others set sail according to the position Sabo said. However, not long after sailing, a Curolia fell. Because he was seasick. And Su Yong also saw this scene, and suddenly sounded flying. The biggest weakness of this guy in Acnaroria is seasickness. The crowd gathered in front of a Curolia, looking at him in disbelief. Real or fake? This is quite a rare thing. I was in good spirits just now, and now it looks like it is about to die. 55. Indeed. It's incredible. Ace Kano groped his chin, looking at Akurolia in an incredible way. Lord Acronerlia, Do you want to drink some water to relieve yourself? 35. Emily asked nervously. The reason why she was nervous was because, in it, both she and Anna felt that Acurolia seemed to ignore the two of them all the time. Moreover, coupled with the misunderstanding they had just met, the two of them felt that Acurolia was fierce, and under normal circumstances, both of them would avoid him. The new year is here. I hope that all your wishes will come true, and everything will go smoothly. In addition, in the new year, readers who think it suits your taste can give you a little monthly pass to support, please. Advertisement. 112 Encounter with Ace. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. P.S. Brothers and sisters, for the new month, if you have a monthly pass, give the author a little bit, woo, please. Emily. Su Yong called out. Emily looked at Su Yong, and then asked softly. What's wrong? Lord Su Yong. Don't worry about him, Acurolia is just seasick. Reminding Emily, Su Yang's eyes turned to the extremely distressed Acurolia leaning on the wall again, and then said flatly. Let's go. I'll help you go into rest and see if I can find any way to get rid of your seasickness, in the future. Saying that, Su Yong stretched out his hand, helped Acurolia up, and then helped him into the boat. And after everyone learned that it was just seasickness, what should they do? They dared to go. For the next part of the trip, nothing else happened. After picking up Sabo by the way, they set off towards the position of Master Ace of the Revolutionary Army. Time flies, and 2 days have passed. Acurolia was still the same. He had been seasick since the boat started, and then for 2 days. Appetite has been greatly reduced, and his face has become pale, when Su Yong went to see Acurolia last night. Acurolia also said to Su Yong, let me off the boat, I'm going to be overwhelmed for a few days. Infant. Advertisement. And Su Yong must have said, it's all right, it's almost there, you're holding on. As for the final result, Acurolia did not stay on the boat, but changed into a dragon form, and he flew with the boat by himself. Although the process was very boring and tedious, there was no way to do it. In Acunorlia's eyes, enduring a few days of boredom is 100 times better than seasickness, even 1,000 times. How long will it take to arrive? On the deck of the ship, Su Yong, who was lying on the deck chair, took off his sunglasses, turned his head to look in the direction of Sabo and Koala, and said quietly. When Sabo heard this, he quickly took out the map from his arms, spread it out, and analyzed it for a while before answering. The sea area we are traveling now is already the area of the island. At this speed, we will be able to land smoothly in less than an hour. Will Ace leave? Su Yong asked again. What he was most worried about was not when he would arrive, but when he arrived, Ace ran away. So, this trip is a waste of money, and Acunorlia also fainted the boat for 2 days. Hearing Su Yang's words, Sabo smiled faintly at Su Yong, and then said slowly, don't worry, Mr. Su Yong, as long as Ace leaves, the Revolutionary Army will tell us about the disappearance as soon as possible. 35. That's good. Su Yong stretched, yawned, raised his head, glanced at Acurolia, who was soaring in the sky behind him, put on his sunglasses again, and continued to lie down in a daze. Sabo and Koala looked back and whispered. They have a good relationship. Listening to Koala's words, Sabo also revealed a satisfied smile. Yeah, Ace seems to have made a very good choice, and he also has a group of very strong teammates. 39. As soon as these words fell, the phone bug that Sabo was carrying started ringing. Advertisement. Blublu. Blood. Sabo didn't hesitate, and soon took out the phone bug and connected it. Before waiting for Sabo to ask what was going on, the other side spoke anxiously. Sabo, Chief of Staff, the Ace you were looking for left the island more than half an hour ago. Sabo's face was slightly gloomy when he heard this. Why did he tell me now? Where did his route depart? Sorry, our capabilities are also limited, and our intelligence personnel will not track them at any time, because it would be too easy to expose. As for the route, we do not have a master. The Revolutionary Army intelligence personnel over there moved towards Sabo explained. After hearing the news, Sabo was depressed, but he did not blame the intelligence personnel of the Revolutionary Army, because what they said made sense. Their intelligence network is very secretive, usually they collect intelligence from all over the world, and they are good at tracking people. 0 for flowers. Well, I see. 35. Sabo sighed softly, hung up the phone bug in his hand, and looked at Koala helplessly. I just finished talking. I didn't expect something to go wrong. It's really a headache. Koala pouted her face, and then sighed softly, comforting. Although it is quite embarrassing. But, there is no way to do it, so I can only tell Su-Yong truthfully. 99. As soon as Koala's voice fell, Su-Yong stood up from the reclining chair and spoke. Needless to say, I've heard your phone bug so loud. Advertisement. Although things are not going well, but, there is no way to do things. Su-Yang's heart does not have any turbulence, but suffers from a curolia, who fainted for 2 days. Then what are you going to do? 35 Sabo asked. Show me your map. Su-Yong didn't answer Sabo's words, but asked instead. Uh-huh. Sabo nodded, then handed Su-Yong his map. Su-Yong glanced at it. Ace met Blackbeard's group on Banaro Island. According to the map, the island he set off from was still a long way from Banaro Island. Although there are many routes to Banaro Island, in general, the most recent voyage will be selected. Through Su-Yang's judgment, he decided to choose the most likely route. In this respect, their luck is quite good, because continuing to move forward is the best route. Keep driving. Su-Yong murmured, then handed the map to Sabo, who then lay down on the reclining chair again. If you go back, there is absolutely no hope, but if you move on, there is still a high chance that you will meet Ace. After about 10 minutes, on the sea, a fireboat was approaching Su-Yang's ship at a very fast speed. On the fireboat was a young man with black hair, a normal complexion, and Madara, a bird on his cheeks. And he, exactly what Su-Yong is looking for, Ace. Advertisement. 113 It's so nice that you're not dead. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Su-Yang's boat and Ace's fireboat sailed a short distance in the same sea area at the same time, Ace had already discovered Su-Yang's boat. According to normal circumstances, ordinary ships Ace would not take it to heart. If he was hungry, then he would secretly board the ship to find some food. However, when he saw the flag above, which was the logo of the Whitebeard pirates, he was stunned. What's the matter? Is it Papa's ship? No. It shouldn't be. How could the ship under the command of the father come here? Could it be? Is it a fake? Having said that, Ace can basically conclude that the ship of the Whitebeard pirates ahead is a fake. 447. Because. The ships of the Whitebeard pirates will not appear in this sea area. Although it is said that the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates are also in the first half of the Grand Line, they will not hang the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, but the flag of their own pirates. Through this, Ace dared to conclude at once that the guy in front of him was a fake Whitebeard pirate. It's just bad luck for you to meet me. Ace murmured, and then used his devil fruit ability to increase the energy of his fireboat, and the speed suddenly soared. Many quickly sailed in the direction of Su-Yang's ship. Su-Yang sighed. At this time, he was already asleep on the reclining chair. Advertisement. Some of the other crew members were fighting landlords, while others were sleeping in the boat. As for Sabo and Koala, they are also in the boat at the moment. The reason why they can be so relaxed is naturally because there is someone who is observing the surrounding situation anytime, anywhere. Akunoralia. Su-Yong. Accompanied by the fall of this voice, Akurolia, who had transformed into a dragon, flew over the ship and shouted towards Su-Yong below. Su-Yong slowly opened his eyes, then sat up, took off his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes, and said sleepily, "What's wrong?" Akurolia. Before Akurolia could speak, Su-Yong had already noticed it. Following that, he quickly got up and walked to the ship's guardrail. As he looked around, a figure had already descended from the sky. Landed on the deck of the ship. I'm sorry to bother you, but I can't accept you doing some shameful things in the name of Whitebeard, because I don't allow anyone to defile the Whitebeard pirates. 35. While speaking, Ace adjusted his hat. Because of the landing, he had to turn his back to Su-Yong at the moment. After hearing Ace's words, Su-Yong was also confused, and finally, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ace, what the hell are you talking about? When Ace heard it, it seemed that the voice was a little familiar. He turned around immediately, and then his pupils shrank violently. Su-Yong, why are you here? Ace said incredulously. Advertisement. Do you need to ask? Of course, I came here to find you. Su-Yong said, leaning back against the guardrail, and put his hands on it by the way. Looking for me for what? 35. Ace looked puzzled, and at this moment, Sabo in the boat seemed to have heard the movement, so he hurried out. Long time no. Ace. Sabo came out and recognized Ace on the deck at a glance. And Ace also heard the sound and looked around, but he looked at Sabo a little familiar, but he didn't recognize it. Because, in his memory, Sabo already died many years ago. Therefore, I would never have thought that the one standing in front of me was my former sworn brother, Sabo.0. Ace glanced at Sabo, then turned to look at Su Yong, and said, "Why does this guy look so familiar, but I don't remember this guy on our boat." Su Yong leaned against the guardrail of the boat and just watched silently without making a sound. "Have you forgotten me so soon? Ace. You are." Before the word, "who?" Sabo took off his hat and looked at Ace with a smile on his face. And when Ace saw Sabo's whole face, his heart suddenly moved, and many memories of him, Sabo and Luffy flashed through his mind. Advertisement. Then, Ace choked up and looked at Sabo in disbelief. His eyes were already wet, and he stood there sluggishly, a little overwhelmed. Seeing Ace's expression, Sabo continued to speak. "You're not like that, Ace." Saw. Sabo. Ace shouted with a hint of hoarseness, and in the next second, all the bewilderment in front of him seemed to disappear without a trace at this moment. He took a step, rushed directly to Sabo, hugged him, and said choked, "I thought. 4.6. Thought you were dead. You are not dead. Wow, that's really nice." Sabo just sighed softly, as if all the bitterness in his heart and some past sorrows were spit out. How can I die, Ace? Luffy finds out. Will be very happy for sure. Well, I miss Luffy a lot too. Su Yong just leaned against the boat guardrail quietly, and did not disturb Ace and Sabo's encounter. He grinned and said lightly, "Maybe. I have fulfilled the wishes of all the sea fans back then." Advertisement. 114. It's not a waste of time, but I got the summoning fragments, please complete the order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Just like that, Su Yong stood by and watched Ace chat with Sabo for a long time. He wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, the first half of the Grand Line was for experience, and the second was because of Whitebeard's instructions to come to Ace. As for the first one, he felt that the experience was enough, and now that Ace has been found, the purpose of this trip is basically completed. And Ace, who was chatting, seemed to finally think of something, and said to Sabo while looking at Su Yong. "Sabo, come, let me introduce to you, this is a member of the 1st Division of our Whitebeard Pirates, Su Yong." Note: Su Yong was the 1st Division before the 17th Division was established. Players. Obviously, after hearing Ace's words, Sabo obviously paused, and then said with a smile, "Ace, how long have you left the Whitebeard Pirates? Besides, don't you read newspapers?" When Ace listened to Sabo's words, he wasn't stupid, he quickly got the clue, and felt that there was something in some words. What happened 10? What happened? 35. Sabo just smiled slightly, then looked at Su Yong and said to Ace, "Let me introduce you, this is the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Su Yong." Quote. The 17th Division. After hearing that, Ace paused for a while. He really didn't know what happened in New World, because he focused all his attention on chasing Blackbeard. When did Dad set up the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? I don't even know. Ace's face was full of shock. Advertisement. It's been a while. Su Yong stood on the other side and responded to Ace's words without a word. "It's all to blame for that guy Teach. If it weren't for him, you would be promoted to captain, and I would definitely be there. Although I couldn't congratulate you at the time, but now I can. Congratulations, Su Yong, on becoming the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates." Su Yong smiled lightly, and then said softly, "Thanks." 35. After pausing for a while, Su Yong simply stated his purpose for coming to Ace. "This time, I was instructed by Whitebeard to let me help you and bring that fellow Teach back." Dad. When Ace heard the 3 words Whitebeard, his eyes flashed slightly, and the smile that was on his face just now disappeared without a trace at this moment. He was silent for a few seconds, and then said calmly, "Did Dad make a special trip for you to help me?" Su Yong shook his head, and then said calmly, "Don't get me wrong, the 17th Division was just established, and I said that I would go outside to practice, and then Whitebeard asked me to help you by the way." Hearing Su Yang's words, Ace breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was his father who was afraid he couldn't handle it, so he called Su Yong over to help him. For dignity, Ace is more concerned. Advertisement. You go back and tell my dad, I'll take that guy back with Teach myself. With my help, Ace, bring Teach back, you will be more smooth. Su Yong reminded. In the original book, Ace went to find Teach alone, was defeated by Teach, and then handed it over to Marine, which finally triggered the Summit War, and the Whitebeard pirates also went to ruin because of this. Whitebeard is kind to Su Yong, so Su Yong doesn't want such a thing to happen, but he wants Whitebeard to die. It's repaying Whitebeard for taking care of him over the years. Su Yong, you are the captain of the 17th Division, and I am the captain of the 2nd Division. Teach is my team member. It is my fault that I did not manage him well. Now, if something like this happens, if I don't take him back to my father, I will be ashamed of my father's care all these years. 99. Ace said categorically that he didn't want Su Yang's help. Teach killed his companions, and as the captain, he also considered himself responsible. The best way to compensate for this responsibility is to take Teach back with your own hands. Su Yong looked at Ace's firm eyes, and he felt that it was useless to say more. However, if Whitebeard hadn't told himself, Su Yong really didn't want to participate in such a thing. Do you honestly eat, drink, and play? Su Yong spread out his hands, and then said casually, whatever you want, I wish I could be more relaxed. Ace, just let Su Yong follow you, and things will go a lot better this way. Advertisement. At this time, Sabo on the side spoke up, because he clearly knew Su Yang's strength. As long as Su Yong shot, things would be 100% successful. Sabo, you don't understand. I don't want other teams to interfere with our 2nd Division. Ace retorted. Stop, this topic ends here. 447, but, Ace, I still have to persuade you. Be careful, that Teach guy is not as simple as you think. Su Yong said everything that should be said, and did everything that should be done. Since Ace doesn't need it, Su Yong naturally won't force anything. Anyway, even if it follows the development of the original work. Su Yong still has 100% confidence to change the outcome of Summit War. As for the result of Ace, Su Yong didn't care. However, just as Su Yang's voice fell, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. Detect nearby summon fragments. As soon as the system's voice fell, Su Yong saw with his own eyes that the summoning fragment fell from Ace's body. Seeing this scene, Su Yong was overjoyed. It seemed that the search for Ace was not a loss, and the summoning fragment was dropped when he found it. Next, everyone did not continue the topic. After Ace came here, as a teammate, he still held a grand dinner. As for the summoning, Su Yong is not in a hurry, because there are a few outsiders on this boat. Advertisement. 115 new team member Rem, packaged for Ram. Please order all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Time flies, a few days have passed. Naval Headquarters. Conference room. Just yesterday, the fleet of the Beast's pirates fought against the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates, and neither side suffered much. According to the information from the Master of Information, Whitebeard and Kaido were not involved. The above is the information of our Marine Master, Marshal Sengoku. 35. A man with eyes and a piece of intelligence material in his hand is reading. Call. Crane, who was sitting on the side, sighed softly, and then said calmly, it seems that things are still a little different from what we imagined, but I didn't expect that Kaido guy could hold his breath. Really? Sengoku nodded too. He thought that after Kaido got the news that Jack and Quinn were killed, he would be eager to find Whitebeard's troubles. But, a few days have passed, there has been no major movement from Kaido, and as the protagonist of this incident, the Whitebeard pirates naturally cannot take the initiative to find trouble with Kaido. You can't kill other people's confidant admiral, but also take the initiative to attack others, and then find a strange reason like, when I killed your confidant admiral, my hand was swollen. What's more, Whitebeard's ambitions are not very big, he doesn't want to be the pirate king, what he wants, is just, family. Therefore, he is even less likely to take the initiative to find Kaido. Hey, is it possible? We tried our best to exaggerate the news, but the bamboo basket was empty. He said a little helplessly. No, such a good opportunity can't be wasted like this. Sengoku muttered, his eyes flashed slightly, as if he already had a plan in his mind. Are you going to do this? Sengoku. Advertisement. Even if they don't take the initiative, then, as a third party, Marine, we have to find some opportunities to push their contradictions. 35 Sengoku said slowly. Such an opportunity is not easy to find, degree. I know, but it's better than sitting around and doing nothing. Su Yang sighed. Since finding Ace, they have stayed on the nearest island. And Sabo left at noon the next day on the island, because they still had things to deal with. As for Ace, he also said goodbye to Su Yang just now, and went on to look for Teach. As for Su Yang, everything has been completed, so he is not in a hurry to go to sea, but intends to be stationed on this island for a while. Host. Su Yang. Binding. Whitebeard Pirates Episode 17. Abilities. Tough Body. Conqueror's Hockey. Conqueror's Hockey awaits awakening. Special abilities. Wood Style Awakened. Sage Body. 8 Inner Gates Modified version 30%, with the increase of unlocking degree. Use will reduce the loss of body. 100% will be no damage. The final gate will open fixed consumption of physical strength, does not consume vitality. Note. The damaged body will appear after a day. Summoning value. 0.01 dropped by random people or things encountered in host. Characters summoned. Uchiha Madara, 55%, Diablo, 40%, Ace Kano, 43%, Tornado, 38%, Giorno Chopper, 35%, Akunorlia, 30%. The unlocking progress does not affect the moves. When the unlocking progress reaches 60, it will reach the peak strength of the original world. If it exceeds 60, the summoned character will surpass the peak strength of the original world. The unlocking progress is related to several events. The host increases the strength, the summoned learns the world ability, and the summoned improves by himself. Warehouse. Summoning Fragments X1. Su Yang glanced at it roughly, and the unlocking degree of various abilities has improved a little, and the unlocking degree of the team members has also improved a little. Advertisement. The only pity is that the summoning fragment dropped this time as just an ordinary summoning fragment. However, fortunately, Su Yang's pursuit of strength is not as high as before. After taking his eyes back, Su Yang entered the command system. Use summoning fragments. Open black lens bracket ding. Are you sure to use the summoning fragment? Close black lens bracket. Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the successful use of host, and get 100 summoning points. Close black lens bracket. System. Summon. Ding. Command received. Calling. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Summon successfully. Consumes 100 summoning points. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting Rem from Re-0 starting life in Otherworld. Close black lens bracket. Rem. Su Yang paused, then a smile spread across his face. Yes, Su Yang is no stranger to Rem. She is the twin maid sister who works for Rosewell and Amelia in Rosewell's mansion in the original Otherworld life from scratch. She is omnipotent in housework and has the ability of ghosts, but because the twins only have only corners. Mainly, Rem is omnipotent in housework, and since then, he can also take turns cooking with Emily and Anna in the future, and the most enjoyable of them is naturally Su Yang and the others, who can enjoy delicious food every day. Although I have suffered a lot when I first came to the world of pirates, but now, how miserable it was in the past, how happy it is now. Advertisement. Just as Su Yang was thinking about it, suddenly, the sound of the system rang in his ears again. Ding. There is a special situation in the summoning, and it is detected that the summoner is a multi-life body. Close black lens bracket. In many bodies. Su Yang paused, but soon a guess appeared in his mind. Could it be because Rem and Rem are twins, so the system detects that they are multiple life forms? Ding. Please make a choice for the host, this summoner. Rem. The other half of the life form, Ram. Ding. The system can remove the other half of the life form, Mojao, does the host need it? Close black lens bracket. What happens if you don't remove it? Su Yang asked back. Ding. If you don't remove it, it will be summoned together with the other half of the life form, and the price will be to consume 100 summoning points again. Close black lens bracket. Single quote. Su Yang rolled his eyes and thought that Ram would pack it and deliver it, but he didn't expect that the price would be to consume 100 summoning points again. However, the twins are twice as happy, which Su Yang still thinks is worth it. But, the problem is, my current summoning value is not enough. Ding. Host, don't worry, Consume it today, just make up the deduction next time, it is equivalent to credit. Negative. Can I still have this operation? Can I take more credit? Su Yong asked with great interest. Ding. You are dreaming host, only in special circumstances. Closing square bracket. Advertisement. 116 Peaceful life this month required. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yong smiled lightly, but he didn't care too much in his heart. All in all, the same sentence, having twins is double the joy. If only Rem came, Su Yong would feel that something was missing. Although the next time you need to deduct 100 points of summon value. However, for Su Yong, he still made a lot of money. Just when Su Yong felt that he had made a lot of money, suddenly, a white light came out of Su Yang's body and fell to the side. Immediately after, the white light was divided into two groups, and the two groups slowly turned into human figures. Although there was no color yet, Su Yong could see two attractive bodies, accompanied by two human figures. Light opened his eyes. The white light body is being torn apart at a speed that can be seen with the naked eye, followed by pieces falling to the ground. The next second, what caught Su Yang's eyes were two wearing black aprons and white hats on their heads. The two of them are about 154 centimeters tall. Rem has big eyes and pink lips, and her face is cute even though her outline is not very clear. The hairstyle is neck-length short hair, the color is blue, and Ram is pink. However, the dividing line between Rem and Ram's hair is different. Rem 447's is the front left C to cover her right eye, and Ram's hair is different. It is the left eye. Anyway, except for the direction of the bangs, hair color and eye color, Rem and Ram look almost exactly the same. However, it is worth mentioning that Rem's breasts are fuller than his sister Ram's. Advertisement. Moreover, the Rem and Ram seen in reality are far cuter and more attractive than what Su Yong once saw on the screen. Rem and Ram, who had regained consciousness, stood where they were, blinking their clear eyes, and looking at Su Yong who was standing in front of them. And Su Yang's eyes were also looking at Rem and Ram, and everyone was silent, making the surrounding atmosphere weird. Is something on my face? Su Yong couldn't help it anymore and asked. Rem and Ram shook their heads at the same time and responded. Lord Su Yong, no. Anyway, let's continue with that opening sentence. Ram, welcome you to a whole new world. Su Yong smiled and said softly. Rem and Ram nodded their heads lightly, the two of them seemed to be very curious about this kind of crossing into another world. In the future, please give me more advice, Mr. Su Yong. Okay, now, I'll take you to meet the other partners, they are all from different worlds just like you. Su Yong said, turned around, and walked towards the inside of the boat. Rem and Ram were stunned for a moment, then took steps and followed. Sister, have you heard that there are people from other worlds like us? Rem said while walking, moving her pink lips slightly. Well, Rem, I heard it, it's really incredible. Ram responded softly. Advertisement. However, Lord Su Yong, are you the same? Rem looked at Su Yang's tall figure and asked. Su Yong paused for a while, then continued to walk forward, smiling lightly. Yeah, just like Ram, I came here from another world. Next, it was Su Yong who introduced Rem and Ram to other summoners. However, everyone seems to be used to it, and they are not surprised by the two newcomers. Only Emily and Anna were confused. Rem and Ram's personalities are not as colorful as those of the previous summoners, 8-Gate, nor do they have any eccentricities like Acronoria, who disdain human communication. The two of them have relatively gentle personalities, so in less than a day, their relationship with most people has improved a lot. As for the special one, the progress is average. If they communicated normally, it is estimated that they are almost the same. However, after landing on the shore, they can move freely throughout the whole process, so most of the time, no one can be seen. Happy times always go by quickly. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month has passed. Since finding Ace, Su Yong has not been out to sea again. Instead, stay on the island and enjoy a moment of peace. As for the other members of the ship, they all had a career on the island. Su Yong wasn't very interested in what they were doing, but he heard it from their mouths. Advertisement. Giorno Chopper, Ace Kano, and Tornado have jointly established a casino, which is said to be to pay back Uchiha Madara's 3 billion Baileys. Note. Later, Tornado bet with Uchiha Madara again, and obviously lost the bet again, and Ace Kano and Giorno Chopper owed Tornado again, and finally the three of them stayed together and started a casino. As for Uchiha Madara, Diablo, and Su Yang, I don't know what they were doing on the island during this time, but they were rarely seen anyway. Of course, there's another one, Acnerolia, that guy took a phone bug and left a message, notify me when you leave. Then disappeared. As for Su Yang, he enjoys it quite a bit, except for the occasional practice, and then he drinks, and when he gets back on the boat, he enjoys the food made by Emily, Anna, Rem, and Ram. However, of course, there are also sacrifices to enjoy. The four little girls always take Su Yang to go shopping together. Every time, the people around will cast an envious look at Su Yang. For example, this guy is really happy to be hugging these four superb women. God, please give me a woman of this kind, even if the child is not his own, it doesn't matter. I really envy this guy. At such a young age, he has such a superb woman, which makes people jealous when they see him. It's also two shoulders with a head on it. Why? Why can he live so well, while I'm still worrying about the money and salt of my life? Etc., etc. In this case, there are many little boys, and Su Yang can't remember. Recommend a friend's new pirate book, and if you are interested, you can go to Bind the Revolutionary Army, get Dragon Slayer magic at the start, or search for the author's code name Pirate. Advertisement. 117 The big news that shakes the world. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the deck of the ship. Su Yang just finished his training, and then stood on the guardrail of the boat with a glass of juice in his hand, enjoying the taste of the juice while blowing the sea breeze. Lord Su Yang. Lord Su Yang. 9. At this time, Anna came over with her bare feet happily carrying a stack of freshly prepared snacks. She was wearing a pink maid outfit today, with two small pigtails braided by Rem for her, wobbly and even cute when she trotted. Su Yang turned his head and looked at Anna, who was approaching him step by step thoughtfully. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now I look closely. Su Yang found that Anna's figure is very good, slender white legs, the concave, the convex instead of convex, and the skin is white, tender and smooth. Su Yang touched it. With this figure, plus her own appearance, if the full score is 10 points, Anna will be stable with 9 points. Seeing the dessert in Anna's hand, Su Yang already understood what was going on. Hey, Mr. Su Yang, have a taste. This is the fruit dessert I made with Mrs. Rem and the others. With a soft smile, Anna stretched out her slender hand and carefully picked up a piece. A small mouth like a sakura peach pouted slightly, and then blew it gently before reaching towards Su Yang's mouth. It's just out of the oven, it's still a little hot, I'll blow it for you. Advertisement. Just after Su Yang ate it, Anna smiled and looked at him with expectant eyes and continued to ask, how is it, how is it, how is the taste? Lord Su Yang. Not bad, but a little too sweet. Su Yang responded, and he didn't know if his body had changed since he came to this world or something. Now, no matter how much Su Yang eats, his weight is very balanced. Is it too sweet? Anna murmured, then picked up one by herself, put it in her mouth, nodded, and smiled sweetly. It is indeed a little sweet. 35. Saying that, she let Su Yang hold the plate for a while, then she took out a mini notebook around her waist, bit the cap off, and then rustled and recorded something. After writing, he put the notebook back in the distance, brought the plate, and said with a smile, Sir Su Yang, wait, we did it for you again. Su Yang shook his head. He didn't really pick on this kind of thing. He held the contents of the plate and said gently, no, it's okay. Then, well, Mr. Su Yang, there will be no such simple mistakes next time. By the way, Anna, your family still doesn't know you are safe. Su Yang asked casually. Speaking of family members, Anna's expression became a little complicated. Seeing that Anna didn't speak, Su Yang continued, go back and report to safety. Then can I come back? Anna lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Su Yang. Advertisement. Su Yang smiled slightly, stroked Anna's head, and then said softly, look at you, if you want to come back, we also welcome you, if you don't come back, I won't say anything. Having said that, Su Yang paused for a while, then continued, I'll take you back, it's not too far from Azrat Island. Su Yong felt that there was nothing to do on his side anyway, and since Anna and Emily got on the boat, they have been working diligently and have done a lot for Su Yong and the others. When she heard Su Yong say this, Anna burst into tears of joy, and then said, "Of course I will come back, because Lord Su Yong is also my family. I like it here, I like Lord Su Yong, I like it here." A feeling of Su Yong continued to touch Anna's head and instructed, "Go and tell Emily, then prepare, and by the way ask Rem and Ram if they are going." Luo. Uh-huh. Anna nodded, then turned around, and ran in a hurry, then just a few steps away, ran over again and handed the plate to Su Yong. "Sir Su Yong, you eat first. You girl, when you are happy, you become careless when you do things. 0 for flowers. Sorry, Lord Su Yong, I'm so happy. Okay, let's go." Compared with the tranquility on Su Yang's side, Marine's side was not calm, and Sengoku immediately called an emergency meeting at the Holy Land Mariajoy. Advertisement. And, this time, basically all of the Marine heavyweights were there. Sengoku took a prepared document, stood in the C position, and then reported to everyone present. Just yesterday, the Blackbeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach, handed over the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the 2nd Division, Ace to the world government in exchange for the Shichibukai position. When Sengoku said this, everyone present was shocked who didn't know the content. Of course, whoever reacted the most would undoubtedly be Garp sitting in the corner. Whitebeard, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. This guy called Marshal D. Teach really threw a hot piece of taro at our marine. Yeah, if the guys from the Whitebeard Pirates found out, wouldn't they have to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy again? Or the naval headquarters? That's right, the last time the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy, the loss of the world government was obvious to all. 35. That's right, if you really push the Whitebeard guy, I'm afraid, it's not the 17th Division, but the entire Whitebeard Pirates. This guy Ace is a ticking time bomb now. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku interjected. Yes, you are right, Ace is indeed a ticking time bomb now, but it is also a good thing that can change the current situation. If you are recommending another friend's pirate book, if you are interested, you can also read, I. Marine Boss, just you want to be a Poseidon. Advertisement. 118. A huge storm is coming. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Most of the people looked at him thoughtfully after hearing Sengoku's words. Of course, there are people who have understood his guest purpose without expressing his intention clearly in Sengoku. And these people, of course, are Sengoku's old partners, Garp and Crane. But Garp doesn't want to express any opinion on this matter. After all, although Ace has no blood relationship to him, Garp has long regarded Ace as his grandson. May I ask, who would help others to make plans to harm their grandson? Even though Garp is a marine hero, he cannot be selfless at this moment. When Sengoku mentioned this, he reminded himself all the time, the old man is a marine. Quote. 447. But Crane, it's different, he has nothing to do with Ace, and naturally he will wholeheartedly plan to let Ace play to the best interest he can do for marine. BWGB. B. You're trying to. With Ace as a pawn, let us marine find a reason to intervene, so as to push the beast's pirates who have been doing nothing. Suru held the teacup on the table and looked at Sengoku with a complicated expression. Advertisement. Sengoku felt a little emotional about Crane's answer. As expected of someone who had partnered with him before, he could guess what he was thinking at a glance. I saw Sengoku nodded. Xiaohei is right, the ace sent by Blackbeard this time is just the right time. The newspapers have reported this matter wantonly, and the people of the Whitebeard Pirates will naturally react to it. Blackbeard has special care, and we marine are passively accepted, and their spearheads will not go to great lengths to find us. And we can do what we need to do. Once the Whitebeard Pirates want to rescue Ace, then the Beast's pirates will never waste such a good opportunity to attack. When most of the people heard this, it seemed as if they had opened up the two veins of Ren and Du, and suddenly realized it. Yo, as expected of Mr. Sengoku, the ace pawn is really perfect, so the Whitebeard Pirates are in a dilemma. Kizaru looked at him with a look of admiration, but there was no turmoil inside. The most important thing, it's still up to the Beast's pirates guys. If things go well, we can unplug them both, and even if things don't go well, we can deal with one. 35 Sengoku said in a deep voice. Road. Akainu, who was beside him, was silent, and his eyes occasionally glanced at Garp. The reason is naturally that only a very few people know about the relationship between Garp and Ace, and what Sengoku said, Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King. In addition to the damage caused to him by the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment, Akainu now hates Ace to the point of ultimate. If it wasn't for Sengoku to use him as a pawn, it is estimated that he might really take care of Ace privately. But Akainu is not stupid. He has a good view of the overall situation, and conspiracy is naturally not bad. Waiting for the opportunity to destroy the Whitebeard group, he naturally won't cause too much trouble. Of course, there is another point, which is decided by the world government. Presumably, some people in this room already know the true identity of Ace. Sengoku said while looking at Garp, his eyes seemed to be in asked Garp for his opinion. Although Garp was very concerned, he acted indifferently. He relaxed the expression on his face and said with a hoarse voice. Don't pay attention to me, you can say whatever you want. Advertisement. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Sengoku, waiting for his answer. Sengoku took a deep breath, and then said calmly, Ace's father is One Piece, Gall D. Roger. As soon as these words came out, some Marine officers who didn't know about it suddenly froze. See, One Piece's son. It's incredible. That year. Wasn't it already executed back then? Why is this guy who inherited the most evil blood still alive in the world? Sengoku did not explain too much to them, but said, another plan of the world government is to use the identity of Ace to lure out other members of the Roger Pirates, and then kill them all. Obviously, world government and Marine have played the Ace pawn to ultimate point zero. At the same time, New World, on the Moby Dick. Marco hurriedly came to Whitebeard. His face was extremely solemn at this moment, and the hands holding the newspaper were trembling slightly at this moment. Old. Dad. Big. Something is bad. Nyen. Hearing the sound, Whitebeard glanced at Marco, and seeing his expression, an uneasy feeling sprouted from the depths of his heart. However, as their captain and dad, Whitebeard was only allowed to bring out the best of himself. Advertisement. Therefore, he suppressed any inappropriate expression on his face and said with a smile, Marco, you stinky boy, what are you doing in a hurry? Even if it is a big thing, your father and I Whitebeard are here. What are you afraid of? Even if Whitebeard said this, Marco's face still had a sad look on his face, and he said, Dad. Ace. Ace was handed over to the world government by that bastard Teach. Whitebeard, who was originally calm, gradually showed anger in his eyes after hearing the two keywords Teach and Ace. Marco. What did you say? That guy T4.6 gave the Ace to the world government. Teach. Teach that bastard again. Yes, Dad. Marco nodded in response. This time, Whitebeard was silent. Now, the situation is not in his favor. On the one hand, the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates are currently in a state of incompatibility, and the two forces are only one chance away from fighting. And now, something like this happened to Ace again. If you don't save it, it's definitely impossible, but once saved, Beast's pirates will definitely not give up such an opportunity. Now, Whitebeard feels that the Whitebeard pirates will usher in the biggest test since its establishment. Advertisement. 119 This is a man and 4 women dating. Please ask for full order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Dad, what are we going to do now? Are we going to save Ace from the world government's upheaval, or first deal with the Beast's pirates? Marco asked anxiously. Whitebeard's sharp and gentle eyes just wrapped Marco inside. However, Juju couldn't say a word, because he knew that the world government's wanton propaganda had already made a good deal on their behalf, waiting for Whitebeard to jump into the pit. In the rear, the Beast's pirates naturally would not give up such a good opportunity, and would definitely attack from the rear. If one is not handled well, the Whitebeard pirates will be destroyed. Whitebeard felt that it was nothing to sacrifice himself, after all, his body was almost exhausted. But, my sons and crew, their wonderfulness has just begun. Of course, when he was young, Whitebeard naturally wouldn't have so many concerns. But now, his body does not allow him to do so. Taking back the anger in his heart and calming himself down, Whitebeard said with a hint of helplessness in his tone, Marco, Ace will definitely save us, but we still have that bastard Kaido behind us, so we need to think long-term and come up with a solution. Perfect way. I listen to you, Dad. Advertisement. Now, you are sending some people to find Su Yong. Let him bring his 17th division back to the Whitebeard pirates, and let me all the pirates affiliated to the Whitebeard pirates wait for my notice. When the time came, we immediately shot. Got it, Dad. The same as New World, one of the four emperors, Kaido's side. Kaido was overjoyed after hearing the news. From what he knew about Whitebeard, he naturally knew that if Ace was not rescued, he would not fight with himself. Of course, he didn't mean to be afraid of Whitebeard, the reason why Kaido didn't act these days. On the one hand, there is no news of Su Yong, on the other hand, he has not found a chance to deal with New World's Whitebeard. Of course, another important reason is that he is waiting for his power to expand. Edward Newgate, what do you choose now? If you fight with me first, no matter whether you win or lose, you will not be able to save Ace from the world government. 99. But, you have to save Ace first, and it's a dead end, because I won't let you succeed at all. I'll attack you directly from behind, so that you can take care of the front, but not the back, and eventually go to destruction. Ha 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 ha. 95. It is also the base of the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks. Shanks looked at the newspaper and couldn't calm down for a long time. The thing he had been most worried about finally happened. If Whitebeard had let go of his prejudices and accepted his own advice, things like today would never have happened. Boss, don't be sad, since things have already happened, there is nothing we can do about it, we can only accept it. Advertisement. That's right, boss, some things are fundamentally under our control, and the only thing we control is how to let this uncontrollable thing develop to the result we want to see. Let's all talk a little less. How can the boss not know? If I guessed correctly, he is trying to deal with it now. Ben Beckman reminded. So boss, what are you going to do? Shanks frowned slightly, muttered the name Teach in his mouth, then put away the newspaper, put it aside, and finally pressed it with the small stone beside him. We'll have to see what's going on with Whitebeard, and then see what we're going to do. The next day, Azrat Island. A passenger ship slowly entered the port, and the crowd walked down from the ship chatting and laughing. Most of the people in the ship came here for tourism, so when they got off the ship, the small merchants on the island pushed small pushers. The car was shouting about its own products. It's finally here. Su Yong walked to the guardrail and glanced around. It looked quite prosperous here. I didn't expect. We can return here one day, right, Anna? 39 Emily said to Anna with tears in her eyes. Today, whether it's Anna, Emily, or Rem and Ram, they're not wearing maid outfits, but a classy dress. In terms of appearance, with their outfits, they're going up. However, Su Yong felt that they were more attractive in maid outfits. All of this is given to us by Lord Su Yong. Advertisement. Okay, let's go home quickly, I'll go shopping with Rem and the others. Su Yong said calmly. 35. Obviously, after hearing what 447 said to Su Yong, Anna and Emily were both stunned. They looked at each other with eyes, and finally said in unison to Su Yong hesitantly. Lord Su Yong, won't you go back with us? Su Yong paused, then smiled and said, what am I going to do, so as not to disturb your family reunion? Don't forget, I am a pirate. Su Yong said, stroking Anna's head with one hand and Emily's head with the other. But Emily and Anna also raised their heads, and then said with a smile, hee, Su Yong, we are also pirates. Su Yong was stunned. There's nothing wrong with that. You two little girls, you have to tell me to watch your beautiful reunion, and then I'm so confused. Hey, forget it, anyway, I don't know what's interesting about Azrat Island, let's go with you then. Just as Su Yong was about to leave, Rem tugged at his sleeve with her slender hands, and then said softly, Sir Su Yong, that hairpin looks good. Advertisement. 120 Young man, you are crazy, that is a pirate, please order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yang's eyes flashed slightly, and his eyes followed the direction that Rem pointed. There are various hairpins hanging on a cart not far away. However, in Su Yang's experience, these are generally a products. Except for the beautiful style, other aspects are not good. Worth to talk about. However, a product is a product, since Rem likes it, he doesn't think it's okay. Only, Su Yang's eyes fell on Rem's blue hair, and then whispered, you can't use your short hair. Rem nodded lightly. Sir Su Yong is right, Rem's hair is too short to be tied up. Well, When your hair grows, I'll give you a hairpin that's even prettier than the one on this cart. Su Yang squinted and held Rem's hair with one hand. Hearing Su Yang's words, Rem's heart blossomed, and she was in a very good mood. She stretched out her slender pinky finger with a sweet smile on her face. Pull the hook. Su Yang smiled when he saw Rem's behavior. If he remembered correctly, there should be no such thing in the world where Rem lives. Okay, if I lie to you, Su Yang is a puppy. However, no matter where she learned it from, Su Yang still stretched out her little finger and clasped it with Rem's. Advertisement. After pulling the tick, Rem showed a satisfied smile. Lord Su Yang, Ram also wants to. Then I'll pull the tick too. Quote. Then pull it. Su Yang went first to Emily's house, but it's a pity that Emily's house was empty. According to someone close to the door, Emily's younger brother was killed after the pirate invasion, and Emily's house was empty. Lee was taken away, her mother couldn't take the blow, and finally went crazy. Finally, his father took his mother and left here. When Anna learned of this, she hurried back, while Su Yang asked Rem, who was the only one who could fight, to follow him. If there was an emergency, she immediately called the phone bug to inform herself. Emily, if you escaped, don't walk around. Now that the pirates have not left, we also pay a high amount of protection fees every month, and the pirates have not continued to attack us, a scrawny old man, while sighing, asked Emily. Have you left yet? Su Yang murmured, but looked at Emily who was squatting on the ground crying, and the anger in her heart grew little by little. Of course, now he has made a decision just now. Yes, he is going to pacify this pirate group. Is there no country on this island? No army. Su Yang took his eyes back from Emily's body and looked at the old man in front of him. Advertisement. The old man gave a wry smile, looked at Su Yang with those cloudy eyes, and said helplessly, You are Emily's friend, so I might as well tell you bluntly, although the state says it wants to stop these pirates, but it's been a long time, and there is no movement at all. Moreover, some people speculate that the reason why the king of this country did not take action was because the pirates gave half of the plundered treasure to the royal family. When Su Yang heard this, he didn't have much trouble in his heart, because he had seen this kind of thing a lot. Then, why don't you leave here? When Su Yang said this, there was a kind of sadness in the eyes of the old man, which made Su Yang feel, things don't seem to be so simple. Of course, things are exactly as Su Yang guessed, Emily's parents did leave here. However, the process is that Emily's parents were looted by pirates as soon as they went to sea, and people were beaten badly. In the end, they didn't know if they survived. And the reason why the old man didn't tell the process is because he was afraid that Emily would be more sad. Grandpa Al. While wiping away her tears, Emily stood up with Ram's support. The old man named Al sighed softly again, and then said kindly, My child, you are suffering. 99. At this moment, Su Yang was finally angry enough to ultimate, for no other reason. If he couldn't handle this kind of thing well, then he would be ashamed that Emily had cooked so many delicious meals for him these days. Do you know where the pirates are? Su Yang asked the old man. Now, he doesn't want to hear what these pirates did before, all he has to do is to screw their heads off in the past, and then level the country. Of course, who doesn't know the inhabitants of the mainland island? Let me tell you, those guys are wandering around town all day long, you take Emily and leave quickly. The old man ordered. Advertisement. Su Yang was unmoved, he calmed the anger in his heart, and then continued, Take me over now. What are you doing, boy? Screw their heads off. The old man became numb when he heard it. You're crazy, boy, those guys are pirates, and their pirate group has thousands of people, and the captain's bounty is as high as 95 million Bailey. 99. The old man gestured with Su Yang with a serious face, looking at Su Yang's small body, he couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. He understands. Today's young people want to save face in front of their girlfriends. However, if ordinary things have to save face, that's fine. However, in such a matter of human life, if you still have to face the crime, you are simply courting death. It doesn't matter. Emily, persuade your man well. This is not a joke, life is at stake. The old man panicked and looked at Su Yang seriously. Of course, he wasn't worried about Su Yang's safety, just that he would drag Emily down. Grandpa Al, don't get me wrong. Emily was sobbing as she was busy explaining. Advertisement. 121 Su Yong. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry, please order all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I misunderstood what. His eyes are serious, it's true. The old man frowned and said hurriedly. Emily, persuade him. At this time, Ram, who was supporting Emily, spoke. Yes, yes, you persuade him. Don't ruin your beautiful life because of your recklessness. The old man continued. What I'm calling is, let him persuade you. Ram's mouth twitched a few times, and he was speechless for a while. 35. The old man paused and looked at a loss, while Su Yong frowned. If Emily hadn't called him Grandpa, Su Yong would have slapped him up and down and let him speak properly. Grandpa L, you can take Mr. Su Yong. He is very powerful. He is the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Emily explained earnestly. Pirates. As soon as he heard these two words, the old man paused, looked a little flustered, and took a few steps back subconsciously. Grandpa L, don't worry, Lord Su Yong won't hurt you. Emily quickly explained when she saw the old man's appearance. Then how many people are in your pirate group? I don't know, I don't count. It is estimated that the whole regiment has 447 or more than 1600. Hearing Su Yong say this, the old man was instantly happy. He felt that the people of this island were about to be saved. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call someone, I'll wait for you here. It's just us here. Advertisement. When Su Yong said this, the old man's expression felt that he was in heaven 1 second, and the next second, he felt that he was in hell. Can I get him to speak well? At this moment, Su Yong was a little impatient, and he really had nothing to do with such an old man who knew nothing. Ordinary people, who know the situation outside, just hear the 3 words Whitebeard, and they are horrified. Grandpa Al. Emily was also in a hurry at this moment. She was really afraid that Su Yong would slap him and let him calm down. Forget it. Goodbye. 35. Since the old man said that the local residents all know where the pirates are, there is no need for him to hold on to the old man. After leaving a sentence, Su Yong jumped up and disappeared, their sight at an extremely fast speed. I know. Emily, your man jumps very high. Grandpa Al. Azrat Island, on the street market of the town. Su Yong stood on the roof, looking down, and soon, he jumped again and jumped directly from the roof. Young people, do you want to be a hero? A little boy who was only about 10 years old turned his head after hearing this. He was wearing white short sleeves and colorful shorts, while licking a lollipop, snorting from time to time. He looked at Su Yong with a tugging face. Su Yong was quite speechless. He sighed inwardly. He planned to give up. He wanted to arrest anyone, and then beat him up for questioning. Advertisement. The reason why the target was placed on children who were not too old was because Su Yong felt that adults generally would not tell themselves and could only use violence to interrogate them. But Su Yong didn't plan to do that before. But now, Su Yong has changed his mind. However, just when Su Yong was about to turn around, the little boy said, of course, when I grow up, I want to be the strongest man who guards the island of Azrat and kill all the pirates. So, do you know where the pirates on the island are? Nonsense, of course I know. The little boy snorted and said firmly. Well, don't wait to grow up, I'll make you a hero now. 35. As Su Yong said, he grabbed the little boy and asked him to guide him. Although the front was frightened and cried, the crowd also thought that Su Yong was a human trafficker and shouted. However, Su Yong ignored it, grabbed the little boy and ran wildly while asking for directions. Big brother, I'm not a hero, let me go back. 39. No, you are right. Although he encountered some small twists and turns, under the guidance of the little boy, Su Yong successfully arrived at the location of the pirates. Boom. A sound. Su Yong fell directly from the sky and landed on the ground, and a plume of smoke rose rapidly. Leaning on the huge ship on the coast, a group of people looked at the sound in astonishment. What the hell fell out of the sky? No, I don't know. I didn't pay attention at all. I only heard a sound, and there was smoke and dust everywhere. Advertisement. Could it be? Is it a cannonball? Cannonballs. Damn, was it the damned guys in town? How daring. How long has it been since we forgot our dominance? Why don't you tell the boss? Take advantage of this, go to the town and do some fishing. This is not very good. After all, the boss made an agreement with the king. What are you afraid of? This is a special situation. Tisk tisk, it seems to make sense. 99. Sorry to interrupt, I'm in a hurry. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly turned their heads, and a tall man with a ponytail, handsome features, and a tall stature appeared in their field of vision. Yes, he is Su Yang, and it is the little boy who is holding Su Yang's thigh. However, at this moment, Su Yang could clearly feel that his whole body was shaking, and his face was shaking. Well, who is this guy? It does seem a little strange. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that I'm here to kill you. Huh, come to kill us. One of the men laughed jokingly, then took out the pistol at his waist and aimed it at Su Yang, and continued, I can't hear well with my ears, please say another word. 5. Su Yang ignored him. He slowly raised his right hand, and then flicked it lightly. A green light instantly penetrated into his body. Advertisement. 122 You made my crew cry, it's the death penalty. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the next second, I saw a wooden thorn pierced out of his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hot blood dripped on the deck of the ship. After a while, a huge tree stood on the deck of the ship. When the other pirates saw this scene, their pupils contracted violently, and after swallowing their saliva, they looked at Su Yang not far away with a terrified expression. What the hell did this guy do? It seems to be because of something that popped out of his finger just now. Damn, shouldn't this guy be demon fruit power? Should be. Cut. What's so great about demon fruit power? Our pirate group has thousands of people, and one person can drown him with a mouthful of saliva. Yes. Although they said so, Su Yang could still see the fear in their eyes. Of course, there are still some exceptions. Those should be newcomers who are not deep in the world. When they were fooled by the words of the old team members, they really thought that they could drown Su Yang with a mouthful of saliva. And as the news came out, more and more pirates came to the deck of the ship, and they looked at Su Yang because they were a little unclear. Hey, stinky boy, don't be too arrogant, but you are lucky, everyone in our pirate group is here today. The pirate said with a strange expression on his face. Smile. Advertisement. However, what he never expected was that after hearing what he said, Su Yang not only had no fear, but also showed a smile. He chuckled lightly. In that case, my luck is indeed very good. 35. The reason is also very simple. After all, if thousands of pirates are scattered, Su Yang will have to find them one by one. That way, it took time and effort, and now, with them all getting together, Su Yang can get it straight and complete. Hurry up and capture it. Maybe our boss will include you in the group because you are a devil fruit capable. Another pirate continued to shout. Is he worthy? 55. Su Yang gave a cold voice and stretched out his hand again. When everyone saw this, the fear in their eyes instantly filled. Everyone be careful, this guy is going to do that trick again. As these words fell, everyone started running, thinking that Su Yang would not be able to hit them. However, what they didn't expect was that Su Yang didn't plan to use that slow attack to deal with this group of useless people. This time, he saw a drop of green light condensed from his fingertips, followed by the green light dripping onto the deck of the ship. When the green light dripped into the deck, in an instant, the green light spread towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. Then, on the deck of the ship, countless sharp wooden thorns directly pushed up, and instantly, hot blood stained the floor. At this moment, except for Su Yang and the little boy holding Su Yang's thigh, all the others on the deck were killed. Big brother. Good. It's amazing. The little boy who hugged Su Yang's thigh said shiveringly. Just when Su Yang was about to say something, suddenly, a burly man with a tattoo on his neck and wearing a kimono walked out. Advertisement. And behind him, there is a huge hammer on his back. What the hell are you guys? Before he could say the 3 words, he was frightened by the scene in front of him. Outside, countless people were strung together by a huge wooden thorn. Ship. Captain, save me. At this time, one of the pirates who had not died immediately looked at his own captain and shouted with difficulty. With this wailing sound, Dorfa suddenly turned pale, his eyes widened, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. He gritted his teeth and looked at Su Yang grimly. Immediately, he picked up the sledgehammer on his back, pointed at Su Yang, and roared, "You bastard, what have you been doing?" Su Yang looked at him, and then the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Oh, It turns out that the captain is here, then the next thing will be easy. Damn bastard, I want you to go down with my brothers. Dorfa roared angrily, picked up the big hammer in his hand and charged towards Su Yong. Oh, seeking flowers. But, right now, a figure swept past him at an extremely fast speed and brought him to the sky. With the unstable center of gravity, he fell directly to the ground. Boom. A sound. A puff of smoke splattered on the ground. And Su Yong grabbed the little boy and landed smoothly. However, at this time, his eyes were not looking at Dorfa, but at the huge ship on the right. I saw him wave his hand gently, and huge tree roots strung up from all directions, like a huge python, entangling this huge ship. Advertisement. In the next second, I saw Su Yong grabbing lightly, countless huge tree roots began to tighten, and the boat shattered in an instant, and no one on the boat was spared. Before, the reason why Su Yong didn't immediately release the large-scale destruction move was because he wanted to catch the captain alive, and he didn't know where the captain was at the time, so he didn't use it. Now, he already knows, so there is no need to be polite to them. Ah, Dorfa saw that his ship and crew were all killed in an instant. He knelt on the ground and began to roar incompetently. That's right, this ship and its crew were all bought by him after years of painstaking efforts. But now, it was destroyed in an instant. How could he not collapse after such a huge blow? Damn, I have no grievances with you, why did you want to kill all my staff? Dorfa looked at Su Yong and said. As Su Yong approached slowly, he said lightly, no injustice. Maybe it was true before, but. Now, you're making my crew cry. Madman. These two words instantly appeared in Dorfa's mind. If it weren't for that, how could a madman do such an extreme thing as annihilating almost the entire pirate group because he made a person cry? I apologize to you, and I'm willing to pay you a lot of money. However, Dorfa is still a bit rational now, because he doesn't want to die. As long as he doesn't die, he still has a chance to raise his voice and seek revenge. Tisk tisk tisk. Su Yong pouted and shook his head. What nonsense are you talking about? Advertisement. 124 Marines decision, sentenced ace. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Watching Su Yong approaching step by step, Dorfa said at this moment that he was not afraid that it was false. Because, since the speed at which Su Yong swept him into the air in an instant, coupled with the fact that he could easily blow up a huge ship, to be able to do this, his strength is simply beyond his ability to match. He swallowed his saliva in horror, showing a pitiful look on his face. Big brother, as long as you forgive me, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Dorfa looked at Su Yong with a rich expression on his face, showing a pitiful look. But Su Yong didn't talk nonsense with him, he just waved his hand lightly, and then a few vines suddenly burst out on the ground to wrap him around. What can I need you to do for me? What can you do with your strength? After leaving this sentence, 447, Su Yong didn't talk nonsense with him, picked him up with one hand and the little boy with the other, and left here at a very fast speed. Putting the little boy back in place, Dorfa took Emily back. Emily, I brought you here, what do you want to do? Look at you. Su Yong threw Dorfa on the ground, then stood aside and watched silently. When Emily saw Dorfa, countless sad images flashed through her mind, and her anger exploded. Advertisement. As for Dorfa, he also recognized Emily at a glance. As for why he had the impression, it was because at that time, he planned to take Emily as his own, but later because the boss of the trafficker paid more money, the latter also sold. The old man on the side was stunned when he saw this scene. He never imagined that after Su Yong left for just a while, he would capture the pirate captain who had recklessly invaded their town. At this time, the expression on the old man's face also ushered in a 180-degree change. He looked at Su Yong in disbelief and said, Young man, you Whitebeard see. Are all the thieves so powerful? As soon as these words came out, before Su Yong made a sound, Dorfa, who was lying on the ground, trembled with fright. Whitebeard, of the 4 emperors Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, Dorfa was stupid. He never dreamed that he would one day be associated with the Whitebeard pirates. 4 emperors Whitebeard pirates. What kind of pirates is this? I've never heard of it. The old man frowned and pondered. Hearing the old man's words, Dorfa was scared out of cold sweat. You idiot old man, shut up for me. Although Dorfa was bound, the shadow he brought to the people in this town did not dissipate. The old man was so frightened that he stepped back several steps. Lord Su Yong, you decide. After a long time, Emily finally choked out a sentence. Su Yong sighed softly. If he had known that Emily would say so, he would not have brought the person back and dealt with it directly there. Advertisement. Seeing his slowly raised hand, a wooden thorn appeared out of thin air in his palm at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, and then another free hand broke it. Seeing this scene, Dorfa naturally knew what Su Yong needed to do. Do not kill me. ... With a sound of swipe, Su Yong threw the thorn directly. The thorn passed through his head and stood on the ground. Bright red blood added a touch of color to the yellowed ground. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed, the country of this island was destroyed, and the pirates who sucked the blood of the town were killed. And Su Yong became the hero of this island. Of course, Su Yong was not interested in the name of this hero. The reason why he was known to the people in the town was naturally because the old man in Al was very much like the old grandmothers who were sitting at the entrance of the village when Su Yong had not crossed over here before returning to his hometown for Chinese New Year. As for Anna's side, she was not as unlucky as Emily's side. His parents were all right, but a lot of gold and silver treasures were plundered by the pirates. And Su Yong, since it has been exposed, he will just do it to the end and let the people choose a king to take office. 0. As for whether it is good or not, it has nothing to do with him. Advertisement. Meanwhile, the Holy Land Mariajoy. Due to world government scheming, after many decisions, they have confirmed the execution of Ace in Marineford. Moreover, the newspapers that executed Ace were also sent all over the world. Now, most of the Marine officers have come to the Holy Land Mary and are discussing the deployment site plan. However, it is clear that Garp did not participate in this discussion. Now, things are developing step by step for the better. The decision of the world government has accelerated the Whitebeard pirates' road to destruction. I believe that in the near future, the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates will have a big move. Sengoku sat on the chair and said slowly. Then, we just need to carefully observe the movements of the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates. As for us, of course, we have to make a foolproof plan. He said softly. Although things seem to be going well, Sengoku still sighed 4.6, and he said calmly, the only thing I'm worried about now is the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Since leaving Sabayati Archipelago, there was no more news of him. Mr. Sengoku is right, the strength of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates is indeed terrible. Most of us here have suffered from their losses. Perhaps they are the ones who decide whether we can win this war or not. A key turning point. Kizaru's rare inner thoughts correspond to his facial expressions and actions. Listening to Kizaru's words, Sengoku sighed even more heavily, and cursed in his mouth. Damn it, everyone in the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates is not simple. I really don't know, Su Yong, how on earth did the bastard find so much in such a short period of time? Advertisement. 125 Imam's Dream, Prophecy or Nightmare. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Sengoku said this, it seemed to ignite the speculation in the hearts of a small number of people who had been in contact with Su Yong. Various images of Su Yong flashed through their minds. Although Sengoku continued to talk about where they were both immersed in the picture of memories. Suddenly, Crane interrupted Sengoku with a sound. Sengoku, wait a second. Hearing the sound, Sengoku looked at the crane, and when she saw the serious expression of the crane, his eyes flashed slightly. What do you want to say, Xiaohei? Did you just say, why did Su Yong recruit so many powerful guys in such a short period of time? Facing Crane's question, Sengoku nodded. What's the matter, is there any doubt in this? Of course, how could Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, have no doubts, but he chose to remain silent until it was confirmed. Advertisement. Now, the reason why he asks the crane is that he also wants to listen to the crane's views as an outsider. If he were to speak out his doubts, he felt that it might interfere with Crane's thoughts. Actually, I don't think there is anything suspicious about recruiting powerful partners, but the suspicious thing about him is that the time is too short, and he gives me a feeling that those partners are already in the dark. Waiting for Su Yong. Of course, there's more than just that. His gang of partners, everyone, have extraordinary devil fruit abilities, maybe even more devil fruit abilities, and it's not ruled out that he has developed his own devil fruit. A certain level of ability to acquire. It's weird. It's really too weird. The appearance of the people from the 17th Division seems to have occurred in many cases, beyond our understanding. Most of the Marine officers who had no contact with Su Yong were confused, and only a small number of them were thinking seriously. I remember, there was a guy named Ace Kano. At this time, Akainu, who was quiet, spoke up. Well, yes, that guy's ability becomes stronger as his body gets bigger, and he can even use super high temperature power. I think you can't understand that, Sakazuki. Aokiji explained, and Akainu's expression changed slightly after hearing this, but he did not refute it, because what Aokiji said was the truth. According to Garp's report of his fight with Ace Kano, I summed up one of his characteristics. That guy doesn't seem to want to get bigger and can get bigger, it seems that it will only get bigger with time. It is estimated that after his ability is activated, it will take a long time to buffer, and he can also use the buffering power when buffering. In this meeting, most of the time was basically discussing the members of the 17th Division and the analysis of their abilities. However, there are still too few masters to come out. Advertisement. In the end, they couldn't come up with any better plan to deal with Su Yong and them. Although they have not made any progress on the question of ability, they think that in terms of recruiting team members. It's that Whitebeard's surface hasn't made much movement in the past few decades. In fact, he is secretly recruiting powerful guys, and Su Yang's dispatch is responsible for receiving and eventually returning to the Whitebeard pirates, and finally begins to shake the earth. Plan. Of course, if Su Yong knew they were guessing like this, he would definitely say, please don't make up your mind. At the same time, it is still the Holy Land Mariajoy, the deepest part of the ancient city. I am lying in the garden, eyes closed. At this moment, dense beads of sweat were secreted on her forehead. Yes, at this moment, she is having a nightmare. In a dream. In an endless sea, dark clouds covered, thunder and lightning roared, and the huge waves were like a ferocious beast. Moreover, following the waves, there were also countless wrecks and countless corpses. Above, I am and dozens of black shadows stood in the void. Standing in front of all the shadows was a shadow with horns and a long knife hanging from his waist. It's time for everything to come to an end. The horned shadow said. Where are you from? Advertisement. When Yimu shouted this sentence, Yimu suddenly opened her eyes. She sat uneasy and her breathing was a little short. What the hell is going on here? I actually had a dream, but that dream is so real. She murmured, and her heart became uneasy at this moment. Yes, she was afraid of the things in her dreams. 447 became reality. Lord I am. 39. After seeing Yimu's expression again, the maid who was standing not far away spoke worriedly. Im's deep pupils looked at the maid, and finally said calmly, I am looking for a man with a pair of horns on his forehead, but if he can provide clues, he can get 100 million Baileys. Okay, Lord Yimu, I'll do it for you. 35. The maid turned around and left Dia. She didn't dare to inquire about Yimu's affairs, because she only needed to know that here, only obey orders. New World, Whitebeard Pirates. The news that Ace is about to be executed has also been spread here. Damn, Marines guys are going to execute Ace. Marco looked at the newspaper in his hand, and his anger rose directly. Those bastards, do you really think I can't see what they're thinking? Whitebeard scolded, then picked up the jug and started gulping down his mouth. Yes, Whitebeard could see at a glance that Marine and the world government did this because they were forcing Whitebeard to act. Advertisement. 617WB. 126 Captain Su Yong, I finally found you. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After drinking the wine in the jug, Whitebeard put the jug aside with satisfaction. The Marine guys think that we have something to do, that's what he wants. Whitebeard finally made a decision at this moment. Dad, are we going to act? Joes asked. Whitebeard nodded with a smile on his face. Although I know this is Marine's way of forcing us to act, but, at this moment, we have no choice. Do those damn Marines really think we're afraid of him? If so, let's turn their Marine fort upside down. Another squad leader also shouted angrily. That's right, if Marine's gang wants to start a war so much, then fight him. After hearing this, everyone's blood was surging. Marco, I'll leave the rest to you. Once it's settled, count the time and set off immediately. Whitebeard ordered. Marco nodded and said at the same time, Dad, I think it's good for you to start at a good time. We need to invest more manpower in the prison, but if the Marine guys pull Ace into the execution area, it is easier to rescue. What we think, Marine can think too, so we need to use another method, directly closest to the execution ground. Whitebeard said slowly. Everyone just stared at their father, waiting for his answer. We went directly from the bottom of the sea. As expected of the father, this method is good. By the way, is there any news from Su Yang? Whitebeard changed the subject and asked Marco. Advertisement. Not yet, but I have already explained. If there is any news, let him act quickly. Asterisk. Whitebeard nodded. Those deep pupils made it difficult to understand. Whitebeard's side moved, and of course Kaido's side must have followed suit. They've even started the whole army, just waiting for Whitebeard to go. Of course, in the Four Emperors, Shanks also made moves. His purpose was to stop Kaido after he made moves, so that Whitebeard could rescue Ace smoothly. Of course, Su Yang on the other side didn't know about all this. He didn't know that Ace had been handed over to the world government by Blackbeard, much less that Ace was about to be executed. The reason is also very simple. In the past, news birds would be sent over when he was at sea, but now he has never seen it after landing on the shore. Moreover, he didn't have a fixed idea of understanding the direction of the world, so he didn't go to the island's newspaper sales office to buy it. It has been many days since Su Yang annihilated the pirates and changed the blood of the island country, and the newly appointed king compared Su Yang to the savior and wants to build a stone statue of Su Yang in the palace. And Su Yang and the others, as well as Anna's parents, all entered the palace to live. Not to mention, Su Yang would have thought that he was not used to living in front of him, but, as you can imagine, he lived a very nourishing life. Inside the indoor spa, Su Yang was lying there, enjoying himself. Advertisement. This is life. The me in my previous life was just living. 95. Su Yang sighed with emotion. It was at this time that the guard's shouts came from outside. Sorry, Mr. Su Yang, for disturbing you, the matter is urgent. Su Yang heard the sound, glanced outside, and said disapprovingly, what's the matter? 35. Outside, a person who calls himself the Whitebeard Pirates came. He said that he was looking for you in a hurry, and the king immediately sent me to inform you. The guard explained truthfully. Originally, the guard said that there was an urgent report, and Su Yang didn't make any waves. However, after hearing the words of the Whitebeard Pirates, he immediately launched a campaign and seemed to have guessed something. Okay, I see. 99. About 10 minutes later, Su Yang appeared in the splendid palace. At this time, in the palace, the king was sitting at the top, Rem and Anna were sitting below, and of course, there was a certain crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates that the guards said. Captain Su Yang, I finally found you. As soon as Su Yang walked in, Doro who was sitting in the chair immediately stood up and walked towards Su Yang. Doro is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco's first team. Although Su Yang doesn't have much contact with him, he is no stranger to him. Doro, how did you come here and find such a place? Su Yang wondered. I have to say, this kid probably spent a lot of effort to find this place. Advertisement. After all, he and Whitebeard had long since lost contact, and no one else knew except the Revolutionary Army who knew his approximate location. It's so difficult, Captain Su Yang. I basically went to inquire about one island after another, but fortunately it paid off, and I finally got your news here. Doro snorted and said that in order to find Su Yang, he really put a lot of effort into it. Every day is either running around or on the road, in order to find Su Yang as soon as possible. For this reason, it has only been a while, and he seems to be several years old. What's the matter? Tell me, you are looking for me in such a hurry. Su Yang didn't tell his guess, but asked. Ace. Ace was handed over to the world government by that guy Teach, and will be executed in Marineford. Really? All of this was guessed by Su Yang. It seems that although he came here, he caused a lot of butterfly effect, but this butterfly effect is only one aspect, and it did not affect Ace. Su Yang sighed softly, because it was expected, so after hearing the news, there was not much negative reaction. Captain Su Yang, let's talk as we walk. Originally, what Captain Marco meant was, let you bring people from the 17th Division to the New World, but now I'm afraid ours will go directly to Marineford because tomorrow's Ace will be out. I'm going to be executed. Because of his anxiety, Doro spoke much faster than before. Holy crap, so soon. And after Su Yang heard this, he paused, which was beyond his expectations. Advertisement. 127 Red Hair Pirates also act please order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, if you calculate carefully, it is almost the same. After all, it has been a long time since meeting Ace. It's just that Su Yang played too much during this time and didn't pay attention to the situation outside. Since time is of the essence, let's go. 39. Su Yang responded with a Doro, and turned to look at Rem and the others who were still sitting. Go, Ram. Well, okay, Mr. Su Yang. In response, the two of them quickly came to Su Yang's side. No. Don't you need to call Emily and the others? Rem asked curiously. Su Yang shook his head. No need, this time the situation is special, it's useless for them to go. Indeed, the Battle of Marineford was a battle between Marines and pirates, and the helpless team members like Anna and Emily were not very helpful. Su Yang. Captain Su Yang, is this a member of the 17th Division? I don't think I have seen it in the newspapers. Doro glanced at Rem and Ram, then turned towards Su Yang asked curiously. Su Yang nodded, and then introduced to Rem and the others. This is Doro, a member of the first team. 447 said, and he said to Doro again, Rem, with Ram. Please give me more advice in the future. Rem and Ram said in unison. Doro smiled, and then politely Kaido. We are all members of the Whitebeard pirates, we should help each other. Advertisement. While speaking, Doro looked at Su Yong again, and asked again, Captain Su Yong, what about the rest of the 17th Division? 35. They're not here. Ah, this. Doro was a bit overwhelmed but lacking in strength, and he felt that the more critical it was, the more unsatisfactory he would be. I'll just let them know later. Let's go, let's go. 35. After that, Su Yong looked at the king sitting on the throne, and then calmly said, thank you for your hospitality these days. Mr. Su Yong is joking. This country can be settled. Everything is your credit. Here goes. I hope Mr. Su Yong, everything will be smooth sailing. The king stood up and bowed to Su Yong to express his greatest gratitude. Yes. 95. Su Yong gave a small smile, then turned around and waved with his back to the king. After leaving the palace, Su Yong called the phone bug and informed Anna and Emily that he would be away for a while, and would come back to pick them up afterward. After solving this matter, Su Yong called the phone bug over Tornado again. The phone worm just connected. Su Yong has not spoken yet. The tornado on the other side is the first to speak. Okay Su Yong, don't take me when you go out to play. Su Yong was at a loss for words, and after a few seconds of silence, he explained with a smile, what are you talking about? I didn't go out to play, it was just that Anna and Emily were homesick, I just brought them back, and then I stayed here again. For a while. 99. Tornado originally wanted to continue sarcastic Su Yong, but, after thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing to sarcastic about. She curled her lips and said, you suddenly called me, which gave me a bad feeling. Forget it, it doesn't matter, I'll tell you a happy thing, we made a lot of money. Bailey. Advertisement. Oh, is that so, is that paid off to Madara? Su Yong showed a weird smile, a bit snarky. Obviously, after Tornado heard Su Yang's words, he brushed his face, and there was an earth-shaking change. Bastard Su Yong, I'm telling you something happy, what are you doing with that bastard Madara? I didn't hear that you made a lot of Bailey and thought you were so happy to pay off your debts. Su, beg, Yong defended. I owe Madara that bastard money, and I'm not going to pay it back. Tsunere said. Of course, in fact, it has not been paid yet. For Uchiha Madara, it does not mean much. If it is not paid back, it will definitely be ridiculed in the future. Okay, let's talk about you, why are you calling? I don't think it's just to ask how we are doing recently. You're right, this time, something really happened. The tornado paused and seemed to have some interest. Shouldn't it be? We're going to attack there. Almost. Now, you quickly inform the others, and immediately go to Naval Headquarters to join me. Naval Headquarters. Sounds like a lot of fun. Well, if that's the case, I'll let the others know first. After hanging up the phone bug, under the leadership of Doro, Su Yong and the others boarded the second ship of the Whitebeard pirates, and then sailed away at a very fast speed. Holy Land Mariajoy. Sengoku's office. Advertisement. Report to Marshal Sengoku, the warship we were investigating the Whitebeard pirates has been destroyed, and the Whitebeard pirates are now missing. The reconnaissance officer took the information from the master just now and reported to Sengoku one by one. What? Sengoku stroked his forehead lightly, sighed softly, and muttered. The speed is still a little too fast, so we won't know their specific whereabouts that the master can't, and we can't effectively hit them. Sengoku, this kind of information is not very bad. Don't worry too much about it. At least, the Whitebeard pirates are still in action, so it is not very big for our plan. He said slowly. What about other information? Sengoku continued to ask the reconnaissance officer. Beast's pirates are also dispatched. The scout officer responded. Call. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. This is good, this is good. But, hearing the reconnaissance officer say this, the keen Sengoku seemed to have noticed something, and asked a little uneasy, but what? In the information, the 4 Emperor's red hair pirates are also dispatched. What? Hearing this, Sengoku frowned and said puzzled. The red-haired guy, what did he do? Maybe he also came to rescue Ace. Advertisement. 128 The 17th Division assembles, please complete the order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Red hair pirates came in, although Sengoku had guessed it, but he thought that the chance was very small, but I never thought that such a small chance would still happen. Crane also had a sad look on the side. If the red hair pirates join forces with the Whitebeard pirates, then Marine's plan this time will be a cocoon. Actually, it's normal for the red hair pirates gang to join in, after all, Ace is Roger's son, and Roger is the once red-haired captain. Now, Roger is dead, and Ace, as Roger's only son, as a former Roger pirate crew member, how could he stand by and watch Ace be executed by us? Of course, Sengoku naturally understood the words of the Crane. He knew very well that this battle was extremely complicated, and no one could predict what the outcome would be. It turned out to be like this. Only the B plan proposed by the world government can be launched, because the red hair has been launched, so it is very likely that the remnants of the Roger pirates have also come. Sengoku's face slightly, said stiffly. Because of these miscellaneous things recently, the white hair on his head has increased a lot. As for the plan B proposed by the world government, when Marine can't handle it, the 5 elders of the world government will be dispatched. Of course, their purpose was not to prevent Whitebeard from rescuing Ace, but to obliterate all the remnants of the Roger pirates who knew the 100-year history of the blank, and had already controlled the unnecessary situation from happening. Well, it can only be this decision at the moment. I hope that after this time, the sea will be peaceful. He lay on the sofa and raised his head, looking at the ceiling with some blurred eyes, full of helplessness. She is tired. Advertisement. She spent most of her life on marine, she knew the dangers of this sea better than anyone, and she wanted to live a quiet and ordinary life more than anyone. Although the world government sometimes does some extreme things, in the eyes of the crane, it is the only place that can realize the ideal in her heart. Sengoku continued to look at the intelligence officer and asked, by the way, do you have any news about the guys from the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? The intelligence officer shook his head. No, but what is certain is that the 17th Division did not appear in the Whitebeard Pirates when they were operating. Although there is no information, my intuition tells me that they will not be absent. This time, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Red Hair Pirates. This is equal to our marine. We have to face 3 sea emperors. He said slowly. Xiaohei. When you said it, my heart became even more irritable. Sengoku sighed softly. The crane rolled his eyes at him, and said angrily, okay, then I'll talk about another topic, the one you told me. As soon as Sengoku heard it, he naturally knew what the crane wanted to say, and immediately shook his head and waved his hand. That doesn't work either, it will make me even more distressed. Of course, Suru didn't care whether Sengoku was distressed or not, if he didn't say it, she only knew that she would be distressed. That long. Before Crane could finish speaking, Sengoku immediately interrupted. You go out first, and let me know if there is any progress. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Advertisement. When the intelligence officer left, Sengoku said calmly, I'll be honest, I have the same guess as you, that the shadow that brought the world to ruin is Su Yong. 35. But, don't you say that the 5 elders say that Su Yong only has one horn when he changes a certain mode. Also, Su Yong doesn't use a knife, Crane analyzed. Hey, it's a very eventful time. The Whitebeard thing hasn't been settled yet, and now there's a prediction from the world government. Sengoku scolded. He thought Rox was dead, Roger was dead, and there would be no more miscellaneous things in the future, but he never thought that the world would be more complicated and unpredictable. Crane and Sengoku are both guessing that Su Yong is the guy who brought the world to ruin as the 5 elders say. They did not have any evidence to point to that the son of prophecy was him, Su Yong. 0 for flowers. Meanwhile, the first half of the Grand Line. Since Tornado received Su Yang's words, she immediately told Uchiha Madara everything Su Yong said. After the group assembled, they set off immediately. Where's Marineford? On the deck of the ship, Ace Kano asked suspiciously. Advertisement. Everyone shook their heads one after another. If it wasn't for the word, Marineford, mentioned in the tornado, they wouldn't even know there was such a place. Su Yong has a map inside, and I'll go get it. 35 Giorno Chopper said, go in, and take out the map. After an analysis and calculation, Giorno Chopper concluded that it would take about 3 days to start from here, even at the fastest speed of the ship, to reach Marineford. Did Su Yong say when he'll be there? Akunorlia, who was sitting on the boat's guardrail, was already dizzy just after the boat started. When he said this, he was already standing. Get up, ready to transform into dragon form and fly by yourself. After hearing this, Tornado paused. Su Yong didn't say anything. 35. 3 days is too slow, can't the little devil head control the flight of the ship? Let her control it directly. Uchiha Madara lay on the reclining chair and said calmly. In fact, he can't wait to move his tibia, and these days, he's just boring and moldy. Bastard Madara, don't speak to me in a tone of command. Tornado floated to the side of Uchiha Madara and stomped his feet. If you will, then Ace Kano, Giorno Chopper, and the debt you owe me are all set off. As soon as Uchiha Madara said this, both Ace Kano and Giorno Chopper looked at the tornado. It doesn't matter whether you are in debt or not, Tornado, the main thing is to be afraid of being late, Su Yong is not happy. Giorno Chopper looked at Tornado seriously and said. Well, I think so too, if we are late and Marine from Marineford finds Su Yong, then he and Rem and the others may not be able to deal with it. 39. Advertisement. The opening of the 129 Summit War Campaign, please order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. So, Tornado, whether we can support in time or not depends on you. Giorno Chopper appeared to be very anxious, but in fact, he was secretly laughing at the moment. After all, whether he could become a free man today or not depends on the tornado's strength. Cut. Tornado glanced at Giorno Chopper and Ace Kano with contempt, and then said with a Tsunere face. Really, isn't it just a little debt? As for the two of you, don't you even want to be disciplined? Practice. What is discipline? Giorno Chopper looked at Ace Kano beside him. Ace Kano shrugged and shook his head while spreading his hands. I don't know, but I don't think money should be important. 35. Face. 447. Listening to the two of them, Tornado's eyes were a little dull, and she saw a green light on her body. In the next second, the green light quickly enveloped the whole ship, and then the whole ship flew out of thin air. Yes, that's exactly the superpower of the tornado. Madara, it's written off, don't come and gamble with me next time. Giorno Chopper said calmly, looking at Uchiha Madara lying on the chair. Hoo. And me, next time I bet, I'll buy it. Ace Kano said with a smile. Ah, Uchiha Madara sneered, but without responding to them, she closed her eyes. Advertisement. Su Yang sighed, while rushing to Marineford. He unexpectedly met the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. However, his purpose is to rescue Ace. However, they did not bring any member of the Revolutionary Army. The reason is, because of the mysterious organization of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo does not want more Revolutionary Army to participate in it. Of course, if he insists on saying it, then the dragon will naturally send people to Sabo. However, Sabo felt that he could not implicate his organization because of his personal affairs, so he rushed there alone. I really didn't expect such a thing to happen. If Ace wasn't so self-willed, I guess, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Sabo also walked to the ship's guardrail and stared at him. Looking at the endless sea, his face is full of worry. After hearing the sound, Su Yang, who was sitting on the guardrail of the boat blowing the sea breeze, glanced at Sabo beside him, and then continued to look at the endless sea. Maybe, everyone, has to pay for their own willfulness. I'm so sorry, this guy Ace has caused you trouble. Sabo took off his hat, then turned his body towards Su Yang and bowed to him. I think your bow should be given to Whitebeard, not me. Sabo put on his hat and looked at the sea again. It's all the same, I owe everyone in the Whitebeard pirates a bow. Su Yang just smiled and didn't answer the question again. In a flash, the next day came. Ace's public execution day. At this point, Marineford. Advertisement. In terms of defense, formation, strategy, etc., Marine has already done everything. Even, this time, the 7 warlords of the sea, Mahawk, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, the 3 major forces of the Grand Line together with the 4 emperors and naval headquarters were also invited. Now, they are waiting for the Whitebeard pirates to show up. Now, Sengoku is standing next to Ace, the execution platform. Since this execution is open to the world, after exposing Ace's identity, he is comforting the Marine soldiers on the battlefield while appeasing the people of the world. Brainwash them to have an illusion that Marines will win this war. Ace bowed his head the whole time, without saying a word, looking completely embarrassed. What do you think? That Whitebeard guy will come to rescue you. Sengoku put down the phone bug and looked at Ace, who was kneeling beside him. Ace didn't even look up, completely ignoring Sengoku. In his heart, all this was caused by his willfulness, and whether or not Whitebeard came to rescue him, he did not complain at all. 0. Seeing that Ace didn't answer, Sengoku just sneered. You recognized a good old man. At the bottom of the execution platform, Garp is looking at the sea with a sad face. In this war, he naturally hopes that after Whitebeard saves Ace, he will leave here, because he does not want to have more Marine because of this, thereby losing lives. Of course, he didn't want to see Ace lose his life. Garp. Suddenly, at this moment, a crisp voice came over. Hearing the familiar voice, Garp knew who it was without looking back. Does it really matter? You can choose not to participate in this battle, he said calmly. Advertisement. Old man, I'm also a Marine. 35. Promise me, Garp, wait a minute, no matter what happens, you won't cross the line. Crane ordered. To be honest, she was very scared that Garp couldn't help but take action after seeing Ace get hurt. Garp's eyes turned to the crane on the side, and Garp didn't answer any of the crane's words. At this moment, a report sounded from below the execution stand. Report Marshal Sengoku, the Gate of Justice did not receive any instructions from 4.6, it opened automatically, and the power room could not be contacted. One of the Marine soldiers said anxiously towards Sengoku. When Sengoku heard this, his face changed suddenly. What did you say? And Garp and Crane below, naturally, can hear clearly. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates are coming. Garp nodded, agreeing with what Crane said. At the same time, sirens began to be remembered, resounding from every corner of Marineford. What followed was a loud voice. Come on, everyone is ready to fight. Sengoku, who was standing on the execution platform, frowned, and said with a surprised look, what the hell happened? It suddenly appeared, where did they come from? Advertisement. 130 Did the 17th Division of your family steal your home? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Huge ships began to appear in everyone's field of vision, but they were not members of the Whitebeard pirates, but pirates who joined the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku's side looked worried, but on the other hand, Shichibukai's side, Doflamingo was extremely happy. It's finally here. Things are starting to get interesting. It's so exciting. Ha 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 ha. Most of the Marine soldiers tightly held the long knives in their hands or the long spears in their hands. Now, their nerves have been tensed, and their hearts have become impatient, and fear naturally arises from the cracks. To say not to be afraid, that would be false. After all, what they have to face is the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. That guy is called the strongest man in the world. Grumpy gurgle. Grumpy gurgle. 10 At this moment, only a very small number of people noticed that something was wrong. However, before they could react, a huge bubble rushed up the closest to the shore. Seeing this scene, the expression on Sengoku's face became more complicated. Is it possible? As soon as the voice fell, ripples swayed on the calm sea, followed closely, and became bigger and bigger. Accompanied by a black shadow on the sea, a huge wave rose into the sky and bounced a huge ship up. Advertisement. The black engraved skull flag representing the Whitebeard pirates was fluttering in the wind. After falling on the sea surface, it was not over yet. In the bottom of the sea, 2 ships popped up again. That's Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division, Marco. Captain of the 3rd Division, Joes. Captain of the 5th Division, Bista. Except for the 17th Division, all the other captains are here. 35. Hearing this cry, the 17th Division did not appear, but Sengoku was not happy, but began to worry a little. Yes, who knows where the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment will show up, or maybe what they are doing in the dark. Sengoku, who did not see the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment, was worried, but when he saw the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment, Sengoku was equally worried. All in all, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment was the existence that gave Sengoku a headache. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. At this moment, on the Moby Dick, there was a sound of weapons hitting the floor. The sound was not loud, but the marine soldiers standing in front could hear it clearly, and their uneasiness increased a little without being swayed. Holding the weapon, Whitebeard walked up the stairs step by step and came to the top of the boat. Advertisement. Goo. A burst of laughter resounded throughout Marineford. Whitebeard looked at Sengoku on the execution platform, and said calmly, "We haven't seen each other for decades. Sengoku, is my dear son all right?" 39. Whitebeard's aura alone has directly overwhelmed the determination of most marine soldiers to win. And Ace couldn't believe it. Not only his father came, but also the other pirates who joined the Whitebeard pirates. Father. Ace looked directly at Whitebeard in front of him, and shouted out the word, "Daddy," for a long time. And because of the word, "Father," Sengoku's attention shifted to Ace, as if he wanted to get some information from Ace's mouth. "You, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, just formed, didn't come, you are helping Whitebeard on some mission. Unfortunately, your little trick has been seen clearly by us." Ace looked at Sengoku dumbfounded, with a big question mark on his face. "Does Dad have any big plans? While rescuing me, you also used this battle to focus the attention of the world government and Marine here." Thinking of this, Ace came up with an idea. Yes, he definitely can't let Sengoku spoil Daddy's plans. Advertisement. You Marines are really suspicious, Su Yong, just on the way. Of course, Ace said this casually, but what he didn't know was that he was talking casually, and he was right. Ace, your eyes betrayed you. In fact, I understand that the strength of the 17th Division, faced with such an important battle, how could it not appear? Not in execution, what mission, what else can there be? Sengoku slowly told Ace of his speculation. Then make yourself smart. Seeing Ace's anxious look, Sengoku just gave a small smile. He left the execution stand for a while, and asked a Marine to transfer his ideas to the world government. The content is very simple, that is, Su Yong is likely to be in a 447 attack on the Holy Land Mariajoy when they fight Whitebeard. At this time, the news quickly reached the ears of the 5 elders, who were hiding somewhere in Marineford. No one from the 17th Division appeared. If it is true as Sengoku said, if no one goes up to stop it, then things will be unpredictable. The old man with a zigzag beard and a Madara birthmark on his forehead frowned. Indeed, Lord Yimu has been alerted last time. If we do it again, Lord Yimu's anger will spread to us. Another bald old man who was also one of the 5 elders added. Just in case, let the other one of us go back and see what's going on. Agreed, if the 17th Division is left alone, the trouble they have caused us is unfathomable. It's a headache. Now, they've grown up, it's not easy for us to remove them, and our old friends are dying at their hands. Damn, we must kill that kid Su Yong this time. Wait a minute, no matter who goes back, once you see the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment, immediately inform him, don't go there alone. Advertisement. 131I, tornado, flying in the wrong direction. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 4 old men nodded and agreed. After all, they had already experienced the strength of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment. If they had been more cautious before, maybe their old friend would not have fallen like this. At the same time, on the main battlefield, Whitebeard looked at Ace, then said softly, "Ace, wait for me for a while." Saying that, he directly inserted Kong Yunchi in his hand on the bow of the boat, and then slightly lowered his body, followed by clenching his fists, and then waved his fists. When the fist was swung, Whitebeard seemed to be hitting a white barrier, and the barrier was cracking at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Yes, this is exactly Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to vibrate, and the waves began to roll. Moreover, the waves tumbled according to this trend, and it would not be long before Marineford was swallowed up like a ferocious beast. Seeing everything Whitebeard did, Ace kneeling on the execution platform, the last line of defense in his heart was defeated. He frowned, looking at Whitebeard. Advertisement. Dad. T5. Obviously I ignored the advice and ran out and refused Su Yang's help, which led to the current result. Why didn't you abandon me? All of this is caused by my stillness. What? When Ace's cry fell, Whitebeard looked at Ace calmly, and said calmly. No, Ace, I told you to go. Listening to his father's words, Ace's face was very complicated, and he felt inexplicably heavy. Stop lying, what nonsense, you clearly stopped me at that time, and I. Before Ace could finish speaking, Whitebeard interrupted. I said I let you go, right, Marco? 35. Marco, who was standing behind Whitebeard, nodded. Well, I heard that too. I'm so sorry for making you suffer, Ace. The reason why Whitebeard said this is also very simple, he didn't want Ace to feel guilty later because of what they did today. In this sea, everyone should know what will happen to our companions. 39. With Marco's words, all the pirates related to the Whitebeard pirates boiled. Of course, we will never let anyone hurt our comrades, Ace. Wait for me, Ace, and we'll save you right away. Get ready, Marine HQ. 35. Sengoku frowned in the face of the high blood of the pirates. Advertisement. Of course, some Shichibukai who didn't know the situation started to laugh evilly. Tisk tisk tisk. This is where our Shichibukai and Marine headquarters have the strongest forces. 3 Marine Admiral and 100,000 elites, and the other side is the Whitebeard pirates and more than 40 pirate ships under its command. Then, I want to know how you Whitebeard will attack. Gecko Moria laughed. Hearing this, Crane and Garp, who were standing not far behind, frowned slightly. This guy doesn't seem to understand the situation at all. At this time, the Crane couldn't help but let out a sigh. It's also normal. After all, the Whitebeard Group's 17th Division was established not long ago, and the scope of the newspaper was not sent to the whole world, so they didn't understand that in the Whitebeard Pirates, there was a group of powerful people that made people fear. Guy exists. Garp said solemnly. What he was thinking in his mind was that he hoped that Su Yong would come and rescue Ace smoothly. Because of his identity, he wants to make a move, it's really too difficult, too difficult. At the same time, on the sea area not far from Marin, a ship under the banner of the Whitebeard Pirates is sailing fast. Standing in front of the boat, it was Su Yong, the Revolutionary Army Sabo, and Doro, a member of the first team. How long will it take to get to Marineford? Su Yong looked at Doro who was on the side and asked. Doro looked at the pointer in his hand and the map, and finally looked at the time before returning. Captain Su Yong, we are already very close to Marineford. Arrived successfully. Advertisement. Backquote more than 10 points. Su Yong murmured, and his eyes flashed slightly. Seeing Su Yang's expression, Sabo thought that Su Yong was worried, and then said, Don't worry, Mr. Su Yong, there is still plenty of time, and there is still a lot of time before Ace's execution. Hearing the sound, Su Yang's eyes subconsciously turned to Sabo, and after a small smile, he didn't give any answer. From the beginning to the end, Su Yong was not worried about Ace, but the Whitebeard who took care of him for more than 10 years. Of course, like Su Yong and the others, they were sailing, and of course Uchiha Madara and the others. However, in terms of speed, Uchiha Madara far surpassed Su Yong and the others. Brush. A ship with the Whitebeard pirate flag and the number 17 written on it flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. Uchiha Madara sits cross-legged on the top of the boat, his hair still being blown by the strong wind. Mama Zhao. Lying beside him was Diablo, and they would have a few negative conversations from time to time. Of course, sometimes, Akirolia, who was flying on top of their ship, would put in a sentence or two. I said, can't the two of you go and watch that kid properly? That guy's business is really worrying. While flying, Akirolia moved towards Uchiha Madara and D below. Apollo said. Yes, in the front, the tornado was flying in the wrong direction and flew a long distance, but Giorno Chopper found the clue in the back, and then landed on a passing island before confirming that it was flying. Wrong. What are you afraid of? Isn't that guy Giorno Chopper there? He's more reliable than the two of us. If it's me, even if I've been standing beside that kid, I might not be able to find clues. Uchiha Madara has a heart like Shisui Road. Advertisement. 132 Su Yu. Am I late? Please order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Akirolia couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, if you ask the two of them to fight, the two of them are guaranteed to handle it properly. However, if you want them to pay attention to something other than fighting, they are really not very reliable. However, even if she went in the wrong direction in front of the tornado, at the speed of the ship she controlled, it was not a long delay. Time passed minute by minute, and the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine began. The scene was chaotic, and the sound of the collision of guns was incessant. The black smoke filled the air, and the body fell one by one, and the blood flowed down the direction of the lower part of the ground. Dick. Suddenly, at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. When everyone heard the news, they saw a man with a short beard, a black top hat with white fluff, a burgundy pattern top, a black vest, and white trousers. Yes, he is Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai, one of the 3 forces of the Grand Line. There is no need to question his strength. In the original book, he is known as the world's greatest swordsman, and he is also the lifelong enemy and friend of the 4 emperors red-haired Shanks, and also Zoro's lifelong goal. How could such a man be weak? Mihawk's personality is calm, and he goes his own way, so now he suddenly joined the battlefield, which surprised everyone present. What are you going? Doflamingo, standing behind Mihawk, grinned. Advertisement. Mihawk didn't look back, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard in the distance in front of him, his eyes flashed slightly, and then he responded calmly, just to give it a try, how far is the man in front of us from us? 35. While speaking, Mihawk has slowly stretched out his hand, and then pulled out the black knife on his back. Wen Yi Ji, a sword chirping sounded quietly. At this moment, whether it was marine or pirate, their eyes were on Mahawk. Has Mahawk of 7 warlords of the sea finally made his move? It's great that with his bag's strength, he can do us a great favor. 5. Yeah, I feel, we're not far from winning. After this battle, it is estimated that many people will be promoted. 99. Nonsense, if you perform well in this battle, your promotion is guaranteed. Ha ha ha, I'm getting more and more excited. Idiot, although the benefits are great, the risks are also great. The Whitebeard pirates are not vegetarians. If you don't pay attention, you will probably lose your life here. While these marine soldiers were discussing, Mahawk finally made his move, and saw him waving the black knife, and then a flat slashed towards Whitebeard. Immediately, as the long sword was swung out, a green sword energy was instantly released towards Whitebeard. However, facing the blow of the world's most powerful swordsman, Whitebeard still did not have any waves on his face, just quietly watching the green sword energy approaching. However, just when he was still at a distance from Whitebeard, the captain of the 3rd Division, Joes rushed forward, activated his Devil Fruit ability, and lifted the trajectory of Mahawk's blow into the sky. Mahawk was slightly startled, but the expression on his face did not change much, but instead of continuing to attack, he withdrew his sword. The battle between pirates and marine was stopped for a while because of Mahawk's shot, and soon, the battle continued, and they fought each other again. Advertisement. However, at this moment, a scout marine quickly ran behind Sengoku with a panicked look on his face. Report to Marshal Sengoku that another ship has appeared behind the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. Sengoku turned his head and glanced at the scouting marine. For some reason, an uneasy feeling arose in his heart. Who? Above. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates is also hung on it. Standing in front of the boat is the captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard pirates, Su Yong, and even a person from the Revolutionary Army. Marine reports. What? Sengoku frowned suddenly, and then said to the scout marine, bring the telescope here and let me take a look. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Ace on the side could hear the conversation between them clearly, and his expression changed again. Sabo, Su Yang, even you guys are here too. Recalling that when Sabo persuaded him to obey Su Yang's advice and rejected it, Ace sighed softly. If he had listened to it, I'm afraid such a thing would not have happened. And Sengoku, when he got the binoculars to see Su Yang and Sabo, his face was extremely ugly. Damn, is this guy still here? But, what about the other members of the 17th Division? Sengoku was only surprised by the appearance of Sabo. The only thing he was worried about was the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment. A member of the Whitebeard pirates who joined the pirates. A large and small ship collided at a very fast speed in an instant. Advertisement. After the pirates on the big ship felt a vibration, they said. Damn, what's going on? It's like we got hit in the ass. 99. No, wouldn't it be the damn Marines attacking from behind? I know, those nasty Marines might actually do it. Then go take a look. After all, a group of pirates quickly ran to the back. At this moment, just a few voices rushed up and landed on the deck of the ship. Before they could react, Su Yang spoke up. I'm so sorry that the boat didn't stop because I was in a hurry and hit your ass. 35. Quote. As for Su Yang's identity, the logistics staff of this gang of pirates do not know at all. However, this is quite normal, because many of the pirates from the participating countries are active in the first half of the Grand Line, and their intelligence is average. And the one that Su Yang hit, just happened to have been on the island before and didn't know anything about the outside situation. If it wasn't for other pirates who contacted them, they wouldn't even know what happened to the Whitebeard pirates. Don't know me. Su Yang gave a wry smile, and then the expression on his face became serious. Let me introduce, the Whitebeard pirates, the captain of the 17th Division, Su Yang. Advertisement. 133 Sengoku. This man is still here, please order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard pirates. When everyone heard it, their eyes were a little dull, and the whole person was stunned there. Yes, because the 17th Division was established not long ago, and they paid little attention to the outside world during this time, so, obviously, they did not know that the Whitebeard pirates had established a 17th Division. Isn't the Whitebeard pirates only 16 divisions? When did a 17th division appear? A man asked curiously, looking at the man beside him. The other man also shook his head. I don't know, maybe this is fake. If you say that, it seems to be true, otherwise why did he hit our boat? The analysis is correct, it seems to be the case. Brother, stop pretending, you were sent by Marine. Su Yang listened to their troubles, although he was a little speechless, but it seemed that there was really nothing to refute. After thinking for a few seconds, Su Yang gave a small smile. Forget it, it doesn't matter whether it's true or false, you just need to think we're here to support Whitebeard. Having said that, Su Yang didn't care about their gaze, but looked at Sabo and Rem, and said, okay, let's go. Sabo and Rem all nodded. Advertisement. In the next second, they jumped, and the figure quickly disappeared from their field of vision. They left behind a group of unintelligible pirates, you look at me, I look at you. Suddenly, there was a pop sound. One hand grabbed the guardrail of the boat, followed by a figure and climbed up. Captain Su Yang, you take me with you anyway. Doro said with a look of grievance. Yes, when the original Bendo Luo was in front, he already said to slow down, but Su Yong said, "Don't slow down, go full speed." And then hit the big ship, man, and they all jumped on the other ships without a hitch, leaving only one Doro who didn't know what to do. Soon, Su Yong and Sabo approached the Moby Dick, and several figures landed on Whitebeard's side. Whitebeard turned his head and glanced at it, but before he could say anything, Su Yong spoke first. "I'm so sorry, Whitebeard, that I'm late." Hearing this, Whitebeard burst out laughing. "Goo la la la. No, you are not late, you are just in time, our battle with Marine has just begun." 35. Su Yong, you can do it. It didn't take long for you to go out, and you came back with a 1.5 billion bounty. Marco walked over and said with a smile. Su Yong glanced at him, then smiled bitterly. "I didn't do anything, the world government gave me such a bounty. 0.35. Come on, you stinky brat, are you still being modest with me here? Last time I clearly reminded you, don't be too reckless, but you bastard turned around and poached the ass of other people's world government headquarters. Got a lesson, was chased all the way by others." Marco teased towards Su Yong. Advertisement. Su Yong heard Marco's words and knew that he didn't understand the real outcome of the Battle of Mariajoy in the Holy Land. But, Su Yong didn't bother to explain anything, he smiled and said, "If life has always been flat, what's the point?" "You say so, Marco." As soon as these words came out, there was no turbulence on Marco's face, but Whitebeard's eyes flickered slightly, as if an idea had already appeared in his mind. "You bastard, what you've done, it's exciting, but it's also extremely dangerous. If it doesn't work out, it's not ace but you sue on the execution stand." "Yong," Marco reminded. Su Yong didn't think so, shrugged and said, "Marco, you are immoral. Cursing me, Whitebeard, you heard it. You two idiots, it's such a time, and you're still making fun here." Whitebeard complained about Su Yong and Marco, but he liked the atmosphere very much. Ha 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 ha, the two also laughed lightly. 0 for flowers. Sabo on the side was very satisfied and sighed inwardly. Looks like Ace is joining a great family. 35. Correct. At this moment, Marco suddenly changed the conversation and continued to say, "Where are the members of your 17th Division? Hey, isn't it right here?" Su Yong gestured to Rem and Ram who were standing beside him with his eyes. "Ah, why aren't these two on the wanted list?" Advertisement. It's normal to not have a wanted order when I joined the team. Besides, I was also in the Whitebeard Pirates, and there was no bounty. As for the other team members, they should be on their way now. On the execution stand, Ace looked at Su Yong and Sabo with a very complicated look on his face. Dang bang, dang bang. He moved his position, and when he was about to call out Sabo's name, he noticed Sengoku's expression on the side. At this moment, his face was far more ugly than when Whitebeard landed before, and his brows were even more furrowed. This man is still here. After that, Sengoku turned his eyes to Ace and asked, "So far, what does Whitebeard want to do with the 17th Division? Is it possible he wants to be like your father, become One Piece?" 35. Ace listened to Sengoku's words and was a little confused. He knew what Whitebeard was thinking. He was not interested in One Piece, but Ace always wanted his father to be One Piece. "What are you talking about? 5. Nanan." Sengoku sneered. "You know what I'm talking about, but you are quite good at acting. Anyone who knows what Whitebeard wants to do will know. It's just, unfortunately, only Su Yong from the 17th Division came. I'm afraid he still can't change the situation." The reason Sengoku said this is because, at present, only a few people in Marine know that behind Marineford, the 5 elders also came. Advertisement. 134 If you continue to fight, I will pick up a piece. Please complete the order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's just speechless. Ace had absolutely no idea what this guy Sengoku was trying to say. It seems, from the front, he has been saying some inexplicable things. But, I can't blame Ace, after all, let alone Ace, and now looking at the whole world, only Marine knows Su Yang's law. Everyone else understands them only from the newspapers. Below the execution stand, the area where Shichibukai stood. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Doflamingo smiled evilly. I know that guy standing under Whitebeard is the newly established 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment. It is said that during this period of time, the bounty rose from nothing to more than 1 billion. Quote. 447 inches. I'm afraid, looking at the whole world, no one has been able to accomplish such a feat at present. Chatter. When Mihawk heard this, he was not interested in these things at first, but after hearing Doflamingo's introduction, he felt a little bit of interest in his heart. If you say that, it is indeed a simple guy. Sigh, sigh, how about it? Do you want to try his strength and see if his strength is worthy of his bounty? Brother Doflaming walked towards Mihawk. An idea. However, it was clear that Mihawk didn't buy it. Although he was interested in the man in front of him, he wasn't so strong that he wanted to test his strength. You go. You can go by yourself, you don't need to pull me. Mihawk responded. Doflamingo smiled evilly again, and didn't say anything, and this topic ended here. At this moment, Marine 3 Admirals position above, their faces are similar to Sengoku. Advertisement. It seems that things are in trouble. Su Yong is here. However, it seems that it is only Su Yong. If there is only one of him, it should not be too troublesome. Kizaru leaned on the chair and said calmly. Akainu, who was sitting in the middle, was silent, and the moment he saw Su Yong, the scars on his body began to ache. Unconsciously, he reached out and touched his chest. Damn. Kizaru glanced at Akainu and sighed softly. It can't go on like this. If you want to minimize the loss, you can only catch the thief and the king first. As he spoke, Kizaru was already exuding golden light from his entire body. Following that, his body turned into light particles and drifted into the distance at an extremely fast speed. When he appeared again, he was already in the sky. The dazzling light shines on the earth. All eyes were attracted by this shining light. Yes, Kizaru. Kizaru. Is this guy Kizaru going to shoot? No, that guy's target seems to be Dad. Damn, does that guy want to take a shot at Daddy? Tisk tisk, even if he is 3 Admiral, so what, our father is called the strongest man in the world. It's not Daddy's turn to take action at all. Don't forget, the captains are still standing beside Daddy. 9. Advertisement. After Kizaru locks on the target, he starts to activate his Devil Fruit ability. 8-foot Chongu Jade. Following Kizaru's words, in an instant, countless golden light particles were released from his hands. These golden light particles rushed towards Whitebeard at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Su Yong wanted to shoot, but Marco suddenly used the Devil Fruit ability. Leave it to me, Su Yong. After unfolding its wings, it immediately flew in front of Whitebeard. Boom, boom. Above the sky, explosions continued to sound, and a huge heat wave washed over everything around. Whitebeard held Kong Yunchi in his hand, staring straight ahead, and the cloak behind him danced gracefully with the heat wave. When the attack stops, the movement caused by the collision between the two sides begins to disappear. 0. Both of them were standing on the void, and at this moment, Marco's whole body was wrapped in blue flames. How can let you disturb our king right away? Marco said to Kizaru with a sneer. At this moment, Kizaru was a little fortunate. Compared with Su Yong, he was more willing to fight with Marco. How scary. The Whitebeard pirates. Stop talking nonsense. Advertisement. Taking advantage of this posture, Marco quickly launched an attack. As for Su Yong at the moment, he explained to Rem and the others. Ram, just stay here. This time you don't need to participate in the battle, this is the safest place. 35. And Whitebeard was looking at Su Yong. At this moment, for some reason, he always felt that the man standing in front of him was unfathomable. Whitebeard, I'm going. Up to you, Whitebeard replied. Actually, it's not that Su Yong wants to fight, he's here for another purpose. Yes, Summit War is such a huge battle, he might be able to pick up a lot of summon fragments here. As for fighting and killing, Su Yong didn't like it, he liked it even more. Lord Su Yong, be careful. Rem reminded Ram. Gu la la la. Su 4.6 Yong, where did you find this bitch, but it suits you very well, and your personality looks very gentle. Whitebeard said with a big laugh. When Whitebeard said that, Rem and Ram both blushed slightly, bowed their heads and said nothing. Whitebeard, can't you be serious at this point? After complaining, Su Yong jumped and landed on the ice surface. These ice surfaces were caused by Whitebeard's shock fruit ability and caused a tsunami just now, and then Aokiji used devil fruit ability. After landing on the ice surface, Su Yong was not in a hurry, walking slowly while looking around. What he most wanted to hear now was that the system indicated that there were summoning shards around. Advertisement. 135 Best Shichibukai of the Year. Ming Jie, please complete order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hey, did you see that guy? Well, I see, this guy is the captain of the newly established 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Su Yong, with a bounty of 1.5 billion. 99. This guy, his whole body is full of flaws. If we can take him down smoothly, we will definitely be promoted. Idiot, that kind of guy, how can we deal with it? You're an idiot, I didn't tell you to go over and confront him, don't you know what you're holding? Above the end of the ice, the two marine soldiers talked while watching Su Yong, who was slowly approaching. Another marine looked at the spear in his hand, and then a wicked smile appeared on his face. It seems quite reasonable, as long as we don't get close to him, we shoot at a distance and make a lot of money, and we don't lose if we don't. Yes, hurry up and prepare, while he is not paying attention, we both shoot at the same time. It is good. The two marine soldiers hit it off, and when Su Yong was only a dozen meters away from them, the two of them saw the opportunity. Boom. 35. Two bullets shot towards Su Yang's forehead at a very fast speed. Although he has sensed the existence of bullets, Su Yong still does not dodge. In his eyes, he believes that the trouble of dodging bullets is far better than eating bullets. Advertisement. After all, his own tough body, bullets, this kind of attack, did not hurt him. Dang. 0.35. Two bullets hit Su Yang's forehead, and then they were directly bounced off the ice. Seeing this scene, the two marine soldiers quickly squatted down. Damn it, what the hell is that guy? We obviously hit it, but it turned out okay. Could it be that that guy's skin can't even hit bullets? Damn, it's a pity that I didn't go over to fight him directly, or else my life would be in danger. Yeah, it's too dangerous, you son of a bitch, can you think of something to live on? Look at you like a bear, what are you afraid of? There was a lot of bullets on the battlefield, and he didn't see the two of us. Just as the marine soldier's voice fell, there was a burst of laughter above him. No, I saw you. As soon as these words came out, the hairs of the two Marine soldiers stood up, and the moment they looked up and saw that it was Su Yong, they immediately crawled forward. Su Yong, are you ready? Bang bang bang. The two Marines hurriedly pulled the trigger and kept firing at Su Yong until, when the bullets ran out, they stopped. But, Su Yong is still standing there intact. Advertisement. He slowly looked at the few bullets he had just caught in his hand, then made a pop gesture and said calmly, "Give it back to you." 5. Whoa. 99. The bullet pierced through the foreheads of the two of them instantly, followed closely, and the two of them fell to the ground without even closing their eyes. Amen. Su Yong prayed, and just wanted to continue walking to the side, when suddenly, a voice descended from the sky. After sensing the danger, Su Yang's body quickly dodged. Brush. Sounded. The wall of the bay was instantly cut into 3 pieces, and then fell down with a crunch, landing on the ice. After landing smoothly, Su Yong raised his head slightly, and what caught his eye was a blond man with sunglasses, bronzed skin, six-pack abs, a pink feather coat and cropped trousers, and pointed shoes on his feet. Yes, he is exactly one of Shichibukai, Doflamingo. Seeing him, Su Yong was quite surprised. It stands to reason that Shichibukai's people should all avoid fighting, so they would not choose to shoot, but Doflamingo's move made him unable to figure it out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Doflamingo stood on the wall of the bay and smiled evilly at Su Yong. Let me meet the guy who will increase to 1.5 billion in a short time. Su Yong looked at Doflamingo at a loss for words. Although he was not weak, Su Yong didn't take him to heart. Doflamingo took the initiative to attack Su Yong, something the Marines never expected. Brother Doflamingo. Tisk tisk tisk. Really brave. 35 Kizaru stood in the air, glanced over Su Yang's side, and then grinned. Shish. Sounded. Advertisement. At this moment when Kizaru was distracted, Marco attacked instantly and kicked Kizaru in the past. Although Kizaru defended in time, the impact of this kick made him fall to the ground. On Sengoku's side, to be honest, he was still thinking just now, who would fight this tough guy like Su Yong, but he didn't expect Doflamingo to shoot. This could not help but moved him a little, helping himself to delay this tricky guy. As for the outcome, Sengoku doesn't care. To die or not to die does not help Marine. After all, Doflamingo is only a tool of exploitation in Sengoku's eyes. Marineford, back. The remaining 3-5 elders are closely watching every move on the battlefield. Previously, I was still thinking about whether or not someone should hold him back. After all, with that guy's strength, if he doesn't stop him, Marine will have a lot of losses. However, the Celestial Dragon's kid has gone. Invisibly, there will be a result that satisfies us the most. One of the old men stared at the battlefield with a smile on his face. Yes, the result he said was not that Doflamingo could defeat Su Yong, but that Su Yong would definitely kill Doflamingo. And Doflamingo was killed, which is what the 5 elders most wanted to see. The reason is simple, because Doflamingo has one of the most dangerous whole cards for Celestial Dragons. Since finding out at Celestial Dragons that he can't be wiped out, they've been more cooperative. Although Doflamingo is still a bit useful for the 5 elders right now, he is more optimistic about the second role than the permanent contact threat. Advertisement. 136 Wood Style Awakening vs String Fruit Awakening. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Of course, I am also very interested in Doflamingo's attack on Su Yong and Mahawk, who is not far away. As Doflamingo said, he wants to see if Su Yong is worth 1.5 billion. At the same time, I am also observing whether this man will become the man I am interested in, so that I, who have been doing my own way, will make another move. Hey hee hee hee. Gecko Moria's laughter came from the side. Mahawk just glanced out of the corner of the eye, and didn't take it too seriously. That guy Doflamingo is really surprising. As Shichibukai, it's okay to accept Marine's forced summons, and he still works so hard for Marine. Do you think I'm right, Hawkeye? Mahawk. 9. Mahawk didn't even look at Gecko Moria, just stared straight ahead. Damn indifferent guy. Gecko Moria groaned and didn't continue the topic. After all, he knew all too well what would happen to Mahawk. On the execution stand. At this moment, Ace unexpectedly took the initiative to talk to Sengoku. Hello, Sengoku. After hearing Ace's words, Sengoku's eyes turned to Ace. Tell me, why did you react more panicked when Su Yong came than when my dad came? After Sengoku heard it, he laughed inexplicably, as if he heard a joke. No. Ace said a joke. Advertisement. How tricky is the 17th division of your special mother's Whitebeard regiment, don't you have a clue as his crew member? But, Ace is really not a bit forced. Because of Blackbeard, all the attention was paid to Blackbeard. Although he heard about it in the middle, he didn't take it too seriously. Until the arrest, the strength of the 17th division established by himself was still unknown. Does that guy Whitebeard want to be the pirate king? Sengoku didn't answer Ace's question, because, in his eyes, Ace knew Su Yong and the other's strength. The reason why he asked, just wanted to laugh at himself. When he saw a squad under his command, he panicked like this. It looks really funny. I want Whitebeard to be One Piece. Ace's eyes firmly said, although he knew that Whitebeard was not interested in One Piece, but Ace insisted that Whitebeard should be. That's why Whitebeard wants Su Yong to be One Piece. Sengoku stared at Ace and said decisively. Ace was at a loss for words. Whenever he had a certain communication with Sengoku, the bastard Sengoku started to say some inexplicable things. After one operation, a misunderstanding also occurred. Ace thought Sengoku was fooling him. And Sengoku thought Ace was fooling him too. So, the exchange is over. On Su Yang's side, his battle with Doflamingo has also begun. Boom. Advertisement. Boom. Doflamingo launched a continuous attack on Su Yang. You guy, it's really inexplicable. What's the point of that? Anyway, you're just my pastime object. Sigh. Sigh. Forget it. Originally I wanted to play soy sauce for a while, but if you are going to make a move, I'm just in time. Let's take you to exercise. 35. In the next second, Su Yang, who had been dodging all the time, at this moment directly attacked and attacked. In the face of Su Yang's sudden counterattack, Doflamingo obviously paused slightly, but he didn't take it too seriously. After Xie Mei smiled, he said calmly, "This is decent. The reason I came here is because everything went so smoothly, it made me feel too boring." Hey. 39. As soon as Doflamingo's voice fell, Su Yang had already come to him, his arms had already covered armament hockey, and he threw a heavy punch. Point 35. Doflamingo was a little dumbfounded, and he was obviously caught off guard when he faced Su Yang, who came to him in an instant. Boom. The next second, Su Yang's fist was directly on his face. PFF'd. 35. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth instantly. What made him even more unexpected was that Su Yang's ordinary punch actually made him spin several times in the air, and then hit the ground heavily. In backquote. Advertisement. Huge plumes of smoke rose up. Su Yang didn't give Doflamingo a chance to breathe, followed closely, jumped up, covered armament hockey on his feet, stepped on his head and rushed down. Doflamingo's pupils shrank violently, but he had a lot of fighting experience, and at this critical moment, he quickly used his Devil Fruit Awakening ability. The ground he was on instantly changed into a transparent line, and then wrapped Doflamingo at an extremely fast speed. At the top, all the threads come together to form spikes. Bang. 5. When Su Yang's feet hit the spikes formed by countless threads, a huge airflow was suddenly generated, and the ground even became turbulent. The ground around it collapsed directly, and cracks were spreading at an extremely fast speed. After the collision continued for a while, Su Yang jumped and landed smoothly with a backflip. However, the moment he landed, the ground under his feet suddenly grew grass and other plants. Obviously, at this moment, I also entered the wood style, a state of awakening. All of this is in Whitebeard's eyes. Through the short battle just now, Whitebeard already knew that Su Yang's strength at the moment has changed qualitatively from the original one. Hey, Su Yang, what happened after he left me? Whitebeard looked at Rem and Ram next to him. Rem and Ram were stunned after hearing this. Look at me, I look at you, and say something, they have just come to this world. I don't know what happened before. Advertisement. 137 Sage Body Status, see above please order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Rem and Ram shook their heads together, and looked at Whitebeard, who was many times bigger than him. No, I don't know, we have just joined. Whitebeard's eyes flashed slightly, and his eyes continued to return to the battlefield, while responding. As that's so, on the battlefield next to Su Yang, a group of Marines were shocked to see Su Yang's ability. This guy is also demon fruit power. Isn't what your special mother said nonsense? That is, if it weren't for the devil fruit ability, how could it be possible for the floor tiles to grow grass and other plants? Hi, what kind of devil fruit is this Whitebeard Regiment's 17th Division captain eating, and it has the ability to revive the earth? If I knew, would I still be in this position? It's just that, although I haven't seen the power yet, I feel that it should be very strong. Mr. Smoker. I saw it. On the side of the Marines, Smoker and Tashigi were watching Su Yang's movements. It's amazing. Every step seems to make the earth recover 447. Tashigi looked at Su Yang in disbelief. Smoker nodded too, though he hadn't shown his abilities yet, but his instincts told him it wouldn't be weak. Meanwhile, Su Yang over there. Doflamingo got up from the ground, wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, and looked at Su Yang, who was approaching him step by step with a serious face. Advertisement. At this moment, he actually felt a little uneasy, and at the same time had some regrets. Why did he come to this guy all of a sudden to relieve his boredom? You guy, come on, even if you want to step on one foot and join in, I will fulfill you. Whoa. Doflamingo stroked his head lightly and smiled evilly. It doesn't matter who wins or loses, you are a little too confident when you say this so early. Marine's bounty is not a measure of strength, although Doflamingo's bounty is not as high as Su Yang's. He has no specific knowledge of Su Yang's strength, but he believes that even if he can't beat him, he is 100% sure if he runs away. Because, in a word, the enemy of the Whitebeard pirates this time is Marine, and they won't take all the trouble to put all their energy on themselves. But, it's a pity that Su Yang is not a normal person who plays cards according to the routine. Facing Doflamingo's words, Su Yang just smiled and said nothing. When he walked to a certain distance, the ground did not grow grass or the like, but was covered with green light. If you look closely, you can see that the original floor tiles and the wooden objects. Moreover, the range is rapidly expanding. You guy, as expected, you are also awakened. The blue veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged, and his expression became more solemn. With a wave of Su Yang's hand, on the assimilated ground, a huge wooden object rose up from the ground and patted it in the direction of Doflamingo. Naturally, Doflamingo didn't sit still, and when he waved his hand, countless following lines pulled the huge wooden arm that was slapped towards him. Advertisement. However, what he didn't expect was that Su Yang waved his hand again, and a huge wooden arm appeared on the ground again, then clenched his fist and slammed it towards him. Damn. This time, Doflamingo did not continue to use the line to pull, but jumped and dodged to a safe distance. Quote. Two huge big wooden arms fell to the ground, and the ground shook, and the sand and stones on the floor tiles shook. Don't think you're the only one who can do this, I can too, sigh. After landing smoothly, Doflamingo reached out and touched the buildings above the bay, and followed, at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, the surrounding buildings and the ground were also assimilated into transparent lines by him. He waved his hand to control it, and countless lines gathered together to form spikes, and he also covered the spikes with armament hockey, thus achieving an improvement in defense and attack. Seeing the huge spikes collide, Su Yang quickly jumped back, adjusted the distance, and waved it casually. On the ground, the wooden object rushed out like a python. The next second, it collided with the spikes launched by Doflamingo. A huge air current was generated, scouring everything around. Zzz. At the source of the collision, black light like lightning flashed continuously. Now, Doflamingo can only concentrate on his devotion. He feels that as long as he is not careful, his defense will be breached. But, Su Yang's side seems to be more relaxed. I saw that he was just about to wave his hand to create a second round of attacks. But at this moment, a figure flashed across the sky. Advertisement. And she approached Su Yang with great speed. Dark Hound. 35. The hot lava condensed in Akainu's hand, and then pressed against Su Yang's back. Before that, when Doflamingo was fighting Su Yang, Akainu had been looking for a sneak attack. Now, after finally waiting, he naturally won't have any hesitations. Sir Su Yang. Seeing this scene, Rem and Ram shouted anxiously. Su Yang. 99. Even Whitebeard's pupils shrank slightly. At this distance, even if he activates Devil Fruit ability now, he can't stop things from happening. With Whitebeard's shout, both Marine and Pirate's eyes turned to Su Yang. Boom. With Akainu's punch, the ground Su Yang stood on instantly caused a violent explosion, and thick smoke engulfed everything around him. And the wooden objects also disappeared at this moment. Whoa. Doflamingo laughed when he saw this scene. Looks like you lost. Advertisement. 138. You are a real dog. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I originally thought that you could let me pass the time, but it seems. I just think too much. Captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment. Su Yang. Speaking of the back, Doflamingo continued to laugh wickedly. Su Yang. Marco, who was still fighting Kizaru in the air, shouted, and there was anxiety in his eyes. However, at this moment, Kizaru didn't take advantage of Marco's distraction to make a surprise, but said with a cheap smile. Yo, you are so worried, are you afraid that Su Yang is seriously injured? Kizaru had already experienced the strength of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates before. Such as, if it was as bad as what they saw, then the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates would have long since disappeared from this world. You bastards. Marco gritted his teeth, his inner anger was rising. Tisk, the anger of the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates is really scary. Kizaru continued to speak words that did not match his expression. Marco frowned. Now he doesn't want to get involved with Kizaru, what he has to do, is to rush to Su Yang's side. Advertisement. However, if things were to happen, Kizaru naturally wouldn't let him pass so easily. Not long after Marco rushed towards Su Yang, Kizaru took advantage of Devil Fruit's movement to come to Marco. I'm not going to let you go. Go away. Marco was also not angry with Kizaru, and immediately launched an attack. It's a pity, I was directly punched by the Admiral of Headquarters, I guess. The captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates will die immediately. If that's the case, it would be such a pity. Gecko Moria laughed sarcastically. Obviously, if he knew a little more about the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he wouldn't have said such a thing. As for Mahawk, who was watching silently, his intuition told him that the man was not so vulnerable. On Whitebeard's side, at this moment, he was undoubtedly furious to ultimate, and he held the Kong Yunchi in his hand tightly, just about to step into the battlefield. At this moment, Rem, who was still worried just now, said, Sir Whitebeard, please rest assured, Su Yang is fine. Whitebeard's eyes looked at the two women who were much shorter than him in front of him. Yes, I saw. La. I just said, how could that kid Su Yang be defeated so easily? Advertisement. Of course, Akainu's presence did not satisfy the 3-5 elders hiding behind Marineford. Why did this bastard, Sakazuki, come out? Said an old man in a black suit, with curly white hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on his left cheek. Another old man wearing a white Taoist robe, bald head, glasses, and holding a knife similar to Zoro's third-generation ghost also spoke up. Yeah, the bastard Sakazuki, the guy from Doflamingo is one step away. If he hadn't suddenly shot, the guy Su Yang would definitely be able to eradicate a scourge for us. Speaking so vigorously, the last old man wearing a dark green suit, bald, with a splayed beard and a Madara birthmark on his forehead naturally spoke up. That guy, it's more than a failure. When he was in the Holy Land Mariajoy, he was asked to go out to deal with it. The bastard refused to use the excuse of recuperating, and now he has ruined our plan because of his unauthorized shot. Point 99. The signs, it's like, this Sakazuki is like an undercover agent. 0 for flowers. Quote. The first curly white-haired old man in front of him sighed softly, and then calmly said, there is no way, this is the end, we can only accept it calmly. In this case, our plan will have to be redrawn. It's not too late, although it is said that there is already a rough estimate on the battlefield, but what about outside the battlefield? It's still uncertain, maybe the remaining members of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Regiment will arrive here. It is also possible that the remnants of the former Roger pirates will come to rescue their former captain's son. 0. Advertisement. Yep. The three old men nodded and stopped discussing, and looked at the battlefield. Meanwhile, Su Yang over there. The huge smoke and dust splashed by the impact just now is slowly becoming thinner with the passage of time. Soon, in the center of the smoke and dust, two figures gradually entered everyone's field of vision. At the moment Su Yang, a white horn has grown on his forehead, and the end of the horn is still burning with a reddish flame. His armament hockey-covered arm caught Akainu's dark hound blow, and his eyes were looking at Akainu coldly. I found out that you are a real dog, a dignified marine admiral, who even engaged in sneak attacks. Akainu didn't answer, there were beads of sweat on his forehead. He originally thought that if he could take this opportunity, let alone kill Su Yang, at least he could leave a deep and eternal memory on him. Scars that cannot be erased. But, it backfired. I never imagined that Su Yang would take it down with one hand. Seeing that Su Yang is safe and sound, some people are happy, and some people are worried, the one who is happy is pirate, and the one who is worried is marine. The 17th. The captain of the 17th took Marine Admiral's blow so easily. Damn, I thought he'd be wiped out by Marine Admiral in an instant. Advertisement. 139 Ace. This is the Su Yang I know. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I thought so too, but, I never imagined it would be such a result. When did the captain of the 17th Division grow a horn on his forehead? Is it the original one? I didn't seem to see it just now. It doesn't seem to be there before, and the horns are still burning with reddish flames, which looks so weird. 99. What kind of monster is that guy? Isn't his devil fruit ability to stimulate the growth of all things? Why, now, it seems to be similar to zone devil fruit. I once heard Garp Vice Admiral say that there is a top-level zone devil fruit, phantom species, that is rarer than Logia, and the devil fruit that guy eats should be the legendary, phantom species. 35. 46 zeros, damn. I didn't expect that in the Whitebeard pirates, except for the first team leader Marco, who was eating phantom beasts, there were also people eating them. This also explains why he can become the captain of the 17th Division. On the other side of the pirates, it seemed a little excited. Wow, is this the real devil fruit ability of Captain Su Yang? Although the horns on his forehead look a bit inconsistent, I personally think it's really handsome. I also think that when I was on the boat with him, I didn't find him so charming, but now, I find that he is simply cool. Having caught Marine Admiral's blow with one hand, is this the same Su Yang we knew? Yeah, what has Captain Su Yang experienced during these days, and his strength is so strong? Furthermore, not only did Captain Su Yang become very powerful, I heard my father tell other captains that most of Su Yang's 17th Division are very strong. Advertisement. However, it's a pity that the members of the 17th Division have not arrived yet. Otherwise, we would be able to witness their strength with our own eyes. Don't say it, Captain Su Yang must have discovered a secret that can make people stronger quickly. After the war is over, I will take the initiative to propose to my father that I will be transferred to the 17th Division. Damn it, this is a good idea. I also want to be transferred to the 17th Division. The strength has skyrocketed in a short period of time, which shocked the old man. Ha 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 ha. This guy actually caught Marine Admiral's blow with one hand. Sigh. He smiled wickedly and continued. Forget it, Marine Admiral took this hot potato, so I won't ask for it. Doflamingo is very grateful to Akainu. Su Yang is so strong, he really dare not guarantee that he can escape smoothly after Doflamingo. After muttering a few words, Doflamingo jumped and returned to the ground where Shichibukai was standing. Looking at Mahawk's eyes, Doflamingo smiled evilly. It's not bad, you can try it. Mahawk's eyes flickered slightly. I suspect you are trying to trick me, but I have no proof. If anyone's face is the most ugly at this moment, it is undoubtedly Akainu's. Good guy. Lousy came to help you. Why did you run away? Advertisement. Keep me here. To be honest, Akainu, like Kizaru and the others, didn't want to fight Su Yang. Only a few people in Marine knew that one of the powerful five elders was killed by Su Yang who didn't know what to do. Boom. Su Yang jumped straight into the air, armament hockey covered his feet, and kicked towards Akainu. Akainu's reaction was also quick, and he immediately stretched out his hand to block. Snapped. The powerful impact caused Akainu to rub directly against the ground and move to the side continuously, leaving a long deep groove on the way. Sure enough, the body in this mode, whether it is attack, defense, or strength, has been greatly increased. Su Yang murmured, then stretched out a finger, a green light spot condensed, and the next second, a layer of white light suddenly wrapped around the green light spot. This is a natural force that can only be gathered in Sage Body mode. I saw him flick, and the energy ball wrapped in white light rushed towards Akainu at an extremely fast speed. If he were to fight with other people, Akainu would directly confront him, but he would not dare to fight Su Yong, who was confusing, because he was afraid of cheating. In the next second, he jumped and dodged at an extremely fast speed. The spot of light crossed a gorgeous strand in midair, and then landed exactly on the ground Akainu had just stood on. The next second, to everyone's surprise, it was clearly just a fist-sized spot of light, but it caused a violent explosion. Advertisement. The ground trembled along with it, the sand and stones in the distance shook, and a mushroom cloud that was neither big nor small rose directly into the sky. The heat wave mixed with the airflow began to spread in all directions, causing some thin marines or pirates to retreat at this moment. Kaka. Immediately following it, a towering tree rose from the ground, standing still in the middle of this battlefield. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Akainu. 4.6 It's a pity that he didn't have the brains to go head to head with these weird moves. His heart was also cursing. Your mother-in-law said I was a dog. You are a dog. Compressing the energy ball to such a level makes people feel weak and want to pick it up. Thanks to Laozi's experience, or else you will suffer a lot of losses. Don't say Akainu is dumbfounded, even Ace standing on the execution platform is dumbfounded at this moment. At this moment, he seems to understand why Sengoku is more frowning when he sees Su Yong coming than when he sees his father no show. What's going on with this guy Su Yong? How long have I been away from the Whitebeard pirates, and he has become such a terrifying guy? Advertisement. 140 The strongest man in the world is arrogant, seeking full order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Really? When Ace was in the Whitebeard pirates? Su Yong has never fought in a war. Basically it's just a plan. This is also natural, making people feel that his strength is not good. But, good guy, looking at it today, it completely refreshed the three views of Ace. Such awesome strength. Your mother-in-law has been directing behind the scenes. Good guy, very good at playing. While muttering, Sengoku, whose ears were sharp, heard it. He turned his head, and his eyes sank slightly. For a moment. In his mind, there seemed to be a flash of thought. Of course, he was just guessing. You bastard, shouldn't it be true? Don't know anything. When Ace heard this, the originally dim eyes flashed. What? 99. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Point 35. Sengoku stroked his forehead and laughed with a self-deprecating look on his face. This moment, 10 he understands. Everything made sense to him. No wonder before, when communicating with Ace, I always answer what I ask and what I ask. Dare. You boy, you don't know anything. You guy. I'm really ashamed of you being the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. I don't know anything about my teammates, in order to get some useful information from your mouth. As a result, I have been talking for a long time, and there is no useful information at all. After leaving those words, Sengoku's eyes cast a glance at him, then turned his head and continued to look far away. Hey, you bastard, what are you talking about? After Sengoku's output, good guy, directly confused Aces. He couldn't wait to hear about Su Yong from Sengoku's mouth. You're a dying person, what do you know so much for? I didn't expect it to have such power. Su Yong looked at the big pit not far away, and the towering tree standing in the center of the pit at this moment, and sighed with emotion. Suddenly, just as Su Yong sighed, not far away, there was a loud voice. The dog bites the red lotus. Su Yong glanced and saw that at this moment, Akainu turned into a dog-shaped arm with lava, and then launched towards Su Yong. Advertisement. In the face of this blow, Su Yong did not dodge. Wood-style wood dragon technique. I saw him stomping lightly, and the ground instantly turned into wood. Immediately following, at an extremely fast speed, a huge wooden dragon with a long hook nose and thorns all over its body emerged from the ground. It soared into the air, opened its huge mouth and roared, and then rushed towards the dog-biting red lotus shot by Akainu. Boom. Above the air, the wooden dragon devoured the red lotus in one bite, followed closely, opened its huge mouth again, and charged towards Akainu. Estimate. It's because Su Yang's moves are too weird. Facing such a blow, Akainu didn't dare to take it, but instead dodged. However, the wooden dragon pursued Akainu relentlessly as if it had life. And at the same time, behind Marineford, outside the battlefield, there is still no news. It seems, we have to hurry up and kill Su Yong here. The bald, glasses-wearing old man in a white robe took the lead. Own opinion. In his eyes, Su Yong does not fall to the ground for a moment, the more variables will become. Just so, that's what I'm thinking now. Destroying him as soon as possible can be considered to complete the mission of Lord Yimu. The old man in a black suit, white curly hair, and a fluffy white beard also said. In his eyes, his thoughts were exactly the same as the old man with glasses in front of him. That's the case, then let's implement it, save it. In the event of a change, if he can't be dealt with here today, then his growth is limitless, and the threat to our world government is huge. Yes, said the last old man who stayed here. As soon as the voice fell, the three old men disappeared here in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already at Su Yang's side. And, 3 people have surrounded him. When Su Yong saw the 3 old men, he was startled. The pupils involuntarily shrank a few times, and then the complexion began to become solemn. Because of this, the wooden dragon chasing Akainu on the battlefield also disappeared. When Akainu came back to his senses, he saw that 3 old men had surrounded Su Yong. Advertisement. Humph. Did you finally make a move? Well, it just saves me trouble. Akainu murmured, then turned his eyes to other places. And at the same time, Whitebeard also seemed to be feeling bad. Holding Kong Yunchi in his hand, he jumped without saying a word. Joined the battlefield. With Whitebeard's actions, everything is in Sengoku's eyes. He shouted at the battlefield. The strongest man in the world is going to show his power, stop him. 35. After the voice fell, Akainu, who was closest to Whitebeard, immediately stood in front of Whitebeard. Magma Kid, get out of the way. 460. Whitebeard was not polite, he directly raised the Kong Yunchi in his hand and slashed towards Akainu. Faced with the man who was known as the strongest in the world, Akainu is naturally not careless, and after dodging quickly, he counterattacks. Whitebeard, what are you dreaming about? Do I think I'll let you go? That guy Su Yong is destined to escape today. Goo la la la, Magma Kid, do you think you can stop me? Whitebeard laughed. Shish. Suddenly at this time, a voice came down from the sky again, armament hockey covered his hands and punched Whitebeard. And Whitebeard's reaction speed was also very fast, he immediately jumped and stepped back, dodging the blow. Immediately after that, what caught his eye was a Mozigan with a head shape, a beard on the chin, an upgraded version of Mozigan's hair, a strong body, and a coat on the back with the marine coat also has the word justice. Yes, he is the former marine. Army Marshal, the current world. Government. All. Army. Commander. What about me, Whitebeard, can I stop you? Kong asked blankly. Whitebeard frowned slightly, his face unusually solemn. Speaking of which, Kong, we haven't seen each other for decades. Advertisement. 141i, Saiyan Race Invincible. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kong didn't answer Whitebeard's words immediately, but slowly took off the cape he was wearing, and said gently while dropping it on the ground. Yeah, Whitebeard, we haven't seen each other for decades. I didn't expect to see each other again, and it would be like today. Goo. Holding Kong Yunchi in his hand, Whitebeard laughed loudly and said, I'm not interested in you Marines. The purpose of my coming here is to save my important people. Now, please let me go. What nonsense are you talking about, Beard? Akainu interjected. Whitebeard gave Akainu a contemptuous look, and then said disdainfully, you don't have the right to speak here, Magma Kid. I'm afraid, it can't be as you wish, the old man is the commander-in-chief of the world government. Ace has the most evil bloodline, he is One Piece, the son of Galdi Roger, for such hidden dangers, we must obliterate him and cradle him in. 35. As for the captain of your 17th division, Su Yong, that guy is also the same. Although he doesn't have any evil bloodline, his actions have already created a serious threat to the world government, so he must also be obliterated. Kong said firmly. Humph. Whitebeard snorted coldly, disdainful of Kong's words. If you have the skills, you can try, I am Whitebeard. Seeing that Kong didn't retreat, Whitebeard didn't waste any time with him, he directly waved Kong Yunchi in his hand and slashed towards Kong and the two of them. First meeting, captain of the 17th division of the Whitebeard Regiment, Su Yong. The old man with glasses said first. Su Yong glanced at the 3-5 elders who surrounded him, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Advertisement. Do you, the world and the government think too much of me? That's right, the 3-5 elders are besieging themselves, I'm afraid Whitebeard doesn't have this treatment either. And what about himself? Speaking of the bounty, it's only 1.5 billion, not even half of Whitebeard's. Speaking of power, there is only one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates. Speaking of purpose, it doesn't have the ambition of the revolutionary army to overthrow the world, the government, and the government. But, the results of it, good guy, say hello directly to the 3-5 elders. You deserve this treatment, because your body is full of uncertainty. Another old man with curly white hair responded. I'm curious, the horns on your forehead are not your devil fruit ability, if I guess correctly, it should be unique to your race. Huh, it's really surprising, I didn't expect that there are races that we don't know about in this world. 35. Seeing that Su Yong didn't say anything, the 3-5 elders tacitly agreed that what they said was the truth. However, they did not act so quickly, but wanted to find out what would be beneficial to them from Su Yang's body as much as possible. Information. Moreover, I also know a more important news, that is, in your race, one person is born with a horn, but in this era, there is a person with a pair of horns, I'm not wrong. Bald, the bearded old man with a splayed figure continued to speak. Su Yong was naturally not stupid, he knew from the beginning that 5 elders wanted to find favorable news from his own mouth. Advertisement. However, as to why the 5 elders said that Su Yong his race was born with a horn, and this era has a person with a pair of horns, Su Yong did not know what they meant. After all, he didn't know about the dream of Lord Yimu. Can you say something that I can understand? Every sentence is full of words, which is really unbearable. 33 Su Yong really complained, compared with their scheming, he is really a little witch. See the witch. We can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Su Yong listened to this, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and finally decided to come to a plan. Well, it seems that my race has been investigated by your world government, but so what? Our patriarch predicted that one day, the man born with double horns will lead us to overthrow the world government. Su Yong opened his mouth and came, and told him about a general type of plot he saw when he had not traveled. However, Su Yong thought that the five elders would refute him, but he never imagined that the five elders really believed it. Mainly, because Im's dream, in the dream, is a man with a pair of horns, leading a group of people to fight with Im in the sea. Backquote he. One of the old men laughed. Nonsense, the next few thousand years will be ruled by our world government. That's right, maybe, if we didn't find your trace, it might really be as your patriarch predicted, but now we have found you. So special. Advertisement. Su Yong cursed inwardly. Are these three dog things still addictive? If this is the case, then one more plan will be counted. Don't brag, our race is naturally no different from ordinary people. Even if we pass through you, you may not be able to find out, the kings even we have to have a special method to determine whether we are compatriots. 35. The old man with glasses smiled with satisfaction at Su Yang's words. You have underestimated our world, the government, and the government. To be honest, we have mastered another way. One sentence, another sentence. Su Yong was dumbfounded, and it was estimated that he was pulling it off, and he could publish a book soon. Don't be funny, our Saiyan race is invincible, immortal, and fearless. Chi. As soon as these words came out, the five elders leaked satisfied smiles. Su Yong, you're worth dying for. Well, I didn't expect that. Before dying, he also made a great contribution to our world, government. Boom. 95. As soon as the voice fell, the ground suddenly shook violently. Advertisement. 142 Tribute to Night Guy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone heard the news and looked. At this time, Whitebeard activated the shock fruit ability and was dealing with Kong and Akainu. The earth cracked huge cracks, and the huge explosion sounded incessantly, and the hot magma sprinkled all around. According to their level of fighting, I'm afraid Marineford can't last long. Shish. Suddenly, at this moment, the old man with glasses launched a surprise attack on Su Yong. He instantly drew out his long sword, covered it with armament hockey, and slashed out instantly. As for Su Yong, he had been on guard since the five elders had fallen by his side, so he had noticed when the old man with the eyes drew his sword. I saw a jump, barely dodging this slash. However, in the next second, the old man with the splayed beard who appeared above his head kicked out again. Damn, it's really tricky. Su Yong cursed, then quickly proceeded to armament hockey defense. Bang. 99. A kick fell to the ground. Boom. The rich 460 smoke and dust spread out in all directions. The five elders didn't give Su Yong a break. From the moment Su Yong fell to the ground, the old man with glasses had already jumped into the air. Waving the long sword in his hand, he activated his sword skills. Shish. Like a net of heaven and earth, the slashes kept falling to the ground. What followed was a continuous explosion. Advertisement. The smoke and dust spread out in all directions like a flood. When the old man landed smoothly in the smoke and dust, a figure came out at an extremely fast speed. Sure enough, it's of no use at all. The old man wearing glasses looked at Su Yong not far away and frowned. It seems that things are more difficult than expected. 35. Everyone, don't be careless, this guy, but the existence that made our old friend fall. Don't worry, the three of us are considered top-notch existences, that kid, it's impossible to have the chance to turn the tide. 5. Beg, woohoo. At this moment, Su Yong was making his breathing steady. The clothes were also shattered by the sword skills of the five elders just now. Even on the two arms, the sleeves were intact, and the middle of the clothes was chopped like noodles. Looks like that can only be used. Su Yang's eyes sank slightly and said softly. The trick he said was, of course, 8 inner gates. This time, Sage Art would style true several thousand hands is not suitable. The reason is simple, the strength of the five elders is top-notch. Whether it's defense, strength, or speed, it is even better than Su Yong after opening the magic. Once you turn on Sage Art would style true several thousand hands, it's just a waste of your own stamina. Because their speed was too fast to hit at all, they stood up on top of the Senju Buddha statue by themselves, and the other five elders naturally wouldn't watch in vain. Only 8 inner gates. Come and fight them hard. Advertisement. 8 inner gates, open. Su Yang's 8 inner gates had just opened, and they had not continued to lift the restrictions, thus raising the level, but at this time, the five elders joined forces to attack again. This directly interrupted Su Yang's spellcasting. Boom, boom, comma, shish. It's just less than a minute. The ground Su Yong was standing on just now collapsed. Flying sand and rocks, thick smoke billowing. If faced with one, Su Yong can still make a move. But, faced with 3, Su Yong can only defend and rarely find a chance to counterattack. After all, the combat experience and strength of the five elders are top-notch. Whitebeard's side couldn't even come to support him. He was held back by Akainu and Kong. As for Joes and Marco, they couldn't get out at all. Sabo was approaching the execution ground, preparing to implement a rescue plan. As for the other squad leaders, they have that energy, but they don't have that strength. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had passed. Boom. Along with falling to the ground again, there was a burst of laughter in the smoke. Ha 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 ha. 39. The 3-5 elders fell to the ground, staring at the smoke. As this guy, giving up resistance. I don't know, after all these time battles, I have mastered his strength. Facing the three of us, he can't fight back at all. Advertisement. However, it is worth mentioning that this guy's defense is really scary. He obviously doesn't know Conqueror's Hockey, but he does need to be wrapped by Conqueror's Hockey to break his armor. Yes, what's even more evil is that he obviously won't be entangled with Conqueror's Hockey, but he can break our armor. It's a pity that such a guy was not born in our celestial dragons. Suddenly, at this time, amidst the smoke, came a voice. Kabuto turned around, and finally let me find a chance. When the 3-5 elders heard this, they looked at the smoke in surprise. This guy, everyone, look at the top of the smoke, what is that? Red gas. Damn. The old man wearing glasses scolded, then clenched a long knife in his hand, and immediately ran towards the smoke. The moment he entered the smoke, the next second, only a loud bang was heard, and the old man wearing glasses flew out. At the same time, the smoke and dust also dissipated directly with the impact of this blow. At this moment, Su Yang's figure came into everyone's eyes again. However, at this time, his hair and eyebrows had turned red, and he was swaying with the airflow, and his whole body was wrapped in blood-red steam. The bespectacled old man who climbed up from the ground helped his eyes, and then looked forward in an incredible way. Swipe. At this time, the other two old men also fell next to the old man wearing glasses. What the hell did this kid? I also feel that, just for a moment, I feel that his own strength has increased countless times. That can't be done. This guy is in this form. Let our old friend fall. Advertisement. 143. You can experience the power of 8 Gate. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For this matter, the 3-5 elders did not care to draw conclusions. After all, he didn't know anything about Su Yang. They didn't know if it was Su Yang's whole card. In other words, he has more powerful cards. Whatever the case, the 3-5 elders were finding it extremely difficult. As Su Yang accumulated strength, the blood vapor on his body became more and more intense. With him as the center, a huge airflow was released from his body. Even the ground closest to him, whether it was the corpse lying around or the ground, was directly forcibly swept away by this powerful airflow. The rich blood steam rose into the sky and directly washed away the cumulus clouds above the sky. The scorching sun shone on the earth, and the sky was cloudless. The appearance of Su Yang, the momentum alone, made many marines horrified and looked terrifying. What the hell is going on here? Okay, it's scary, just the airflow generated by itself makes the cumulus clouds above the sky collapse, and there are no clouds in the sky. Damn, I don't remember someone analyzing his Devil Fruit ability as his own. Why did he display an ability that has nothing to do with Devil Fruit's ability? It's terrifying. The current sense of oppression has never been tried before. This guy is a monster. More than a monster, this is simply a demon. Damn it, this guy ruined all the victory I had left in my heart. However, having said that, who are these 3 old men? 35. No, I don't know, who cares who he is? Their actions tell us that it's better not to be an enemy. 99. Yes, I hope these 3 old men can destroy the captain of the 17th Division. Not to mention the surprise on Marine's side, even the Whitebeard pirates and his affiliated pirates were stunned. Advertisement. Is this guy the captain of Dad's newly established 17th Division? The strength is terrible. Indeed, just the sense of coercion generated by oneself can make people feel terrified. The Whitebeard pirates are awesome, the father is awesome, and the captain of the 17th Division is awesome. The movement caused by Su Yang was great, and almost at this moment, everyone's eyes turned to him. Is this still the Su Yang I know? Marco was shocked, and seemed to understand in an instant why Su Yang's bounty had suddenly become so high. Who can resist this kind of momentum and this sense of oppression? Suddenly, Marco remembered what he said to Su Yang when Su Yang left the ship. Su Yang, I'll wait for you to come back, next time we have a full-scale battle. And Su Yang's answer, next time, I will definitely beat you, Marco. Now, just thinking about it, Marco couldn't help but tremble in his heart. My dear, who wants to fight this monster with all his strength? Isn't this what a punch? This guy, is he still as frightening as ever? Kizaru couldn't help but said. For everyone else, even Whitebeard, what he meant was that his heart didn't match what he said and the expression on his face. The only Su Yang. What his heart and expression have already said are synchronized. Looks like you've escaped a catastrophe. Suddenly, behind Doflamingo, Mahawk spoke to him unexpectedly. Advertisement. Sigh. Although Doflamingo was in a panic, he still used his evil smile to hide it. Is that right? I should thank this guy Sakazuki well, otherwise. I guess I'm already on the ground now, sigh. On the field, no doubt, whether it is Marine, Pirate, or Shichibukai, they all refreshed their views on Su Yang. I got a clearer understanding of this terrible man. The screen returned to Su Yang's side. Don't be discouraged, everyone, there are only 3 of us, Su Yong, no matter how many incredible moves he uses, he can't beat the 3 of us. The old man with eyes cheered the old comrade next to him. Oh, seeking flowers. It makes sense, it's just that the aura it exudes is compelling, the specific power is not necessarily strong or weak. Let's solve it quickly, it's time to let this matter come to an end perfectly. Just as they were discussing here, suddenly, Su Yong took the initiative to launch an attack. The reason is also very simple, the longer he stays in the 8th gate, the longer the physical damage he will inherit. Moreover, the physical strength consumed by the 8th gate is extremely large. In an instant, Su Yong had already fallen from the sky. So fast. The speed is much faster than before. Elephant. 1 foot. Su Yong gave a light drink. Punch out. Advertisement. The punch has not arrived. The strong impact directly caused the ground on which the 3-5 elders stood to collapse. His skin also shook violently due to the influence of the airflow. The bespectacled old man resisted the pressure and quickly used a long knife to cover Conqueror's hockey for defense. Bang! A muffled sound. The old man wearing glasses fell directly into the ground at a speed that the naked eye could see. Get out of the way. 35. The old man with glasses roared angrily. The old man on the left and right quickly dodged in different directions. Boom. Quote. What the bespectacled old man could never have imagined was that the shock caused by the impact of this punch was directly transmitted from the long knife to the inside of his body, causing him internal injuries. PFF'd. Blood could not help but spit out directly from his oily mouth. Drink. 39. Su Yong roared, and just wanted to perform a combo on him, when the other 2 old men had already adjusted their state and attacked Su Yong from both sides. 2 feet. No way. Su Yong can't activate the old man wearing glasses, but that doesn't mean he can't activate it on the other 2 old men. Su Yong turned around in the air, spun to drive the airflow, and punched the old man who came first. Advertisement. 144 Sorry, Captain, we're late. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Accompanied by Su Yang's fist. Boom. Sounded. A huge air current rushed directly towards the oncoming 5 elders. At this speed, he couldn't dodge at all, but he didn't mean to dodge either. The original intention was to punch Su Yong. However, when Su Yong raised his fist, he was instantly rushed out by this air current. His head was twisted to his shoulders, flying backwards at an extremely fast speed. Damn, this airflow directly makes my whole body unable to move. At the same time, another old man had reached the sky above Su Yong, waving his fist and hitting it directly. Boom. However, at the moment he played, Su Yong had disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already gone behind another old man. 3 feet. Boom. Strike again with fists. A huge airflow appeared again. Against the back of the old man before. The 2 air currents collided, sandwiching the old man in the middle, unable to move. What are you doing? Dodge. 35. At the same time, the old man with eyes had climbed up from the ground and shouted at the old man who was frozen in the middle. The old man who was caught between the 2 air currents wanted to scold his mother, but the reason was not that I didn't want to dodge, but that the body was directly caught by the 2 air currents and couldn't move. His attack is coming again. Another old man also shouted towards the old man caught in the air. However, what is the use of 477? At this moment, Su Yong was already above him, and he made a big kick. Boom. With the blow of this punch, a huge airflow rushed down, and the head of the old man in the middle was continuously lowered by the airflow. On the other hand, he used all his strength to raise his head hard. If he followed this airflow, his head would be broken. What? The old man wailed, and a large mouthful of blood poured out of his mouth. Shish. The 2 old men arrived to the left and right of Su Yong in an instant. Attack quickly. Above the sky, there was a deafening sound that ripped through the air. 4 figures fell. In the end, Shishong still didn't fully play. The 3-5 elders stood together, gasping for breath. Likewise, Su Yong was gasping for breath. The 8 inner gates cost him too much. This guy. It made the old man lose face. The old man who was caught in the air just now roared, and reached out to wipe the blood from his mouth. Sure enough, this body can no longer support our continuous violent attacks. Another old man said solemnly. Advertisement. However, I can feel that with such a terrifying move, he can't support it again. The old man wearing glasses expressed his opinion. Such a guy can't stay, it will definitely pose the greatest threat to our world government in history. Not only can he not stay, but even the Saiyan race he calls can't keep one. 99. Note. Don't get me wrong, I saw someone in the comment section misunderstood that I had summoned the people in the 7 Dragon Balls. Here is the protagonist nonsense, the 5 elders cliché earlier. Su Yong said directly and casually, don't think that the summoning Saiyan. Su Yong is also looking directly at the 3-5 elders. These 3 old things are really too tricky. When they join forces, there is no flaw at all. He murmured, there was nothing he could do right now, his physical strength was not enough, so he would come back to Shishong again, the final big move with 8 inner gates. So, comparing the 2 moves, Su Yong decided to use the last one. If you continue to use Shishong, if you do not achieve satisfactory results. Next, he had a headache. Su Yong didn't dare to gamble, and didn't want to joke about such a risk. Only the final move, the night guy, might be able to win. At this moment, Su Yong has also done a good job, and will inherit the result of the physical injury tomorrow. At this moment, his body was slightly tilted, his hands were on the ground, and he was ready to dive. Product. As this sound fell, the blood vapor on Su Yang's body became even larger, and a strong airflow was generated again. Washed this smoky battlefield. Su Yang's eyes flashed at this moment, and there were many streaks like magma flowing on his body, and what followed was that the red steam shape changed into a dragon shape. The red dragon opened its mouth and roared, resounding throughout Marineford. And the moment everyone saw the red giant dragon appear, they were all shocked and couldn't shut their mouths. What the hell is this? Sengoku's exclaimed face stiffened, and this huge sense of oppression made him intuitively tell him that if he resisted this blow, he would definitely die. Damn, is this Su Yang's true power? Under the execution platform, Garp was also shocked, and he felt such an overwhelming sense of coercion for the first time since he became a Marine. Even the rocks back then couldn't do that, and neither did Roger. It's not good. Is the situation going to reverse? Suru, who was standing beside Garp, said anxiously. Whoa, whoa, whoa. On the other side, Doflamingo smiled wickedly. This time, I didn't come for nothing. Such a spectacular battle is simply hard to find. Of course, his heart was full of emotion, thanks to Akainu joining the five elders, otherwise, he would be Doflamingo standing opposite Su Yong now. This kind of power, is it really possible for humans to do it? Mahawk, who was standing behind Doflamingo, was also surprised. This was the first time in many years that he had leaked such surprise expression. That guy, it seems that he has used an incredible move again. Aokiji, who was fighting against Joe's, sighed deeply. This guy really used an unexpected move again. Kizaru's eyes sank slightly, and his face was extremely ugly, standing above the void. Compared to Marine and Shichibukai's reactions, the Whitebeard pirates were even more outrageous, and they couldn't even speak clearly. Su Yong. Captain Su Yong. Sir Su Yong. Su Yong, is this your true strength? This sense of coercion makes me feel that my breathing is not smooth. Whitebeard was even more emotional, staring at Su Yong. At this moment he didn't know whether to say it was happy or sad. Su Yong, have you grown up to this point? When Whitebeard said this, a satisfied smile escaped his lips. Go ahead and do what you want. On the other side of Marine, he also said a word in unison. Advertisement. As this. The captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Su Yong. The screen turned and came to Su Yang's side. At this moment, he has completed his savings. The 3-5 elders also recovered from their shock. Come on, you must not let him release such a move. The old man wearing glasses shouted. No, that guy seems to have completed his savings. Damn it. Disperse quickly, you two will look for opportunities to attack from the other side, and I will meet you head on. The old man with glasses roared. The other two old men nodded and dispersed towards the left and right sides. At the same time, Su Yong exhaled a white breath. Then he ran wildly, and the ground he stepped on was shattered. When running wildly, a red giant dragon followed. It roared with its huge mouth open, and the sound shocked the entire Marineford. The old man with glasses also wanted to use his strongest swordsmanship to attack at this moment. He swung the knife quickly, and at the same time, Su Yong was already fast approaching. However, when he was about to make a move, he was dumbfounded. The long knife in his hand was bent. What? Space is distorted. When he reacted, Su Yong was already close. His pupils shrank violently, and he was helpless for a while. Seeing Su Yong jumped up, he kicked over. He subconsciously resisted directly with the long knife in his hand. Night guy, with a roar resounding through Marineford.0. Su Yong kicked the long knife. Crack. The long knife unexpectedly shattered in an instant, followed closely, and directly touched the abdomen of the old man wearing glasses. PFF'd. Ah, hot blood spewed out of his mouth. The bones above his chest shattered instantly. Immediately afterwards, his entire body fell to the ground. Then he was kicked by Su Yong and flew backwards. An unprecedented huge airflow hit the surrounding crowd. The crowd flew upside down in this huge airflow. The old man wearing glasses had his body broken midway, no vital signs, his eyes turned white, and the glasses frames he wore before were nowhere to be seen. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire Marineford was in turmoil. The sea surface frozen by Aokiji was all torn apart, and the waves kept surging up. After a loud bang, what followed was a huge flush of smoke and dust. Everyone was shocked at this moment. Whether it was Marine or pirate, they all stopped, no one was still fighting, and their eyes were so dull. In the smoke, Su Yong has lost his sage body state, and his 8 inner gates form has also been released. He knelt on one knee on the ground, gasping for breath. This blow has consumed all his physical strength. As time passed by, the smoke and dust covering the entire Marineford gradually thinned. Advertisement. The waves stopped beating and the ground stopped shaking. Quiet. All of Marineford fell silent. You can even hear the people around you, their hearts beating. Thump, thump. The other two old men turned stiff and approached the giant pit, and looked at the end of the big pit with their eyes fixed. The old man with only half of his body left, tears could not stop flowing. What? Their lips trembled, their bodies trembled, and they couldn't say a word for a long time. When the two of them came to the half-corpse of the old man, he even knelt down and stretched out his trembling hands. Even you, have you left us? What? I do not accept. I don't accept this ending. I absolutely do not accept it. 39. Ah, the two old men wept bitterly, not paying any attention to the gazes of the people around them. I want to reach out and pick up the half corpse, but the body is only half, and they can't hold it at all. 4.6. Su Yong stared straight ahead not far away. Now, he doesn't even have the strength to stand up. He laughed wildly. It seems that it's not a loss to die like this. He knew that he couldn't handle the remaining 5 elders. Even the heavyweights of the Whitebeard pirates can't come to support. Waiting for him, there are only 2 runaway 5 elders left. Sir Su Yong. Rem and Ram jumped out of the boat at this time and ran over worriedly. Do not come. Su Yong shouted hoarsely. Although Rem and Ram heard it, it was the only time they resisted Su Yang's order. Don't come here. Go away. Sir Su Yong, please forgive us for being one-sided. Su Yong. The 2 old men stood up suddenly, their anger has risen to the extreme. Su Yong turned to look at Rem and Ram who were running towards him. At this moment, he felt very uncomfortable. You 2 fools. Su Yong roared. Suddenly, at this moment. Above the sky, a huge ship hit the ground head-on. Boom. A sound. Above the battlefield, dust was flying, and thick smoke engulfed the ships. The only thing that can be seen is the flag flying in the wind and writing 17 in red. Send the big chapter. Ask for a monthly pass, flowers. Advertisement. 145 This is the home field of the 17th Division, please complete the order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? It seems to have fallen from the sky. I don't know. I didn't notice it at all. My eyes were always on that monster, Su Yong of the Whitebeard pirates. When it fell, I seemed to see a huge ship. Come on, don't make any jokes, whose ship will fly in the sky? That's right, have you ever seen a flying ship? No, have you seen it? I haven't seen it either. That's right, what the hell is falling from the sky? The Marines were talking at this time, speculating about what suddenly fell from the sky. However, on the execution stand, Sengoku looked at the flag with 17 written on it at the top, and his face had become extremely ugly at this moment. This flag, it is no stranger to him, and even has seen it many times. 10. Yes, he guessed it, it was not the Whitebeard pirates who joined the pirates, nor the former 16th Division, but the 17th Division that was established not long ago. Advertisement. This gang. Are these guys still here? Obviously it's just a little bit short, damn it. Sengoku frowned, meaningless. Hearing Sengoku's abuse, Ace looked at him stiffly. His eyes had been on Su Yang's body just now, until he heard a rumbling sound. He looked at the scene of the incident in astonishment, and only barely saw the boat. However, when he saw the flag with 17 written on it, he seemed to have an answer in his heart. It's just a squad, as for making you a dignified martial marine overwhelmed. 35. At this moment, Ace is quite puzzled. Su Yong has such strength, it's okay if his face is ashen, but now, the crew of his 17th Division is here, and he also shows such an embarrassed look. Could it be that the members of the 17th Division are also as strong as Su Yong? Thinking of this, Ace thought of his second team. Apart from his own strength, in his eyes, everyone else was the work of a 3-legged cat. Ace doesn't count Teach. No. It is absolutely impossible to have such a perfect squad. If this is all about the strength of Su Yong, wouldn't it be like a new 4 Emperors pirate group? Ace quickly rejected his previous idea. Good luck to you, Ace. Although Sengoku was very reluctant to admit such a result, he knew that when he saw the flag of the 17th Division, the Whitebeard pirates would turn the tide in this war. What do you mean, you guy, your speech is always inexplicable, and people can't understand it. Ace asked back. Sengoku smiled. It's not interesting, but even so, I will never let you go. Do you know why I keep standing here? Advertisement. Why? Of course. For when things can't be stopped, I can kill you right away. Sengoku's eyes were firm. Yes, he had always thought so. One of the reasons why he didn't participate in the battle was because he was afraid that the Whitebeard pirates would suddenly come over and save Ace. The second is that when things can't be stopped, he can end Ace's life as quickly as possible. After Ace heard it, he remained silent, and continued to look at the smoke and dust. Marco flapped his wings and landed beside Whitebeard. Dad, I see, the flag of our Whitebeard pirates is hanging on the boat, and the flag with a 17 written on it, if I guess correctly, it is the 17th of our Whitebeard pirates. The squad is here. Whitebeard's eyes sank slightly, as that boy's partner Su Yong here. It's too timely, just in time, I also want to witness, the young people he recruited, is it what I thought in my heart? Like that. After Marco heard this, he looked at his father suspiciously. Then looked at Akainu and Kong with gloomy faces in front. In a trance, Marco seemed to understand something. I also want to see what kind of division this 17th division is, it actually changed the faces of most people on the battlefield. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Why did a ship fall from the sky? Gecko Moria looked at the place where the smoke was, with a puzzled expression, and said inexplicably. Haha, things seem to be getting more and more interesting, this 17 should represent, this is the symbol of the 17th division of the Whitebeard pirates. Doflamingo smiled evilly, anyway it's none of his business, so he doesn't care who comes. The 17th division, is that incredible division full? Mahawk also guessed after hearing Doflamingo's words. Squad 17. Advertisement. Hancock, who is also one of Shichibukai, is confused, but she doesn't blame her. After all, 477 doesn't pay attention to these things. When Hancock's words fell, suddenly a shout came from below. Look, everyone, a giant dragon is flying over. 99. With the fall of this voice, everyone looked up to the sky. Sure enough, a huge stream flew over at a very fast speed. After a while, he fell directly to the place where the ship just fell. The mixed air flow directly blows away the smoke and dust that enveloped the ship. At this moment, the true face of this ship appeared in everyone's field of vision. This is the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. 99. Damn, the entire Whitebeard Pirates team is here. 35. The one lying on the guardrail of the ship is a member of the 17th Division, Uchiha Madara, with a bounty of 1,050,000,000 Baileys. The one next to Uchiha Madara is Diablo, with a bounty of 853 million Baileys. And sitting on the parapet with an axe is Ace Kano, with a bounty of 1.145 billion Baileys. Floating on the boat is a tornado, a bounty, 300 million Baileys. And several guys, we don't know who they are, they should be new players recruited not long ago. Advertisement. 146 17th Division, each show Kamui please complete order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What the hell is the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? Why is the bounty of the members so high, even higher than the captains of other divisions? One of the unwitting Marines wondered. Don't you know this? The 17th Division is all a bunch of lunatics. They attacked the headquarters of the world government, and then left unharmed. The world government has long listed them as the most dangerous and extremely evil people. After hearing this, many Marine soldiers were already half cold. Damn, the pirates that have appeared so far are enough for us, and now there is a team of outrageous monsters with a high average bounty. It's over, we can't compete at all. Shut up, if our commander hears this and charges you with disturbing the morale of the army, you can leave without eating kabuto. 35. Meanwhile, on board, Uchiha Madara they are tied in a row. Their eyes looked down at the battlefield below. Soon, it fell on Su Yong. Sorry, Captain, we're late. It's all my fault for going in the wrong direction. It wasted so much time for us. If it was a little later, we would probably have come to clean up the battlefield. Diablo said politely and solemnly. The tornado floating in the sky immediately gave up, and said cursingly, can you blame me? I knew you would fly over by yourself, you bastard Diablo. 39. Diablo ignored the tornado and wanted a helper. You're right, Madara. Uchiha Madara smiled wickedly, with a look of indifference. It doesn't matter, as long as you can get there, and, it seems, it's not too late, the show has just begun. Have you heard? Madara has started to do personnel work. Advertisement. Tornado put his hands on his hips and scolded Diablo angrily. And Diablo just smiled. This kind of shit happens a lot to them. Both sides have evolved to a state of immunity. He. Ace Kano smiled aside, and then said calmly, the atmosphere is the same no matter where it goes. Su Yang sighed. With the support of Rem and Ram, he stood up. The eyes of the two of them were already wet. She looked at Uchiha Madara and the others, then looked at Su Yang, and said, that's great, Mr. Su Yang, they are all here. Who? 35. Su Yang also sighed softly, these guys came in time, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not far from Su Yang, the two five elders looked solemn. What the hell? Why? These guys from the 17th Division came here. Damn, didn't that guy from Sengoku say he received information that he might attack the Holy Land Mariajoy? It's a miscalculation, it's going to be tricky now. No, even if Marine suffered heavy losses in this battle, Su Yang, this guy killed our two old friends, he must not be allowed to live. 55. The two old men quickly reached an agreement, and while Su Yang had not recovered his strength and the other team members had not come here, the two of them ran fast. Su Yang, take your life. Advertisement. Just when they ran for a while. Above the sky, an axe instantly fell in front of them. Boom, a sound. The earth cracked directly. The two five elders who sensed something wrong also stopped immediately. Damn, this plan doesn't work. Shish. Meanwhile, Diablo and Ace Kano have come to Su Yang and the five elders among them. It's not good to take advantage of the opportunity. Ace Kano said with a smile after picking up the divine axe Rita, which was chopped on the ground, and carrying it on his shoulders. Our captain is tired, let us too be your opponents. Diablo also said with a smile. The two five elders frowned, their strength had already been experienced in the Holy Land Mariajoy, and each possessed a unique skill. Ace Kano, Diablo, I leave it to you two, I have to go to rest. Su Yang said flatly. Don't worry, leave it to us, Su Yang. Yes, you can rest assured. At the same time as the words fell, Tornado had also arrived here and used his superpower to bring Su Yang, Rem and Ram back to the ship. At this time, except for Akunorlia and Giorno Chopper, who were still on the boat, everyone else had already started to let go of themselves and showed off their kamui. Can I help? Giorno Chopper came to Su Yang's side and asked curiously. Su Yang shook his head. No, it's just that his own consumption is too outrageous, and now the ability can no longer be used, and it needs to wait for a while. 35. Advertisement. That's fine. Giorno Chopper nodded. Under the execution platform, Garp's expression was complicated, and his heart was full of happiness and joy. She is coming from the 17th Division, and the chance of Ace being rescued has reached 100%. You are here from the 17th Division, and they can't get enough of their bones. He Yuguang glanced at Garp, and then said flatly, Garp Zhao Zhao, this is the result you are looking forward to. When Garp heard the sound, he looked at Crane. Crane and Sengoku were both old partners, so even if they didn't say it, they could see their minds clearly. You know, Xiaohei, I have nothing to do. Crane smiled. It's not your fault, Garp, Sengoku and I both know it. 99. When Garp heard this, he also laughed. Women are really gentle at this time. Crack, sudden sweat. At this moment, the execution platform collapsed directly. Such a sudden thing made Ace and Sengoku a little confused. Even Garp and Crane paused for a while, and while they quickly ducked, they glanced at the execution platform. Ace, sorry, I'm late. At this time, Sabo jumped up, holding the steel pipe, and said to Ace. Advertisement. 147 areas of gravel, less than half of my points, please order all. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kavinka has been stuck for a long time, and his head hurts. Sabo. The moment Ace saw Sabo, his eyes flashed slightly surprised. Sengoku also stood firm on the collapsing execution platform, and then, looking at Sabo fiercely, whispered softly. The boy of the Revolutionary Army. 35. Ace, wait for me a moment, I'll save you right away. Sabo soothed, and his eyes fell on Sengoku. He knew that if he couldn't pass the Sengoku level, then he wouldn't be able to get Ace out. Not ashamed to speak, Sengoku roared at Sabo. As the voice fell, a gleaming golden light flashed. Sengoku's body gradually became larger, and within a short while, a huge golden Buddha came into view. Yes, this is exactly the ability of the Sengoku Zone, the Phantom Beast, the Human Fruit, and the form of the Great Buddha. Be careful, Sabo, don't underestimate the enemy 477. Ace reminded. Sabo took off his obstructing coat and said solemnly, don't worry, I know what I know. However, just as his voice fell, advertisement. A blue arrow shot directly. Sabo was startled for a moment, and Armament Hockey quickly covered his hands to defend. Bang! Sabo quickly moved to the side, and stopped after a while. Immediately, looking up, the arrow was shot by a giant with only a half-blue body, and under the giant, it was Uchiha Madara. This strange move of Uchiha Madara directly made Ace, Sengoku, Garp look stupid. This guy, what's the matter? Attacking one's own side, Sengoku's eyes sank slightly, looking at Uchiha Madara puzzled. And not far away, facing the unexpected attack of Uchiha Madara, he was at a loss. Xiao He, what are you talking about? Garp frowned slightly and asked he to understand. Crane's face was solemn, she shook her head, and said softly, you ask me, how do I know? After all, the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates are a bunch of lunatics, who can know what is in their minds. Thinking about something. It seems to be right, how can a normal person think about it, what is a madman thinking? Garp also did not choose to shoot, and Crane did the same, still observing the current situation. However, at this time, Ace's anger rose, after all, Sabo was his own brother. What are you doing? Sabo is my brother. Ace roared towards Uchiha Madara not far away. And Uchiha Madara, ignoring him completely, after releasing Susanoo, jumped to the place where Sabo was standing just now. What am I talking to you? Asshole, Sabo is our own. Seeing that Uchiha Madara ignored him, Ace shouted again. Uchiha Madara turned her head to look at Ace, her eyes flashed, and she sneered. I remember you, that brat who doesn't know how high the sky is. You bastard, what are you talking about? I'm talking to you about business. Our enemy is Marine, the world government. Ace reminded again. Don't get me wrong, those are your enemies. In my eyes, they are just a tool for me to relieve my boredom. Uchiha Madara didn't know that Ace and Suyong were both members of the Whitebeard Pirates. So as to give him a good look. Advertisement. Wrong. Strictly speaking, it was precisely because Ace and Suyong were both members of the Whitebeard Pirates that Uchiha Madara said that beg. Or else, with Uchiha Madara's character, an unfamiliar person is chattering in his ear, and he has already dealt with it. And say, that sentence, the classic lines. Mere gravel, not half as good as mine. Mr. Madara, why are you here? Sabo asked with a confused expression. Where are there so many and why? This guy, but I saw it first, so if you want to make a move, go for a replacement. 35 Uchiha Madara calmly said. Sabo, Ace, Sengoku, in addition to them, including Garp and Crane were also stunned. Sabo is even more scolded in his heart. Good guy, he is going to fight Sengoku, he can say, he doesn't want to participate in this kind of battle. Damn, I thought this guy Uchiha Madara was on the wrong drug, and even, for a moment, I thought it was our Marines undercover. Sengoku murmured inwardly, come on, let me be your opponent. Uchiha Madara had already leaked a wicked smile with excitement, holding a sickle in his hand, pointing at Sengoku. After Sengoku frowned slightly, he raised his fist directly, and then threw a punch, a huge shock wave hit Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. As for Sabo, taking advantage of this opportunity, he immediately came to Ace. Just wanted to pull Ace out of here first, but at this moment, behind him, there was a sound of heavy footsteps. The two suddenly turned their heads, and what appeared in front of them were two pale old men. Yes, these two people are Garp and Crane. Garp. These two words came out of Ace and Sabo's mouth almost at the same time. Garp, is there really no problem? There is absolutely no need for you to do this. Crane asked from the side. Old man, also Marine. 35. Whatever. Back then, if you could listen to me, I would be able to protect you rightly. Garp roared at Ace and Sabo, then raised his fist and punched it. And the other side. Since the 17th Division came here, it has completely become their home. The situation turned around at once, and most of the people were having a good time. Really? Then I'll reward you with a good thing. Tornado said with a smirk on his hips. The next second, what followed was a roaring sound from above the sky. Everyone looked up and was dumbfounded. A huge meteorite was descending at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement. 148 Blackbeard. What is this special situation? Please complete the order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Grumbling. When many Marine soldiers saw this scene, the line of defense in their hearts collapsed, and they lost their determination to resist. Fake. Fake it. 95. Some Marine soldiers could not hold the long knives in their hands and fell directly to the ground. Some of them just slumped on the ground, looking up to the sky and laughing, with beads of sweat on their foreheads. The expressions on some faces are like smiling but not laughing, like crying but not crying. How to fight this? 35. This is a total crushing crush. We can't win, we can't win. Damn it. Originally, I was thinking of taking advantage of this achievement to get promoted, but now it seems that it is still a question whether the small life can be saved. Damn it, I'm still a male. I'm going to die before I can enjoy it. It really makes me feel uneasy. 5. It's all to blame for the monsters from the 17th Division, it's all to blame for them. And since Su Yang's 17th Division came to Marineford, his side has been free. At this moment, his eyes stared at the meteorite falling from the sky, and he sighed in his heart. I didn't expect that a little baby could have such power. It seems that this kid Su Yang has really found a group of very powerful teammates. 99. Advertisement. Dad, it's not just that little baby, other people are also outrageous. Seeing them, I deserve to be the captain. 35 Marco added. Although I said earlier, when he saw the bounty, he had already given himself a vaccine, knowing that Su Yang, the 17th Division, was not easy. However, I never imagined that it was so outrageous. Gu la la la. Standing at Kong Yunchi, Whitebeard looked up to the sky with a long smile. Indeed, the home court here is now owned by Su Yang's 17th Division. Even if it was the Battle of the Valley of the Gods back then, it wasn't the same. To have such a sight. 5. The Valley of the Gods. Marco heard these three familiar and unfamiliar words, and he had heard Whitebeard mention it before, but he had never told them about the Valley of the Gods. Thinking, this may be a bad memory of Dad, so Marco didn't ask too much. It's all over, it's just emotion. Speaking of which, Whitebeard sighed. I have to admit that we are getting old, and this era belongs to you young people. At this time, Whitebeard had already made a decision in his heart, but when this is brought up in front of them, it still needs to wait until the end of this battle. And suddenly at this time, one of the Shichibukai who had closed the sword, Mihawk drew the long sword again. After rotating for a few laps, and then a flat A huge sword energy rushed towards the meteorite. With a sound of boom, the meteorite exploded in an instant, turning into countless fragments of different sizes and falling down. Of course, even so, there are still some Marine soldiers and some weak pirates injured by falling meteorite fragments. Time just passed by minute by minute. On the battlefield, Susano, Black Dragon, Fireball like the sun, etc., etc. Advertisement. The appearance of these things directly caused Marineford to collapse in a large piece. If this battle continued, Marineford would sink to the bottom of the sea within half an hour. The Blackbeard pirates who just arrived in Marineford secretly were dumbfounded. Especially Blackbeard. He originally wanted to send Whitebeard away, but in this situation, if someone from the Whitebeard pirates found out, he would be sent away by Whitebeard on the spot. Damn. Blackbeard scolded twice, his face extremely ugly. Captain, what's wrong? Lafitte asked curiously. Others looked over suspiciously. Moreover, when he came, Blackbeard said that he was going to do something big, and he seemed very happy. However, after arriving, it was like a completely different person. This is, after that guy Whitebeard and I left, a newly established division called the 17th Division was led by that guy Su Yang. 0 for flowers. Of course, Blackbeard and Su Yang knew each other, but the relationship was not very good, for no other reason, because Su Yang was a traveler, he knew Blackbeard's ambition, so over the years, he didn't have much dealings with him. It's just a squad, it won't make you worry so much. Shiryu on the side said. Advertisement. Shiryu, formerly the warden of Impel Down in the deep-sea prison, was sentenced to death sentence on suspended sentence because of bloodthirsty, often murdering prisoners, and was detained at level 6 at the bottom of the prison. He also joined the Blackbeard pirates during the Impel Down riot not long ago. Therefore, he didn't know much about the 17th Division. Of course, Blackbeard only understood a little about it in the newspaper, and he didn't take it too seriously at the time, but when he saw it at the scene now, it was so meow that he lost his confidence in an instant. Shiryu, although this 17th division was established not long ago, the bounty was outrageously high. Besides, according to the scene, these people were very troublesome. Lafitte reminded him. Don't act rashly. Now, it's definitely not our chance to make a move. We need to wait until they hit both sides before we make a move. Blackbeard ordered. Although everyone didn't say anything, they still nodded. After all, no one wanted to fight with these guys. The ship of the 17th division. At this time, Su Yang's physical strength has recovered a lot. He stood up slowly, his eyes first glanced at the battlefield, and finally fell on Whitebeard. Sir Su Yang, take a good rest, let the other adults go to the battle. 99. Rem and Ram both came over, watching Su Yang's move, thinking that he was going to fight again. Su Yang smiled lightly, then stroked Rem's head with one hand and Ram's head with the other, and said deeply, next time, you won't be allowed to be so messy, you know. Sir Su Yang. Rem and Ram raised their heads, those clear and bright eyes staring at Su Yang. Su Yang hugged them. Going into his arms, he said solemnly, I'm sorry, I made you worry. Advertisement. 149 Blackbeard and Whitebeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When the two girls heard Su Yang say this, they shook their heads in his arms, and then said softly, Sir Su Yang has been taking too much, and it's my fault that Rem and my sister can't help. Su Yang stared at Rem and Ram in his arms. For some reason, there was always an indescribable feeling in his heart. Especially when it was a close call, Rem and Ram desperately rushed to his side. Call. Su Yang sighed heavily, then straightened Rem and Ram, and said gently, okay, other things, after the war is over, let's go back and talk about it. Sir Su Yang, you can rest again. Yes, Mr. Su Yang, anyway, the situation on the battlefield has been brought under control, so it doesn't matter if you go on or not. Rem and Ram persuaded by the side. Su, 477, Yang gave a wry smile, and then explained. Don't worry, I'm not going to fight, I just have something to tell Whitebeard. After all, before Rem and the others could make a sound, Su Yang jumped and left the boat. After a while, Su Yang came to Whitebeard. When Su Yang was about to say something, Whitebeard first looked at Su Yang with a solemn expression, and then said in a low tone. Sorry, Su Yang. 39. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Su Yang looked surprised, his eyes lifted slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the man in front of him who was many times bigger than himself. I'm not a qualified captain, years. Advertisement. Whitebeard's meaning is very clear, probably, at the moment when Su Yang was in crisis just now, but he, as the captain of Su Yang, couldn't rescue him immediately. Su Yang was really surprised by what Whitebeard said. He smiled calmly. What are you talking about, Whitebeard, are you a qualified captain? Haven't I been clear all these years? Goo. Whitebeard laughed at this moment. Don't say it's the Sengoku guys, even me, I'm quite shocked to see your strength today, how long has it been? You have not only found a group of reliable partners, but your own growth has also reached astonishing proportions. I know, these days, you must be working hard. 35. Su Yang was slightly startled. What Whitebeard said was right. But only, in the back, Whitebeard guessed wrong. Su Yang not only did not live a hard life, but lived a very nourishing life. Okay, Whitebeard, stop making fun of me. 35. Have all the members of your 17th division arrived? Whitebeard changed the subject and asked. Su Yang shook his head. There are 2 more that haven't come. 35. After the war is over, you can call them back together. I have something important to announce. Whitebeard said solemnly. Su Yang has been with Whitebeard for so many years. When he said this, Su Yang felt that what Whitebeard was about to announce was not simple. If you think about it carefully, perhaps in the original book, Whitebeard also thought about announcing 10 important things. It's just that people are not as good as heaven. In the original book, both he and Ace will fall here. It is good. Advertisement. Su Yang nodded, then said, Whitebeard, let me give you a present. 35. This time, it was Whitebeard's turn to look at Su Yang with a surprised look on his face, and wondered, what gift? Su Yang didn't answer right away, and gave Whitebeard a pass, only to see him smile slightly, and at this moment, he immediately entered the state of sage body. The next moment, a horn grew on the forehead at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, and a reddish flame was burning at the end of the horn. Whitebeard just looked at Su Yang like that, silent. As for Su Yang, he didn't hesitate. On his fingertips, a green ball of light the size of a fist quickly condensed. Then on top of the green light ball, a layer of white light is wrapped. Finally, it was thrown towards the fortress of naval headquarters. Since the powerful people in naval headquarters are now focusing on the battle, no one has noticed Su Yang's actions at all. So, at this moment, the energy ball emitting white light flew smoothly to the naval headquarters fortress. 0. Boom. With a loud noise, the fortress of naval headquarters collapsed directly. Due to the great movement, most of the people looked at the collapsed naval headquarters fortress. What happened? The naval headquarters collapsed. Yes, it's Su Yang, captain of the 17th division of the Whitebeard Regiment. Damn it, isn't that guy seriously injured? Why does it look like Anyang is safe now? Damn it, it's getting more and more difficult, we can't win at all. Just when they were talking about Su Yang, all of a sudden, another voice came. Advertisement. Behind the fort, What's that behind the fort? Like a giant. Not only that, but who is the person standing in the direction of the execution stand? Blackbeard and his party were stunned at the moment. I was thinking of waiting for Marine to fight the Whitebeard guys to the death, they were looking for a chance to play. However, now, was suddenly discovered. Damn, Su Yong the bastard. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and scolded, but in the next second, he packed up his inner anger and laughed. Ha 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 4.6 ha ha. Long time no see, Dad. When Whitebeard's eyes reflected Blackbeard's figure, his anger instantly rose to ultimate. Teach. You bastard. After all, he raised his arm directly, waved it directly, and the next second, he directly activated his own shock fruit ability. A powerful shock wave rushed towards Blackbeard with great speed. Wherever he passed, the Marines and the buildings were all thrown up. Boom. A sound. The fortress, which had been in ruins, exploded again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Buildings large and small collapsed. Advertisement. 150 Ace Kano, join us world government please order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Billowing smoke and dust rose up. After a while, the smoke gradually dissipated. The Blackbeard pirates slowly got up, and their eyes were all focused on Whitebeard. The same is true for Blackbeard, he showed a hideous smile, stared at Whitebeard, and then said solemnly. I really don't care about friendship, and if that's the case, it's impossible to show mercy. Facing Blackbeard's words, Whitebeard frowned slightly and said calmly, only you are not worthy of being my son, Teach. You violated the only iron rule on my ship, you killed your comrade. Now, it's up to me to take your son of a bastard. Let him rest in peace. Blackbeard didn't take it seriously, and laughed horribly. Is Daddy angry or scary as always? Shut up, Teach. Whitebeard waved Kong Yunch at Blackbeard, then continued, come and make a break, Teach. 99. Blackbeard didn't seem to realize the difference in strength at this time, or maybe he was too arrogant. Just to my liking. While speaking, Blackbeard's body began to release something like a black mist. And this is the ability of his natural 10 series, Dark Fruit. Whitebeard just flickered his eyes slightly, and then said to Su Yong, who was beside him, your gift. I like it very much. 39. After all, he was not polite to Blackbeard, and while dancing the cloud cut, he quickly approached Blackbeard. Advertisement. As for Su Yong, he smiled faintly, and then disappeared in place at a very fast speed. When his figure appeared again, he had come to the back of the Blackbeard pirates. If you shoot, I will kill you instantly, because, this is the grudge between our Whitebeard pirates and your captain. Of course, if you want to try it, it doesn't matter, I don't recommend wasting a little more time and killing you all. 99. After coming to their back, Su Yong sat on the ruins and gave them a command. Lafitte and his party turned their heads and glanced at Su Yong. As one of the first crew members to join the Blackbeard pirates, Giza's Badgers was the first to be unhappy in the face of Su Yang's arrogant tone. You bastard, what are you talking about? The words and actions were carried out together, and he directly raised his fist and punched Su Yang's head. Shish. When Giza's Badgers never thought of it, he clearly felt that he was about to hit, but in an instant, Su Yong disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in the sky. Badgers, be careful, Lafitte shouted. However, Giza's Badger's current strength was too late to react, and Su Yong punched him directly in the forehead. Bang! A sound. Giza's Badgers was directly blown up by this impact bomb, and then in midair, he spun a few times, and planted his head on the ground. His eyes turned white, his face was distorted, and blood kept overflowing from the corners of his mouth. Advertisement. Badgers. 39. The members of the Blackbeard pirates shouted. At this time, Su Yong had already landed on the ground and stepped on Giza's Badger's head. Let him go. We will never interfere, Lafayette said with a frown. But Su Yong stomped his foot, smashed Giza's Badger's head, and said blankly, you are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Understand? Damn. With the lessons learned, Lafayette and the others no longer dared to act rashly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Diablo and Ace Kano also had a big advantage. Yo-yo, is this not going to work? Is it really boring? Ace Kano said with a smile to the old man in front of him, carrying the divine axe Rita. The old man of the 5 elders frowned. When he was besieging Su Yong before, he had consumed a lot of his physical strength and was injured. What made him even more depressed was that no matter how he attacked Ace Kano, he could never hurt him. Hey. At this time, the old man burst out laughing. Ace Kano looked at him with a puzzled expression. With your strength, you can't even be a captain in the Whitebeard pirates. That old fellow Whitebeard is really blind. 35. Why, do you want to come to me? I will give you the supreme right. Advertisement. At this moment, 5 elders, a cunning old man, even threw an olive branch in the middle, trying to win over Ace Kano. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that all of Su Yang's team members were 100% loyal. Ha 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 ha. Ace Kano laughed involuntarily after hearing this. At first, when he saw the old man laughing, he thought he was going to use some kind of move. 477 but he never expected to say such a tiger wolf word. Are you worthy? The look on Ace Kano's face became serious. As long as you agree, I can give you anything you want, and the treatment is definitely better than staying in the Whitebeard pirates. The 35-year-old man continued unwillingly. Ace Kano, however, lost interest, directly stretched out his finger, and a giant great fireball like the sun condensed in an instant. Not too far from Marineford. A pirate ship is heading for Marineford at breakneck speed. The pirate flag on the boat fluttered in the wind. And standing at the front of the boat was a one-armed man with red hair, 3 scars on his left eye, and a short stubble around his mouth. Yes, they are the Red Hair Pirates, one of the New World 4 emperors. I don't know. What's the situation in Marineford now? Shanks stared at the endless sea, and said with some worry in his heart. Recommend a friend's book. Click on my homepage, or search for the title to read. The Crow Thinks I'm Weak, Stealing Mara Mara Fruit Overnight. Advertisement.